Good morning. Works. Hello. It's great to see a bunch of familiar faces, a bunch of new faces here. This is the 4th year that we have done the Cloudflare Internet Summit here in San Francisco. We did it actually for the first time this year in London as well. And you're only going to hear, I've already done it once, and so I think maybe only 2 more times that you're going to hear the word Cloudflare today. Because today isn't about us talking about us. It's about us talking with and having conversations with the people who either really inspire us, that are doing really amazing and interesting things on the internet, or sometimes terrify us, do things that are really scary. Last year, for instance, we had the CTO of Cambridge Analytica debate Larry Lessig on stage with the question of, will data destroy democracy? And that was in September, well before Cambridge Analytica had become a household name. And those are the types of conversations that we love to have here, that we hope we're going to have today. And we've brought together some really amazing people in order to do that. So enjoy the day, have a great time. A couple of things. This is a tight space, and we get a lot of people into a tight space, so be courteous to everyone else. We love it when people have conversations and talk about things, but if you do it kind of in that back area, then everyone up here on stage can hear you. So we've sort of put arrows on the floor to direct you out to have a back patio out that way, and then sort of a refreshment and lounge area in the back. And so if you want to have conversations and step away from the stage for a little bit, just make your way into those places so that you aren't interrupting the speakers up here on stage. And so with that, I'm super excited to kick off the 4th San Francisco Cloudflare Internet Summit, and welcome to the stage my co-founder Michelle Zatlyn and Jeff Immelt, who are going to talk to you about what it's like to run major companies in an increasingly digital age. So kick it off. Thanks, guys.
For 4 years, and I've never gotten the kickoff spot, so I guess I'm doing something right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I don't know if it's me or you, Jeff, but anyway, that's good. Great. Well, look, I'm really honored to be up here with you today. I mean, you've had an incredible career. You ran a large, really important company, GE, for 16 years and took it through quite a transformation. You've since left. You're now chairman of Athena Health, also at NEA, doing a lot of investments and looking for, the next generation of companies. So you have a really unique perspective. Plus, you've worked in DC on some US policy councils. So I think there aren't very many people that look like you, both very large companies as well as smaller companies. So thank you for joining us today.
Good to be here. Thanks.
Great. So I wanted to start a little bit about taking a large company, GE, large Fortune 500 company, and talking a little bit about how you decide one day to wake up. And did you just wake up one morning and say, wow, I'm going to go through a digital transformation and make this a more tech-focused company? Or did it happen over evolution? So maybe you could just talk a little bit to help frame that, and we'll move on from there.
Yeah, so Michelle, I think, maybe I'll do it kind of really micro, but then maybe broaden it out and be more pervasive. The biggest asset we had as a company was the long-term equipment we had with our customers. So the replacement value of GE assets in the field is like $2 trillion. Jet engines, MR scanners, gas turbines, things like that. And so you always have to be keen on what technology is going to help those assets perform better. Historically, that has been material science, but starting at about 2010, the combination of kind of sensors, analytics, and things like that started to allow you to change the way you interface with your customers, right? Business models also change. So you used to sell jet engines, now you sell time on wing. Now you sell outcomes. So I think our notion wasn't so much that we had envy of Silicon Valley or anything like that. It was really this context of how do you become a fantastic, productive supplier to your customers. And that led, I think, a lot of industrial companies down a digital journey. Now, I think if you broaden that, Michelle, there's a wave of technology that's coming through the system right now, from blockchain to big data, AI, things like that, that are going to interface with every company in the world. And you just have to figure out, what's your make-buy strategy in that context. In our case, owning the analytics around our products, that was a make strategy, right? We had to do that. Things like security and things like that, that's a buy strategy. It's equally important, but it doesn't make any sense for us to be basic and things like that. So that's how that was the decision.
So you really decided what are we going to build ourselves and what are we going to buy? Because you definitely hear that, and then you committed.
Totally committed, because you basically say think about Amazon with AWS. I don't think Jeff woke up one day and said, I'm going to backward integrate into cloud computing. What he recognizes, he was the use case for that.
Right.
He was the definitive use case for that. So in data for industrial products and additive manufacturing, we were the use case for that. We were the biggest practitioner. We knew more. We had more domain. Why not do it? On AI, if you compared our computing power with Google's or something like that, we're a pimple. Like we're like an ant. So it's kind of weaving through all that stuff to decide, kind of what your make-buy strategy is going to be.
And so, you use the AI example and how you're an ant. And so in that case, you probably partner with a lot of the other companies
Have to
where
partner.
you feel like they're the leaders and betting on them to find a path forward to,
Yeah.
drive good outcomes for your customers.
I would say that, and I would go beyond that to say, from an industrial company standpoint, the first wave of the internet more or less passed us by, right? So in other words, in IT, your IT department was really project managers. So you would implement an ERP from Oracle or a CRM from Salesforce, but you didn't really know anything about where ultimately it was going to go. Your expectations for benefits were low. I think the next wave of IT tools are really practitioner-based. These are outcome-based, right? So the metrics have to be different. The talent has to be different. And I use this as an excuse to just upgrade, in the 90s and 2000s, an IT person for a big industrial company was a project manager, not a technologist. Mm-hmm. So whereas we had great material scientists, we didn't have great digital technologists. And I just think that's such a weakness in the world today. If you don't have some capability, you can't even be a smart buyer of the kind of technologies that have to be installed.
That's a good point, that even if you need to have some technology expertise inside, otherwise how can you be potentially buying the right tools to help drive outcomes for your business?
Especially if you're tools-based, right? If you're trying to do cyber, if you're trying to do RPA, if you're trying to do AI, you're not going to do that just with a process chart, So in the 1990s, Oracle would come in and sell you an ERP. They would do all the consulting for you, and it was really a compliance tool. It wasn't really an outcomes tool. Now everything you have is an outcomes tool. Mm-hmm. You need to have people that know how to be a good practitioner.
So during that kind of conversation, the word people came up many times, and I just want to spend a few minutes talking about people because, you said you needed to bring a different type of person into GE to be able to make the right decisions and to help execute on this vision that, again, is so that you articulated so clearly. How did you do that? How did you go and recruit new types of digital talent into GE? And then I'd like to hear about, and then the current team you had, how did you get them to buy in with this change? Because that's not easy.
So I would say you have to demonstrate that the use case is interesting. So in other words, that you're committed to it, and the use case of if you actually want to know kind of how to build advanced models around a jet engine, that actually is quite a good technical challenge, and this is the best place to do it. And we're committed to build the right kind of capability and talent around doing it. And unless you can do that, unless you can really commit to being the best, people are just going to think you're pretending, right? They're just going to think you're just kind of going through the motions, and maybe to a fault. I basically brought in the digital team and protected them, because the only way to get talent is to demonstrate that you're actually in it to win it. And again, in that particular space, there's C3IoT, there's Uptake, there's a bunch of companies that are venture-based, but in that world, I had as much juice as anybody, at that point in time. Now, I would say the hardest thing by far, whether we're talking about security or digitization or anything like that, is what do you do with your legacy, right? What do you do with your legacy assets? What do you do with your legacy people? Do you run two camps and try to merge them over time? And I think that's one that's you're always on a continuum between isolating the digital focus, giving it room to breathe, and slowly but surely bringing all the legacy capability with it. Because at the end of the day, you have to bring everybody
One
to
team.
it. So if you think about the world you're in, think about security, and then put yourself in my shoes. So 330,000 people, 185 countries, 40,000 suppliers. That's thousands of assets and factories around the world. That's on the make side. On the sell side, 15-year-old CT scanners, digital assets on utilities, jet engines, locomotives. So you sit down one day and say, how do I keep my institution secure from a cyber standpoint? It's a daunting task. So I think you just have to be committed to bring people with you, but have to be equally rigid on the speed with which you allow people to embrace change. And at the end of the day, you can't run any institution and not have people that understand the fundamental technology. Whether you're going to buy everything or make everything, you've got to have people that understand the fundamental risk and the fundamental technology.
I think that I've seen some places where that doesn't work, and so that really resonates. I just want to talk about your leadership team for a little bit as you were making these changes and how that changed. Did you have to reconfigure a lot of your leadership team, or was it very similar to the rest of the organization?
Look, I think I remember the first time my predecessor brought Six Sigma to GE, and I said, what in the hell is he doing, really? It didn't resonate with me at all. I said, Jesus Christ, what are we doing? We've lost our mind, right?
Just before you go on, earlier in my career, I went through Six Sigma training. It was a really big deal earlier. Yes.
But with digital, it's one of those things where everybody in the organization sat there and said, this makes sense, right? It's going to drive productivity. It's going to make our customers more productive. When I would go do a customer meeting like the one you had yesterday, and let's say I would do it in Riyadh, and I would invite all of our customers from all the oil and companies in the Middle East, or power companies in the Middle East, or hospitals in the Middle East. They would all sit there and nod their head about asset performance management, predictive failure, time on wing, going from capex to opex, outcome selling, stuff like that. You would just see 1,000 heads nodding, right?
Yes.
So I think to a certain extent, the leaders understood the context.
Got it.
What was more difficult was, look, we're thousands of people that could tell you, here's the wear strain study on this nickel alloy, and what does this ceramic do at 2,000 degrees? But nobody really understood what a systems architect or things like that. So you had to do a little bit of a mosh pit between the technology people you were bringing in and the people that they were working with every day.
You're
and
the
so some
translator.
people left, but some people, the person that runs this guy named Lorenzo Simonelli, he runs the oil and gas business. Look, he's now a digital native, right? Because that's what that industry dictates of you. That's what's important. So I think people grab it at different times based on their age or the relevancy in the business they're in. But smart people, as you're building your career, always want to grab, what's next. Now, that's on the, let's say, the analytics side. On the cyber side, I chaired the cyber task working group inside the company because it was the only level at which the right risk could be taken, right? So if I gave it to my general counsel, who I normally give it to, we'd shut the place down. He'd just say, this is too scary. We can't do anything anymore. And if I gave it to one of my division heads, they would take too much risk. So the idea is kind of like, how do you keep a company more or less safe could only be done really at the CEO level. So I think there's, when we talk about the wave that we're in right now, there's different gradations of different opportunities as you look at it. And I think in cyber, we treated that more like, let's not all experiment, do it my way. In other words,
right.
When it comes to the other stuff, you say, let's experiment, let's see what each business can teach each other. But when it comes to kind of risk mitigation, it was much more of a universal march.
A bit more prescriptive. This
Prescriptive,
is the way we're
here's
going.
the technology.
Yep.
You know, and I
Makes
think for the people, I can't even tell you how scary it is to run a big company today from a cyber standpoint, really, from a security risk standpoint, because it's hard to really run the company that's in spec. So you get fired two ways. One is by not being vigilant. So you need to have this knowledge of what's happening around you. And the other way you get fired is by not being in spec. So you need to have everybody doing what they're supposed to be doing every day. So you have to have a transfer function between everything you know, but then saying, okay, we're going to do these three things. We're going to mitigate our installed base in 18 months. We're going to do this in 7 months. We're going to do this. Even though you know you haven't solved the problem completely, you have to be walking around with that knowledge. You know, a lot of people love walking around every day with what I call the happy briefcase. They feel like they've got
Tell
all
us
the
about
answers.
the happy briefcase, Jeff.
They go home at night and say, I've solved every problem. I go home tonight, everything's done. Today you have just like, you go home because you're tired and you say, shit, man, there's so much going on I don't know about. How am I going to get on top of it? So that's the challenge.
Right, yeah. And, you know, specifically with the cybersecurity, where I think that is a question where it's like, is it done? Are we secure? And a leader can never say 100% yes to certainty because the work is never done. It's this continued progress and risk mitigation.
And there's no regulatory, you know, like for us, we're in the healthcare business. There's no real regulatory regime for power yet or for healthcare yet. It's growing in financial services, but there's so many industries we're in where there's just no regime. So you're kind of setting your own best practice, if you will, as you're going through it. And that makes it, you know, that takes whatever was hard, it makes it triply hard because you're actually setting the standard. But you know, the Deepwater Horizon with British Petroleum in the Gulf in 2010 basically cost the company, let's say, $70 or $80 billion, right? Now in costs,
Right.
in liability
Yes,
and costs and things
okay.
like that.
That was with a B, billion.
In billion,
Right.
right?
Yeah,
Now,
big
the
number.
day that it happened, right, there were 14 standard operating procedures on the platform, and they were doing 5 of them, right? So how do you get in trouble? It's through vigilance and by having a standard and not meeting that standard. Those are the 2 modes of failure, ultimately. And security, cybersecurity is a little bit the same way.
It's very similar. It's kind of like the ABCs. If you do the ABCs, then you get a long way there. Okay. What does the CIO of the future look like, in your opinion?
Look, I think you've got to be a deep technology, and you've got to understand the user. You know, in other words, I think, Michelle, the day of the CIO as gatekeeper and project manager, that has to dissipate. And you really have to get the tools in the hands of the sales leader, the manufacturing leader, the service leader. So you need deep technology, and you need use case. So my view is you have a very small central group, very small, and you have incredible depth as it pertains to tools, right? What's going on. The whole notion of platform versus point solution, I have to say, still confuses me. Because I think to a certain extent, your organization is going to grow beyond the ability to do everything on a Oracle ERP or on an Epic electronic patient record. And so you really are going to have to find ways to have very simple platforms, but get the tools in the hands of the people that use the money. Look, we were, I think Salesforce is an incredible company. I think Mark Benioff is my hero, right? We were one of Salesforce's first customers. I bet we spent $10 or $20 billion on Salesforce.com. If you really ask me, did you make any more money because of that? I'd say, I don't know, really. You know, I hope so. But it's really hard. It's really hard for me to say. I know the sales team likes it, and you know, I think it was amazing in its context, but I don't know, really. And I think those days are kind of over, right? I think you now have, the tools have to be in the hands of a practitioner. You have to go from what I would call kind of just transactional selling. You have to guarantee outcomes, you know? So what advantage do we have in the digital space against, let's say, a Silicon Valley startup company? I could go to an airline and say, I'm going to guarantee you 99% time on wing or I'll pay for it. There's nobody out here that's going to do that, right? Because I had the physics and the analytics. And so the notion of getting to outcomes is just incredibly important as you go forward.
That makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense. So I want to spend the next few minutes, and then we're going to open up for questions to the audience. So start thinking about whether you have a question for our guests. So you led this large organization for 16 years, which is incredible. And then you moved to Silicon Valley and joined NEA as a venture partner. Big change, very big change. And so I'd love to spend the next few minutes talking about that. First of all, how is it going?
Yeah, so I lived around the world with GE, but I had never lived in Silicon Valley, and I wanted to see what it was like. I wanted to see kind of what the startup scene was like. I wanted to spend time around growth companies. I joined NEA because I'm a deep domain healthcare person. I'm a deep domain industrial automation person. The NEA footprint follows, is pretty much the skill set. And I wanted to work with private growth companies. I didn't really want to work with big public companies. I wanted to work with private growth companies. So I'd say it's been, I think it's been fascinating. It's been great fun. It's, there's definitely a bubble out here, right? People out here don't know what's actually happening in the rest of the world. But I view that
is that
as
a problem? Yeah,
I view that as a real positive. In other words, I don't view that as a negative at all. There's a sense of optimism that is so incredibly powerful in terms of the world today. There's a lot of money, maybe too much money, in terms of how and where to invest, and kind of there's so many smart people out here. You've got a lot of people that can tell somebody like you and Matthew, here's what you should do. I'm better at because of my experience, I can say, here's what I would do if I were you, which is a different kind of
experience.
It's a different kind of advice, or here's what you should do next, right? So I think with growth companies, there's a different nuance than somebody like me can bring. Ken Chenault's a friend of mine who was the CEO of American Express. He's kind of doing the same thing, and it's just, I think it's great fun, and really, in healthcare, on the diagnostic side, right? I can sit there and say, look, in the 1980s or 1990s, a disease like multiple myeloma had a 5-year survival rate of, let's say, 10%. Today, the 5-year survival rate is maybe 80%, 85%. The technology is amazing. In 1990s, the administrative cost of healthcare was 20% of the revenue dollar. In 2018, it's still 20% of the revenue dollar in administrative cost. So there's certain things in a market like healthcare that small companies are going to have a chance to really be incredibly disruptive. And I wanted to really, particularly in healthcare, I wanted to be a part of that.
I think it's pretty amazing that you were a Fortune 500 company leading this large organization and you decide to come to Silicon Valley. Do you think other Fortune 500 CEOs, once they're done as an operator, might do the same thing? Do you think you're going to set a trend?
I
are you
really
unique?
Don't know, but I wanted to do stuff that was interesting and fun. It's definitely interesting and fun out here. And more importantly, I wanted to work with CEOs. I wanted to work with emerging teams and help make them successful. And I think you can really do it here.
Cool. Okay, this is a lightning round of 3
Yeah.
questions, and you can
Yeah.
answer. Okay, what's been the most surprising thing since you've been here, the funniest thing that's happened, and what's one thing you would change?
About here.
Yeah, about now in your new role, new lens.
Most surprising thing, there's just so much money. I just say it's like, you might want to write this down. Not every idea is a good idea. In other words, just take it from somebody that knows. It's a challenge. So I think it's hard to be discerning when you just have so much money, right?
Okay.
So I think that's been surprising.
Funniest.
Oh gosh, what's the funniest thing? The time it takes to drive from Palo Alto to San Francisco is actually, for somebody that has never lived out here, the variance of 30 minutes to 2.5 hours. It takes a little bit getting used to. So I'd say that's, the other thing is, I think to a certain extent, Michelle, is this may not be funny, but I think it's funny, is the impact. Moss has been a friend of mine for 25 years. Just what he's done with SoftBank and how that has recreated the dynamics, I think, of the whole venture world is always fun to see, that that level of change take place, and people that had an old business model, how they've struggled with it. And then,
What would you change?
look, I would change. I don't think the ecosystem does a good enough job of helping people like you. In other words, I think it's at this moment in time when actually money is plentiful, just being an investor isn't enough. And so I just think there's look, I love the NEA. I really love the NEA guys, and I'm thrilled to be here. But I have a bigger purview, and I think it's just, I think entrepreneurs need something different than what they're getting every day. So that's what I would change.
So you're here to help drive that change.
I think it's not just me. I just think it's everything about, how we think about life, how we try to help you. Kind of what are the old institutional knowledge? What kind of CFO do you need to go public, right? Do you need somebody that's comes from, I like Goldman Sachs, this is no offense, but somebody that's comes from Wall Street. Let me tell you, look, if you have a good company, I can take it public with you with a German Shepherd and a phone, okay? If you have a really good company, just give me a call, I'll help you. If you don't have a good company, it's hard, okay? You better have more than just a CFO. What a good CFO does is when you're gone, this is the person that's gonna help you run the place, right? They know how all the pieces come together. They know how to be a good operating right hand for you. And so I think there's certain kind of vestiges of days gone by that aren't necessarily true in the setting that you're at, right?
It makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'm going to open up for questions, but I'm going to ask you one question,
Yeah.
then I'll ask for questions. So as you look ahead, and again, you know the Fortune 500 leaders and the entrepreneurs. Again, very few people sit in that. You're
Yeah.
very unique. You're a unique unicorn. You're
Yep.
a unicorn in a different sense of the
I
world.
would say I'm a unicorn.
Anyhow.
I'm like a donkey.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know what that's.
All right, Eileen Lee, the next thing is donkey. So what kind of advice do you give to the entrepreneurs and the Fortune 500 leaders, and then we'll open up for questions?
To the entrepreneurs, you just can't give Washington the finger, okay? In other words, the government always wins. So the notion that you're going to be able to kind of skate around, I think being part of that process, being a constructive voice, knowing how to collaborate. In other words, I competed, let's say, hand-to-hand combat with Caterpillar for 35 years. But we would recognize in places that we had something in common, we could work together to set a standard or things like that. And it's just, you're just not trained to play well together always as an industry. And I think that's, I don't know, you flunked kindergarten or something in terms of the context of how you work together. What would I tell industrial companies? Future of work. Every company, every function is going to be redefined in the next 5 years. I've never seen a wave of technology that is more profound than the waves of technology that are intersecting with the world today. And you better have a micro strategy, not a PowerPoint strategy, but a micro strategy of how to deal with it.
Great,
That's
let's
what
go
I'd
to, that's terrific. Any questions? Right here in the front row, thank you.
Hi, I'm Arthur Keller from Psychanalytics, and I'd like to ask about the diffusion of innovation into healthcare. For example, there's half a century of research showing the medical cost offset of treating psychological issues associated with patients. And yet, that hasn't really happened. In fact, medical payers are actually trying to cram down the idea of paying for behavioral health or psychological health care, and that's actually an opportunity for lowering costs if you invest in it. How can we change that?
Look, I mean, the whole healthcare payer technology mix is just completely, I would say, antiquated. And so I think the first thing you have to disassemble a little bit of people that know the patient best or how the patient pays themselves, how an employer would value things like that has to be kind of redone, and not through the prism of United Health or Anthem or people like that. So the fact that the payer is so disconnected from cause and effect is a huge challenge. Number two, I would say that so if you think about healthcare, just more like maybe a little wonky. The cancer revolution was kind of 70s, 80s. The cardiac revolution was kind of 90s, 2000. The brain remains the most unstudied, the least is known. And so this whole notion of kind of whether it's a psychological impact, aging diseases, things like that, I would say the next 10 or 20 years of healthcare has to be about real study of the brain, real study of emotions, real study of psychiatry, and how do you match therapies and payments associated with that? Because really, that's how people are going to die. That's where the healthcare dollars are going to go. And I just think we're very early still in those days, right? Aging diseases and PTSD, psychology, psychiatry. These are still emerging areas in my mind.
So this morning, Bloomberg reported that there is an ongoing classified investigation into the subversion of computer chip technology, allegedly by Chinese spies, and they claim that Supermicro servers were subverted and gotten into something like 30 U.S. companies, or 30 companies, including Apple. I'd be curious to know what you make of the credibility of this claim, and if it's plausible, what do you think it means for operating a company with the global supply chain today? I mean, can you continue to operate where sort of assumptions of trust no longer seem to apply?
Look, I mean, I haven't had the chance to read the article. What I would say is that this is, as I said earlier, a huge enterprise risk in terms of the context of our supply chain and things like that. Beyond that, look, I think if there's, and this is complicated today with trade, right? With the current, but let's assume that we'd solved all the issues on, who we trade with and things like that. The one thing the government should be working with industry on is kind of a unified face as it pertains to cyber. And we should collectively give our experiences, work with the U.S. government, position ourselves in a unified way as we work with our trade partners around the world, China and otherwise, and really try to find ways that these things get spotted, they get called out, and they get adjudicated in public. If you're running a multinational company, you shouldn't need the U.S. government to help you sell in China. You shouldn't need the U.S. government to help you sell in Australia or Brazil. If you still need that, give me a call. We need, I think, a collective, transparent view as it pertains to security capability, security technology, what happens. And that just hasn't happened yet, right? Beyond that, guys, just a brief editorial comment, just given the whole context. If you're in this room today and you're 32 years old, can you really imagine a world in which the two biggest economies in the world, the two biggest militaries in the world, aren't in some way trading, working in some contextual way? I think it's hard to. So we should face these problems transparently, and if in fact it's true, find a way to get through it.
Great. It was such an honor and pleasure
Great,
to have you
Michelle, thanks.
here today. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Great, thanks.
Jeff Immelt, everyone.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Doug Kramer. I'm the company's general counsel. I think we're set for another really great conversation. This one with Julie Janikowski, for reasons you will find out over the next 30 minutes or so. who is still mixed up with any number of things that are in the news this week and every week it seems. To give you a little bit of background, Julius had a lot of time in the private sector, working with Barry Diller at IAC on a number of internet and media properties for a number of years, and then in 2009 was snatched by President Obama to be chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, a post he held for about 4 years. And during that time really revolutionized a lot of what the FCC had done and laid the groundwork for things they're still doing today, to the point where Wired Magazine at one point named them one of the top 7 innovations going, which to do that with a government organization is not the easiest thing. They did things like, well, the one that I love because it's relevant again this week, they set up this thing called working with FEMA to set up a mobile emergency alert system. I wonder if anything's ever going to come of that.
Seemed like a great idea at the time.
Obviously adopted the US's first net neutrality rules. We'll talk about that briefly here in a bit. Set up incentive auctions to deal with broadcast and wireless spectrums and all sorts of different things. Since he left the FCC, he now works with the Carlyle Group as a principal and managing director on a number of different technology and media investments they're involved with, and serves on various boards of companies like Sonos and MasterCard and things like that. So, Julius, thanks for being here with us today. So we are going to tackle no smaller of a topic than what the US is going to do about technology regulation. And so I have good news and bad news on that front. The good news is we have found the one area where both parties in Washington, D.C. can agree, which otherwise seems impossible in this day and age. The bad news is that one area is that they both think that there should be some significant regulation of the internet and have all sorts of ideas of how that's going to happen. So my first question, and first thing I want to talk to you about, Julius, is what is your sense, being in D.C., having had the experience you've had, of what you think that U.S. regulators, Congress, the agencies, all of that, what do you think they're setting out to do when it comes to the internet, out of all of this activity?
That's a good question. First of all, it's great to be here. I've watched Cloudflare for a number of years, got to know Matthew and Michelle just about at the beginning. And if I had been able to come to the first of the internet summits,
yes,
my answer to this question would have been very different. Matthew kept on scheduling these on Jewish holidays, and so I had to keep on. Well, I know I can't. So finally, Matthew, thank you. But in this area, the shift in Washington has been really clear and really stark. So when Obama was running and I was working on that campaign, when I was at the FCC as recently as the first Cloudflare Internet Summit, there was a bipartisan consensus in Washington on this stuff, and it was very pro-Silicon Valley, pro-tech, and people who disagreed with each other on some issues would try to annoy the other side by trying to paint them as anti-Silicon Valley and anti-tech. And the world has shifted, and you see leaders in both parties talking about the need to regulate tech in a whole series of ways. So what's happened? Nothing secret, really. The manipulation of the election has been a factor. All the cyber and privacy breaches have been a factor. I think at some level, even parents worried about their kids being addicted to their mobile devices has been a factor. And then the growing size of the most successful internet companies has been a factor. And this thing, you can tell a lot by how people use language. And for a long time, people referred to Facebook and Amazon and Google and Netflix, as FANG or FANGA, right? Now people refer to them as the digital giants.
Yeah.
And, if you're in a regulatory environment and you're referred to as a giant, there's probably another side to that coin when it comes to how Washington thinks about you.
Yeah. Well, let's go down that one. Let's go down that first. When you think about competition policy, or the way that when you make that switch to being a giant or something that raises those concerns in this industry, when you have on the one hand content or transmission or telecoms, and then on the other hand internet companies and tech companies, where we're starting to see combinations that blur some of those lines. How would you all think about those combinations, and what was problematic for you all, and to what extent do you think that Washington may be on that same path or maybe deviating from that path a bit?
It's I'm a little bit of a student of history, not as much a student of history as Richard Tedlow, who I think is here. But if you go back decades and think about communications businesses and regulatory policy, there's been a recurring cycle that happens again and again. And the cycle is a new entrant comes along, tries to intrude on the turf of some established player. The established player pushes back, tries to use the levers of government to help restrain innovation and competition. And then it's usually a little bit sloppy, but overall the government's done a pretty good job of actually landing on the side of new entrants and innovators. And so a couple of examples are interesting. One, think about telephone service. Obviously, we started with a monopoly. We broke that up into regional monopolies. And then along came some innovators who said, you know what, we can deliver telephone service wirelessly and mobily. And wouldn't that be a good idea? Well, not surprisingly, the incumbent telcos said, maybe, but I guess you should give us a couple of licenses and markets and let us do it. And in fact, the first thing the FCC did was just that. They let the incumbents do that and didn't lead to really rapid innovation in mobile. But eventually the FCC got smart and said, you know what, we're going to issue some more licenses to get mobile service out there, and we're not going to let the incumbents get those licenses. Very important development. Similarly, in that area, some innovators developed unlicensed, the ability to use spectrum in an unlicensed manner, right? Without getting too technical, there are two basic models, most of you know this, for how spectrum is put on the market. License for exclusive use. This is how AT&T, Sprint, Verizon get their licenses. They typically pay for them at auction. And unlicensed, completely different model. No one has exclusivity. Anyone, innovators can do what they want. And this has given us Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and a whole series of other innovations. Well, just on this story, when that technology came along, if you had predicted that the establishment telcos would resist the FCC from authorizing unlicensed use, you would have been right. The good news is, over time, the FCC did authorize a very significant amount of unlicensed use. I'll do a couple more things on this, because it is interesting. Broadcast TV, so on the media side, many of us grew up with just having broadcast TV, and then the pioneers of the cable industry came along and said, hey, we have a crazy idea. We're going to string coax cable everywhere in the country and give you a lot more choices for your television. Massive capital investment, a lot of risk, interesting technology. And they actually went ahead and started trying to do that, and consistent with this theme, the incumbent broadcast industry in various ways tried to slow them down. Slow them down at the FCC, slow them down in Congress, slow them down with local franchise authorities. Eventually, the FCC landed on the side of the cable new entrants and said, you know what, this is good for innovation, good for competition. It's interesting now because that cable infrastructure, which the FCC helped promote to get out there, was originally designed for TV, but eventually became our core infrastructure for internet. And so a nice unanticipated consequence, but consistent with this cycle that I've described, as the cable industry has gotten larger, and the next generation of innovators and new competitors came along and said, oh, we can use this internet to compete with the traditional TV industry and to do other things. Well, you wouldn't be shocked if you knew this history to discover that the cable companies and broadband providers tried to push back. This is what the net neutrality debate is about. And, neutrality is simply consistent with these other examples that I mentioned of the government saying, there are artificial blocks or potential blocks to a new entrant, a new innovator, a new competitor succeeding, and we should make sure that they have a fair chance to compete in the marketplace.
Yeah. So if you've got sort of those ISP providers, on the one hand, who are maybe at odds with sort of the tech innovative, even the tech giants that have come up and innovated behind them, where do you see the next wave of innovation? Is there still enough oxygen? Is there still enough space? Or as the tech giants sort of, calcify or do whatever they might do as they get big, do you still think that there is enough room and opportunity and fuel for new disruptive innovations behind all of that? And if so, where do you think that comes from?
Yeah, listen, I'm an optimist. I used to be more of an optimist, and now I'm watching what's going on in Washington, so I'm having to reconsider that a little bit. But I think there are a couple of interesting things going on. One is, the first point one has to make in this is that if you go back 30 years and looked at the people who answered these questions, usually the next great innovation was something that was completely unanticipated. And so if you're a government regulator or doing government policy, you want to think about things like, do we have the right infrastructure where innovators can potentially develop things? So it gets you to wanting to have universal, high-speed, broadband, wired, and wireless, things like that. I think we're in a really interesting time in history because of the emergence of more than just one or two large, well-capitalized, innovative technology companies that are each doing something where they have a competitive advantage, but also each more and more competing with the others, right? And so you have Google, and you have Facebook, and you have Apple, et cetera. If you take a step back in a broader lens, you have Alibaba, you have Tencent. I can't remember if I mentioned Amazon, but you have a number of really large companies that are largely unconstrained by their own balance sheets, that have tons of brilliant engineers who are really competing and pushing each other. I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
And then in the traditional communications area around the world, certainly in the US, it's sort of an odd thing where you have cable, those companies are all global. Cable companies in the US are regional. Wireless companies are national. And the world is changing in a significant way. If the question is it getting harder for new entrepreneurs and innovators to enter and compete with all of these digital giants? Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is.
And so availability, if you listen to Jeff Immelt, availability of funding certainly isn't the problem for these folks. But are there any particular structural obstacles that you would sort of be targeted and making sure that either get knocked down or never get stood up in the first place to those new innovators? Anything we should be looking for in that space?
I think we're early in being able to answer this question, right? So this gets to the first question that you asked. If you look at each of the different large internet tech companies, they have some very real advantages that anyone in the marketplace understands. Wow, whether it's Google and search or Amazon with AWS or other things. Wow, that's a pretty significant market position they have. What do we do about it? The what do we do about it is really hard. Yeah. I found one of the things that I found when I was at the FCC was that it's pretty easy to figure out what to do if you're looking at a part of the market where there are low barriers to entry and really robust competition. It's easy to figure out what to do, not much. And then there's a lot of literature on what you do as a regulator if you believe that the industry you're looking at is a monopoly. And then, if you ask the question that I asked, okay, well, what if you're dealing with markets of imperfect competition, where you have, more than one player, so you can't say it's a monopoly, but you see real advantages. You see challenges, some barriers to entry. What is a set of principles that one can bring to ensuring that new entrants have a chance to develop and go to the market with new innovations without unfairly slowing down companies which by themselves are competing globally? So I think it's a hard set of questions. What you're seeing in Washington now is some frustration by the size and the apparent power, but not a lot of really good ideas on the competition piece of it on how to handle it.
Okay. So I want to switch gears to something that I think is an incredibly significant change in this area from even when you were serving at the commission. So when you were there, 2009, 2011, not only was there a bit more of a virtuous sort of approach to tech and what was going on out here, but really you had the field largely to yourself. And what the FCC might do, certainly they would have to work with the FTC and the Hill and all that, but the American position on what this market should look like, how it should be regulated, really was by and large adopted around the world. And now you've got, with some exceptions, largely the tech giants are US-based companies. That certainly is not the case anymore, right? In the past couple of years, we have seen, predominantly in Europe, but in a number of other countries as well, a new and varied group of significant regulations that are going to hit internet companies, and for reasons you explained before, how it is a global marketplace, those lines and the application of those regulations gets blurred. So what sort of, I mean, obviously this brings complications, but how do you think that plays out? Is there some way that this gets harmonized, or does it just become a race to the bottom with all the different jurisdictions competing against each other for their own interests? What do you see happening in that space?
Yeah, it's interesting, and you can throw in a third leg of the stool too, right? So you have the U.S., you have Europe, and you have what's going on in China, and then and the fourth leg would be India.
Yes.
It's a very difficult set of challenges. In a world that is impossible, you'd have one set of consistent rules that apply to everyone everywhere around the world. That's not what's going to happen. One point about Europe, just to start this. I've been watching Europe really closely on this. Part of the reason was when I took over at the FCC in 2009, the U.S. was behind Europe on mobile. So for those of you who are old enough to remember 3G, the U.S. was behind on 3G, and Europe was ahead. And so one of the big U.S. policy goals, Obama talked about this, I spent a lot of time on this, was the U.S. really should lead the world in 4G LTE. And that worked out pretty well. You see this debate happening now in 5G. And there were some regulatory decisions made in Europe, made in the U.S. that contributed to the U.S. actually being ahead in 3G. The details aren't that important. What I did notice when I was at the FCC 2009 to 2013, as the American internet companies started to grow significantly and started to be pushing a lot of data through a lot of pipes, there was a lot of pushback in Europe, starting with the European telcos, who were struggling at that point, blaming all their problems on the US-based internet content companies that European consumers really like to consume.
Yeah.
And it always struck me as a little bit odd because rather than the European companies saying, oh, our internet consumers here really seem to like this stuff, surely there's a business model in here somewhere, they wanted to convince the regulators to figure out how to push back on the American companies. And so some of what we're seeing now has actually been talked about and debated in Europe for a long time. And as we in the US had this give the internet companies a lot of room to maneuver approach, Europe had a different approach. But to your point, they've clearly put rules in place now on privacy. GDPR is probably the leading example. And it may end up being a good thing. GDPR is imperfect, but the idea that there should be some clear rules of the road in place is not a crazy idea. I think it's also not a crazy idea to have different parts of the world, governments in different parts of the world compete a little bit on what the best regulatory approach is. Is it this approach to privacy or is it a different approach to privacy? It's not bad to have some laboratories of experimentation. I think we're seeing some of that now. People are looking at Europe, privacy. People are looking at California. We'll see what happens in the marketplace, what consumers think, what businesses think. So I don't think we'll get to, complete uniform national rules, although so many of the businesses see the frustrations of dealing with different local rules wherever they operate, that there will be people in all of the different governments saying, to the extent we can have consistency, that would be better. China might be a little bit different for its own reasons. So
these are all in great deep cuts. I feel I will be in a lot of trouble out here if I don't let you play your free bird, and that is to talk to you about net neutrality. Okay, so you mentioned briefly before attitude and approach to net neutrality. Obviously, since you left and with the new administration, the Commission's view on that and rules on that are changing. How do you see this, as someone who has lived this and also has a pretty good perspective, how do you see this playing out? Are we just left with this pendulum where one administration will have one set of rules and then we have to be ready on election day to switch to the other set of rules? Is there some consensus that you think could be reached here? How do people who want to make long-term investments in sort of making this industry work well, deal with that, and where does your crystal ball see that going?
Yeah. I think the pendulum is mostly awful because it doesn't allow companies and innovators to plan as effectively as they should. And I tried really hard to avoid that. I was committed to putting in place the country's first net neutrality rules, but I thought that how we did that was as important as the fact that we did that. There are other areas of the FCC where pro-competition rules over time, pro-innovation rules had been bipartisan rules, very healthy for all the players in the industry. And even though net neutrality in 2009 was already a highly polarized issue, you know, you had CEOs of telcos saying these are our wires, we're going to do whatever we want with it, and you had, you know, groups on the left that had already organized. My goal was still to try to find a way for there to be a broad consensus on what the rules should be so that we could move on. And we worked it really hard, and we ended up with a set of net neutrality rules, not particularly complicated, right? No blocking, no throttling, no unreasonable discrimination, where we had a really broad consensus supported by Silicon Valley, smaller companies, VCs, larger companies, supported by the cable industry, AT&T, supported by everyone except for one company, Verizon, which ultimately decided to sue. And Verizon's decision to sue is what's led to the thing just not resolving itself. But I do think something good came out of that, you know, year plus of getting people from different parts of these different industries in a room together to try to work out zones of agreement. Because I think that we succeeded, I think, in shifting the debate. Because the industry, the ISPs, even Verizon that sued, ended up agreeing with the principles of net neutrality. You know, most of them supported actual rules, but they all agreed that, well, the ISPs shouldn't do this, this, and the other thing. And the reason I think that that's important is that when that is the social norm, number one, and then number two, you can reasonably predict that the rules in place will go back and forth depending on who's in power. You end up with a pendulum affecting the rules, but a little bit less so the actual practices in the marketplace, because the companies understand that, in this case, the Democrats will come back to power, and they want to have a certain level of caution. They also understand that consumers are paying attention, and they don't want to have a backlash. So I think it'd be better just to have some consistent resolution. I think there's some chance, you know, maybe after the midterms, that there's legislation that's adopted, that's sensible, that's bipartisan, that works to put the issue behind us. But that's net neutrality.
Okay, so before we get to everybody's questions, I'm going to ask you one follow-up and ask you, give me sort of the 10-word answer or fewer, whatever. And that is, so 2020 comes around, we elect a Democratic president. They say, let's just get Julius back in here, run the whole thing back. You go into your office, the FCC. What do you do about net neutrality on day one? What's your approach at that point when you're back in power in light of everything you just said?
Yeah, I think the short answer is I'd announce that we were putting, you know, rules into effect. I'd also go to the Hill to try to work out some legislation so that it wouldn't have to be done at the FCC because there are a bunch of legal problems. Not to give away my tricks, and you know, but I'd probably announce that the FCC would adopt a pretty extreme set of rules to create the conditions for some sensible legislation.
Absolutely, very good. Okay, well, we've got a couple minutes for questions. So if you have questions, raise your hand, and helpful folks with microphones will grab you. So, yeah.
I have a question about what. Let's see. We have 7 billion IoT devices, or maybe 10. It's hard to predict, and none of them are regulated. There's no equipment acceptance program. They're all connected to this common resource. When will the FCC step up to the plate and think about network cleanliness and resilience, which has been its responsibility since the start of the telephone network? Why
Yeah.
is it different now?
It's a great question. I think you're right. With one exception, those devices actually all have an FCC stamp on them. Sorry?
For their radios.
Exactly. So all those devices go through the FCC. I think you're raising a really big and important issue where we have all these devices out there that don't meet what any set of standards that if smart people sat around and said, all right, what are the basic standards we would want here for cyber, for resiliency, for everything else. So I think that's right. If I were at the FCC now, I would certainly press the authority that the FCC had to try to do something about that. I'm not sure if the authority is just limited to regulating RF frequencies, but there are all sorts of things you can do to bring industry together, to do some standard setting. But I'd be on that really aggressively because I think you're right, and it's just so obvious, and it's a large, important, scary area that's not getting enough attention anywhere in government
So
right now.
in a lot of these discussions with IoT devices, it often comes up, there should be a certification, a good housekeeping seal, something like that.
Yeah.
Do you want to claim that territory for your friends at the FCC? They want to take that on? Do you think that's an option?
I think it is an option.
Yeah.
I think it is an option.
Good here. Yeah.
Hi. United States has one of the lower speeds of broadband, and we largely have a monopoly, a duopoly of telcos and cable, plus now wireless. And they're basically trying to do rent-seeking, maximize the amount of money on their that they're receiving on their investment. At one point in time, it seemed that CLECs, competitive local exchange carriers,
Yeah.
were the answer. How do we actually increase broadband speed and make it so that net neutrality isn't really an imperative because there's enough bandwidth out there so that doesn't matter?
Yeah, it's a great question, and you're right that if you had robust competition to the home for broadband, you wouldn't necessarily need net neutrality regulations. I agree with you on that. We can debate, whether the U.S. should get a yellow light or a red light on broadband speeds overall, but it should be better and stronger. And I think I'm disappointed. I think a lot of people are disappointed that competition in broadband to the home didn't develop in the way that people had hoped. Verizon had Fios, great fiber network, but they pulled back in most markets from actually competing with cable. There's a company that's overbuilding cable in a number of markets, the RCN combined with some other companies, and in those, I think it's probably the case that in markets where there are at least two players competing, you get better speeds and service than where there's only one player. It is a problem. There are some people who have a great amount of hope for what the wireless companies might be able to do with high frequency, the new high frequency spectrum that's being put out there. I hope that's the case. An interesting learning for me was that a bunch of technology truths that I was told when I was at the FCC turned out not to be right. So like a lot of engineers told me that, say, satellites would never be able to have really fast, low latency internet. And that turned out to be wrong. And at the time, people were saying, these super high frequencies will never be any good for anything. It turns out that's probably wrong. Even in that world, though, it's hard to imagine that being a solution for rural areas. More of a solution in dense areas. So I'll stop at this point. But it's a really important area, and we have a lot more to do.
Well, very good. Well, I want us all to thank Julius not only for being here today. I want to thank him on behalf of all of us for our texts from President Trump, both yesterday and going forward. And best of luck with everything you do. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Doug.
Okay, welcome everybody. There's lots of seats up the front here. If you've got coffee, you can come and listen to these two folks. All right, well, I'm very, very happy to have with me two people who know more about cyber than I do. Far away from me is Roselle Safran, who is president of a company called Rosint Labs, which is a cybersecurity consultancy. And she's also an EIR at Litical Ventures, and they specialize in cyber investment. So it's cyber all the way down there. But she was also Cybersecurity Operations Branch Chief at the Executive Office of the President during the Obama administration. And I think what that means is protecting the White House from the actual White House from cybersecurity perspective. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And then close to me is Adrian Porterfeld, who's an engineering manager at Google on Chrome, is on the cross-device team, right? So on all the different Chromes. And one of the things she specializes in is how to make hard-to-use web technologies easier and more understandable for people. And so we're going to talk about those two things, because I think one of the big challenges is how do we make security usable, and how do we because people are the problem mostly with cybersecurity. How do we help them?
We're the problem, really.
We're the problem, yes. Well, we're people. I'm people anyway. But I'm going to start with Roselle. So Roselle, so that sounds really exciting, right? Cybersecurity Operations Branch Chief. What is it actually like defending the White House? What does that mean to defend the White House?
Yeah, so it was a really exciting and really intense experience. I mean, every day felt like a week. And my concern was always that we would end up with a breach that would be front page news. And that didn't happen on my watch, but it did happen many months later, so it was a completely legitimate concern. So the work that I did was a combination of being very tactical and making sure that any attacks that were coming in were being addressed properly and very quickly. Any vulnerabilities were being addressed properly and very quickly. But then also trying to divide my time with some more strategic efforts to just improve operations all around. When you're working as a defender, you know that the adversaries are always upping their game. And so there's this constant pressure on your end to always be improving. Then it was a 24/7 shop, so there wasn't a night where I wasn't at least on email, if not on the phone, checking in with the team. And during the government shutdown, I was actually on the night shift. Not a big fan of that shift, but you do what you have to do. But it was a fantastic experience all around.
And Adrian, I wanted to ask you about something. So she's defending the White House. You're trying to get all of us using Chrome and ultimately the web in general to be more secure. So what are the challenges of that? What does that involve?
One of the key challenges we have is that security is both very technical and also very personal. You know, everyone has different threat models, but they may not even honestly they don't think about their threat models the same way that security experts do. So one of our challenges is trying to figure out how to build user-facing software that can be understood and used by billions of different people who have very different security needs as well as very different levels of understanding. And it's hard enough to get 5 people in a room to a consensus. You can't make billions of people all happy at once. So you have to figure out how to strike that right balance between building a product that's still usable by everyone.
And do you have a problem that you're in Silicon Valley and all the power users have got a very strong opinion about how it should work?
One of my favorite stories is we had made some changes to how you access the certificate viewer in Chrome. And we saw from our metrics that, frankly, not very many people use this feature. However, they seem to all know where I lived. I remember I was at the playground with my baby, and another parent there started arguing with me about how we'd move this certificate viewer. So yes, there are lots of challenges because power users want a lot of richness and functionality and an ability to control their online experience. But sometimes that can make it harder for other people. If there's too much information, too many options, it can become confusing and overwhelming. So we're trying to strike this balance between giving power users the functionality that they want and that they need, but also being clear and simple and usable for everyone else.
And I'm assuming, Roselle, there are parallels here because you've got people coming in to work in the White House who are not technical, different levels of skills, probably quite opinionated people as well about how things should be done. So how do you help them secure themselves and secure the White House overall?
Yeah, so I mean, you're always, as a security professional, you're trying to strike this balance of what covers your bases for a strong security posture and what still enables the organization or the person to do their job effectively. And it's a constant give and take. To an extent, though, there is an element of educating the user on the value of adding in some security controls and how the risk associated with not having it is far greater than the little hiccup it causes in operations. So this is an issue that I see across the board. You know, if you were to tell someone, hey, you need to make sure that you secure your car, and the person would say, yes, of course, I lock my doors, I have a car alarm, I have the club. And if you had a business owner, you said, hey, you need to secure your business, then the business owner would say, yes, of course, I have locks on the doors. It's a larger business. They also have security guards, surveillance. But when it comes to an individual, if you say, hey, you need to secure your personal data, then the value of doing that becomes less clear. And the answer is more of, well, if it's not going to cause me inconvenience. And for the businesses, it's, well, yes, I'll secure my business to the extent that I don't have to pay too much for it, which is really problematic, especially for small and medium-sized businesses, because there have been stats that have shown that for small and medium-sized businesses, when they have a security breach, 60% of them end up going out of business 6 months later because of that. So there's a real existential risk to not having security controls in place. But that's often difficult to articulate to some people, whether individuals or businesses. And I think as security professionals, we do need to do a little bit of a better job of making that clear. It's not as tangible as losing physical property, so it's a little more difficult to convey that message. But it's something that has to be made clear. There's a little bit of give and take. And while the security team can do its best to minimize the amount of disruption or interruption with security controls, there is going to be a little bit of an issue on occasion, depending on what the control is and how it's being implemented.
And Adrian, one of the things that Chrome did is there's this little nudge for people, which is to change the way in which we think about secure and insecure websites. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because that's it's a subtle change, but it's trying to change people's behavior through just something in the UI.
For a long time, through the first, 15-ish years of the internet, almost everything was served over HTTP without TLS, meaning that your data in transit between the client and the server was visible to other people in the network or tamperable by other people in the network. And over the last several years, there's been a big cross-industry push to move the web to HTTPS. And when we first talked about this a few years ago, we felt people didn't really understand that when they were using an HTTP website, that their information was unprotected in transit. And what we wanted to do right off the bat was tell people, oh, your connection is not secure, your data is not secure. It turns out that would have freaked people out if you had shown that on, at the time, something like 70% of all website page loads. And over time, as the amount of HTTPS traffic has risen, we've been able to flip this paradigm of instead of rewarding websites for using HTTPS by showing a green lock, instead trying to tell people when a website isn't secure and assuming that a secure HTTPS website is the default. Because it is the truth that today, HTTPS is a default, and people should just expect it. They shouldn't have to check for a green lock or special wording that says secure. They should just come to expect that as a given, that their internet traffic is is going over HTTPS. So now what we're doing is we're moving to a world where we tell people more and more aggressively when their information is not secure, so in the hopes that they'll notice it and consider not entering their information, or maybe that means that that website has an HTTPS version that they can switch to.
And are you measuring that? Do you see people saying, hey, what's going on? I don't understand? Or how do you know that this makes a difference?
That's a good question. We use several different research methods to understand what happens with people. We have in-browser telemetry for people who opt in, so that we're able to see in aggregate how people are responding to the changes. We also proactively do user research through studies, one-on-one outreach. We read the help forums. My team is on a rotation to read what people say in the help forums, which is a very good way to connect with users. And we do see that people have noticed this change. We have to strike a balance with how severe the warnings are, because some people will see the words "not secure" in red, and they really get frightened. They might even turn off their computer and walk away for a few minutes. Right? You can really accidentally scare someone too much. So we have to be careful. We want something that can be noticeable, but trying to avoid those negative reactions. We try to do most of this testing, of course, before we make changes on the stable channel. So we'll proactively do a lot of this user research before actually launching to everyone.
It's interesting you say that, because my mother got a certificate warning on her website on her PC, and she shut down the machine, called me, and switched to using her iPad, which was not giving you a certificate warning. And it turned out that the battery was dead in the real-time clock on the PC, and it thought it was 1970, and so there was a problem. But her reaction was, my machine has been hacked. So we have to be careful. But there was something you mentioned, which was the threat model. And what I'm wondering is, now you've gone from the White House now into consultancy. It feels like the threats must be very different, but what is the overlap between the threats that corporations have and even individuals that also you learned from the experience in government?
Yeah, there's actually not as much difference as one might expect. Often the same types of actors are attacking government agencies and private companies, especially when you look at some of the nation-state actors. So nation-state actor, their motive could be to steal intellectual property. It could be to have a better understanding of government policy and how it relates to that country. It could be any type of information that they could use to further their agenda as a nation. And so certainly government has plenty of that information, but many companies have that as well. When you look at, say, a defense contractor or a large financial company. So sometimes you wind up with the same types of threats, and it becomes really critical that threat intelligence is shared amongst the communities as well as possible. So before I was at the Executive Office of the President, I was at the Department of Homeland Security in a division called U.S. CERT, and part of its mission was to improve the security posture of government agencies and critical infrastructure. So there was this constant flow of information both ways, because often you find attackers will use the same techniques regardless of who they're going after. They'll use the same malware, they'll use the same attack vectors. And so if that information is shared across different entities, then it works as sort of a vaccine to immune the larger community once one person is hit and can spread that information quickly.
And how should companies and even individuals think about the threat model? I know from my house, I think about the threat model as burglars, and I know what the solutions are. I lock the door and I make sure the bathroom window is closed. How can we get people to even think at that level about what they should worry about? Right.
Yeah, so from an individual's perspective, it could be as simple as the type of attacker that's going for financial gain. So they're going after your bank account or your identity. And I mean, I've had people come to me and say, I'm not worried about that. I have $1,000 in my bank account. Nobody wants that. But the reality is $1,000 in US dollars can go a really long way in many other countries. So your $1,000 may seem like chump change to you, but it's actually very valuable in some places. And besides that, there are many attackers that realize you start with the low-hanging fruit and work your way up. So if you're someone that, say, has a contact list with some people that are CEOs of corporations, for example, you're the easy target in. and the step that they need to get to the bigger fish that they're trying to reach. And that's a common tactic for some of the more sophisticated actors, is to go after the unsuspecting family members or unsuspecting friends. And once they gain access to that email account, for example, then they can send an email, and it looks like it's coming from a friend or family member. And the person that's the target is far more likely to click on the link, click on the malware. So sometimes people don't realize that they could be a target. They think they're just a little guy, no one is concerned about them. But there are many times where they're a bigger target and more interesting than they think they are.
One thing I was curious about, did you have to explain this to President Obama, and did he have a good password?
I don't talk about anything related to the
Very,
details
very
of
good
my
response.
time.
I hope that she doesn't know Obama's password.
I hope she doesn't too. Or at least if she did, she's changed it for something else. I wanted to ask you something technical. We were sort of talking about this last night at dinner, which is the issue of URLs in web browsers, which to me, because I'm an engineer, is obvious, and I know how to parse them in my head, and I can imagine all that. But you were saying that that's actually a real problem for people, is interpreting that string that's in the browser.
I imagine that for a lot of people who are sitting here in this room, it's second nature for how to read a URL. You know what a subdomain is. You understand that there's a difference between the path and the subdomain and then the domain itself. You understand maybe how to modify a query string, right? If you're on the New York Times, you might know that deleting part of the path or deleting part of the query string on Amazon is going to get you something different. And this is a very powerful tool. URLs are a very powerful tool for people who know how to read them and know how to use them. They can also help you identify phishing attacks if you know to look at them, and also you know what to look for when you look at the URL. However, what we see through user research is that a majority of people, particularly people who are not coming online via the desktop with a desktop notion of what file structures are, do not have this ability to read or mentally parse URLs. They also don't really know when they should be looking at the URL or not. I mean, Google doesn't always make this clear ourselves. I think like blog.google or google.blog is a real website. One of them is a real one, and the other isn't. So it can be very confusing for people. And we've been trying to think of ways that we can simplify the ways that URLs are displayed while still giving power users all of this information, all this control that they want, but at the same time also making it easier for other people to be able to, who are not power users, to be able to read and use the URL as a way to prevent phishing or as a tool for understanding what website they're on. And this is a very, very tricky space because it's very hard to make both of those groups happy, to be honest. But we're trying. We're putting a lot of effort to talking to people to try to understand how we can build a UI that meets both of these needs.
And are you close? Are we going to see it?
So we've made some small changes, or in the process of making some small changes. But honestly, we're still in the information gathering and research phase right now of this problem. One of the reasons why people sort of expect that when we're talking about this publicly, that we also have an answer for, oh, this is what Chrome's URL bar is going to look like next year. And the answer is we don't have that. And the reason we're doing having this conversation right now is that we're trying to hear from people what their ideas are. I love working with people who are professors and graduate students who maybe are doing research that would be helpful to us. So we're trying to have this conversation early to get ideas from people as to how we could tackle this problem.
Good luck. Good luck with that. One thing that's interesting, though, in what you're doing is that there seems to be, for me, there's an underlying emotion, which is empathy for the user and trying to help the user. And I think often in security, empathy is lacking because it's very much a, do this thing, you've got to use a good password, you've got to do this sort of thing. How can we get more, but this is really for both of you, how can we get more empathy into the whole security space so people understand that in order to get people on board, we have to understand their point of view and where they're coming from?
Yeah, so that's one of the big challenges of a chief information security officer today is being able to convey the risk so people understand why we're saying what we're saying and requesting what we're requesting. But then the flip side of it is that as security professionals, you have to understand our function is to make the environment, the optimal environment for getting work done. And there's a little give and take that's required on both sides. But I think that security professionals sometimes are seen as the stumbling block, the ones that are always saying no. And there's more that can be done to be creative about solutions so that at the end of the day, both sides may have to do some compromising, but are happy with the outcome. And part of that comes with having these conversations. And if you're on a security team, it's easy to just be siloed with your other security team members and think the users are just up to craziness again. And having the conversations and understanding what the users are trying to do and why they're trying to use it and why they need something a certain way, it makes a big difference in understanding how you can reach that compromise.
I also think a big part of it is people tend to have two reactions in the security community. One is saying, well, we just need to teach people to do this. And if you find yourself thinking, oh, we just need to teach people to do this, think really long and hard about whether that is a problem with them not knowing enough or a problem with your software being too hard to use. And the second is when you see user pain, like if you're looking at a help forum or you're watching a user video, I think it's also very tempting to think, oh, that user's just dumb. Other users get it. Don't think that, right? Your users are not dumb. They're often very smart people, maybe even smarter than you, but they're finding your software hard to use. So you have to keep both of those instincts in check, and I think sometimes it can honestly be hard, but remembering that the problem is your own software and being open to critical feedback that your software is hard to use, rather than jumping and thinking it's a problem with the person using your software.
Okay, great. So as we near the end of this, and we're going to give the audience a chance to ask some questions, I wanted to ask you you've both had a lot of experience in real security situations. What are the common mistakes that people make when they think about security that we can learn from and hopefully not make those mistakes?
There's a long list. So plugging in thumb drives that you don't know about.
Should we have a show of hands? Who's done
So, I mean, and I know that sometimes they're given out in gift bags at conferences and whatnot. But yeah, there are some threat actors that will just drop thumb drives in parking lots because they know someone's going to plug it into their machine, and then you have an infected network right there. So that's a common one. Of course, the main attack vectors are often email and websites. So a person receives an email, looks pretty legit, they click on a link or click on an attachment. Now, from my perspective, I want the user to have to do as little scrutiny as possible, so getting into what you're saying about whether they need to parse out the URL or not. But the reality is that you can have many lines of defense. You can have a very robust email gateway. There will potentially be something that still slips through the cracks, and it makes it to the end user. So the end user does have to have the ability to discern what looks suspicious or fishy or not. And there are now plenty of companies out there that are focusing on the security awareness for the end users. So just having an eye for what you're clicking on, or what you're acting on. Business email compromises are becoming really popular, where someone in the finance department receives an email that looks like it's coming from the CEO saying, hey, you've got to wire $50,000 immediately. And not having a process for dealing with that outside of just saying, okay, where do I wire it? That's another issue that's a common type of attack vector. And yeah, installing antivirus. A lot of people think, oh, it's just going to slow down my computer, but it's helpful. It's really helpful. Even on Macs, I know people think they're immune to viruses, but they're not. And so yeah, so those are just a couple of the common attack vectors and the way that people can take some action and improve their security posture in pretty low-lift ways.
Adrian, are there things you've seen people do with Chrome where you do actually pull your hair out and say, why did they do that? Or is it all empathy with the user?
I'll make fun of myself here since I'm also a user. For the longest time, I was too prideful to use a password manager. I said, I don't want a single point of failure. Instead, I am going to create this scheme for how I will come up with a unique password for every website and remember them. Anyway, then I got locked out of basically every account. And I discovered I actually did already have a single point of failure because the way I reset all of them was with my Google account, my email. So now I use a password manager. In fact, I use Chrome's password manager, but you don't have to use Chrome's password manager. You can use another password manager. And I found that it's much easier to actually have many, many different unique passwords that actually get remembered and I don't get locked out of my accounts. And I've been trying to encourage other people to, particularly people who are power users like myself, it can maybe be a little weird to feel like you're giving up control to a password manager. But in practice, I think, given the realistic threat models, it's one of the easiest ways to keep your account secure.
It's funny you say that because I went through exactly the same thing. I had a scheme, I had a whole thing, and now I use a password manager. All right, let's see if we can get a couple of questions from the audience. There's one right down here in the front. Here, who's going to run? Oh, we're going to take this question here. Here, Dawn, we'll do this one, and then we'll do this one over there back. Hi.
Thank you. When I'm on a desktop, I can hover my mouse over what might be a URL or it might not be because it's actually a GIF that looks like a message. And I can see what the URL I'm looking at and say, well, that's not what I want. It's .cn and not what I want. How do I do the equivalent on a portable device like an iPad or an iPhone or a Google, whatever it's called? I can't see that. There's no place to hover my finger. So I can't figure out what URL I'm going to look at except by clicking on it, which may be too late.
So I suppose the concern is that you're worried that you might be hitting a phishing site or site with malware. So our general assumption is that people will look at the URL after they have actually opened the website.
Yeah, too late.
The challenge. I mean, I'll be honest. Realistically speaking, I don't think very many people are going to check where a link leads to before they actually click on it. So that's good feedback. Thank you.
I think there's a
So
question.
I wind
sorry,
up
Roselle.
just holding off on looking at those emails until I'm back at a computer.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
I think there's a question hiding behind the pillar. Is that right? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm behind the pillar. Hello. I thought it was really interesting you talked about the importance of not freaking people out, not kind of sending them running away from their laptop when they see a kind of big red not secure sign. I've heard it suggested that younger people, so maybe who are not that technically savvy but are very used to the internet, actually kind of go too far the other way. So they're a little bit naive about their security. They kind of think, oh, it's fine, it's not going to be that much of an issue. Do you think, like for both of you, the way that your companies or general security, the approach will change over time based on the different level of kind of user experience with the internet, and that level of kind of alarm that you want to impart into people is going to change?
So I personally thought that by now there would be more of a general understanding that cybersecurity is a concern and does need some attention. And part of my thinking was, as ransomware becomes more prevalent, then the threat becomes more tangible in a way. People can see that their machine is bricked, and now they can suddenly make that connection of something that they do in the cyber realm affecting them personally. So I thought that there would be more of an uptick by now in this acceptance of the fact that cybersecurity needs to be considered. But of course, I'm a little bit biased in all of this. And so I think there is definitely still a way to go. Part of my concern with the mentality of, well, if the default is that it's good, it's not a problem unless I hear otherwise, is that can work for the Googles and the Apples of the world that are really paying close attention to cybersecurity. But when you look at, say, for example, some of these IoT devices, they're not considering cybersecurity at all. They're getting a product out to market, and cybersecurity is maybe tacked on after, maybe not even included in the technology roadmap. And so having this view of the default is it's not a problem then becomes even more of an issue, because it really is.
So one thing that some people find surprising sometimes is that most people actually do heed warnings. I think there's a common perception that people actually, oh, everyone sees a warning, you're going to click right through it. And in fact, we see most people are actually conservative. I think less than 20% of people click through certificate warnings, and well below 10% of people click through phishing and malware warnings. I'm not aware of any generational effects there. I don't believe that younger people are more or less likely to proceed through warnings, but it's an interesting question.
All right, we are 10 seconds away from the end of this session. So, Roselle, Adrian, that was fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Glad the room just cleared.
Okay, so our next session, switching gears a little bit, is about kids and the internet. And our next panel is the perfect panel to speak about this. With me are Sarah DeWitt, who is Vice President of PBS Kids Digital, and Jill Murphy, who's the Editor-in-Chief of Common Sense Media, which provides content about the suitability of media and tech content for children. So this is it's a big topic. It's a hot topic. In a previous panel, Julius Janikowski mentioned that one of the sort of backlashes against large technology companies today, part of that is driven also by the effect of technology on children. So Sarah, we talk a lot about free and open internet. This is, I think, pretty clearly an area where some regulation, at least by parents, is required. So how should parents think about what kinds of content their kids should have access to?
There's so many ways to look at this. One thing that we should all keep in mind is that the idea that tech is bad for kids, the anti-screen time movement, Jill and I were just talking about this back there, it's actually a very upper middle class issue. We do a lot of our testing with kids from Title I schools, do free and reduced lunch. Those parents are often desperate to get more technology into their kids' lives. They feel like their kids are falling behind. So this is a really interesting debate that's going on all the time. But back to your question of how do you choose the best content for kids? One thing to keep in mind is that kids look at technology as play. This is a game. This is something fun to do. And so we are always saying to parents, you've got to think about what your kids like to play and also what you're hoping they can learn from the experience. And so you want to look for something that really kind of meets kids where they are. If they're really excited about dinosaurs, then you want to go find like a really good dinosaur app for them to play with and read the reviews and do that kind of thing. And you want to look at who's publishing this content. And you also want to think about how technology fits into your child's life. You want to actually think about what times of day are the times that kids are going to play and make it part of their schedule. Like you're going to be able to play with the iPad on Tuesday nights while I'm making dinner. And then afterwards, we're going to talk about what you did. And I want you to show me what you played with or show me how you won it. So what we say to parents a lot is the thing with raising kids to be kind of healthy with the technology they're using is not to just hand them a device whenever you need them to be quiet, but to really think about what are the times of day and what are the times in the family's life when it's going to make the most sense for your child to be able to play with technology.
And you talked a little bit earlier as well about, when we were backstage, about sort of combining online and offline and how kids absorb information differently and maybe better when you have the combined experience. That was interesting, I thought.
There is some really great research out there. One study very recently that came out from Texas Tech was looking at the combination of screen time and conversation. And they were looking at a PBS Kids show. This wasn't a study we commissioned, but That's one of our shows. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, the spinoff of Mr. Rogers. And what they learned was that kids who watched the show were gaining skills with empathy. It was actually like deepening their empathy. But the gains were much greater if a parent talked to the kid about what they watched after they watched it. And so they also tested just parents talking to their kids about empathy. And that also had some gains, but it wasn't as great as the combination of the two. Something about letting kids kind of get into that world and then having the characters as context to talk about actually increased the benefits of the technology. So if you go away with anything today, it's talk to the kids about what they watch and play. That is like a huge piece.
So Jill, tell us a little bit more about Common Sense Media. I think most folks in the audience probably know about PBS and PBS Kids. Common Sense, it's a great organization that's been around for, I think, 10 or 15 years.
Almost 15 years. I'm
Yeah.
sure everyone here is very familiar with it and is signing up for our newsletter as we speak. We're a nonprofit organization, and so I oversee all of our ratings and reviews. So we review everything from books, games, movies, TV shows, apps. And we do it from a parent's perspective. We do it from a child development perspective. We rate everything from 2 to 18. So we're looking at everything from Elmo to The Hangover. And we know how much media is aging down dramatically. So we know that a kid as young as 8 is interested in the latest Marvel movie that might be out. So we're really conscious of the type of media that kids are absorbing and what they're ready for and at what age. And then we do a ton of parenting advice as well. So we take a lot of that content and we put it into best lists. We put it into articles like 50 books every kid should read before they're 12, just trying to make it really easy for parents and kids to make a selection with all the great content that's out there.
And are there certain trends you're seeing recently? There's, I think, both on the kind of very positive side. I think often, especially recently, technology has a bit of a negative implication with kids. But are you seeing sort of trends that are very positive? And then also on the flip side, it'd be interesting to hear both sides of that.
We sit very much in the middle of this whole quote-unquote debate over, it's too much content or it's too much screen time, yet we're all handing our phones and tablets over to our kids. One positive thing that has come, I'm constantly saying, kids are winning in this game when it comes to TV. There is so much great TV out there right now on all these different streaming platforms. If anything, there's too much, and it's really hard to make a decision. So that's been one really positive spin. I think that, and that runs from the very young ages. Preschool content is really strong right now. PBS, of course, all the way up to kind of the tween space. So that's one really great thing that we've seen. Reading has been back on the rise, so that's been another really positive spin. So again, we cover all different types of media. When it comes to technology, specifically social media, we always kind of say 0 to 8 is when the parents are more in the driver's seat. We have a little bit more control over the decision making. 9 and up is like damage control. It's when parents come to us and they're like, what do I do about the cell phone? What's the right age to get my kid a cell phone? My kid's on social media. Are they too young for it? Their friends are on it. I don't know if I want my kid to be on it. It's really just, we're all making these decisions on the fly. And so we're kind of constantly encouraging parents to take a beat, take a minute when it comes to making those decisions. Don't make them too quickly. Oftentimes we hand over a phone because we bought a new one and we're going to give our old one to our kid and that's their first phone, and the next thing you know, they're exposed to a ton of content that you weren't ready for. So kind of easing into some of this has been something that we're really focusing on.
And a report you guys published recently about the effects of social media, I think it was on it was teenagers or
Teens.
Or it was on teens. I thought it was fascinating as well because I thought the report would come back and say, oh, it's horrible, it's terrible, and it had a pretty balanced conclusion that I was surprised by.
I think most of what we have been finding is fairly positive, actually. Yeah. Or I would say more of a balanced approach. Kids are, it's the parents that are concerned. We're the ones that are freaking out. The kids are kind of feeling like, I know that these are my friends online, but they're also my friends at school. They do not make a distinction between, that's my social media life and this is my offline life. Like, that does not exist. Bullying doesn't only happen online and not on the playground. So this is just, I think that's something that parents are kind of coming around to, that this is very seamless for teens, but they're also pretty sophisticated about the way that they navigate social media and kind of starting to self-manage their own habits a little bit, multitasking and that sort of thing. That's not all kids and not all teens. But I would also say that one thing that has come up again and again in the last few years of our research is parent role modeling, which, I'm so guilty of all of that, but being a role model and trying to show your kids the way that you want them to behave with their media, whether it's putting the device down at the dinner table or putting it away, not jumping for a notification, that has a lot of impact on teens especially, and younger kids.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sarah, we were talking about, go ahead.
I was just going to add to this. Have you followed this idea now of narrating what you're doing on your phone? So if you think about back to when we were kids, if you were invited to a birthday party, you got an invitation in the mail, or your kid gave it to you, or you got it at school. And so you had this physical thing. You knew you were going to a birthday party. You might go with your parent to buy the gift. You were there when your mom called to RSVP. You all got out the map together to look at where you were going, and then you go to the birthday party. And now it all can happen by the parent on the phone. And the kid doesn't see any of it, doesn't know that, like, oh, now now my mom is ordering the gift online. Yeah. And now she's looking up where we're going to go. And so the idea of actually saying to the child, I'm looking at my email because you just received an invitation to a birthday party. What do you, to actually include kids in what's happening on that device, I think is a really great idea.
Yep. And also, I just wanted to circle back to what you had said before about talking to your kids. I think parents often, this is kind of our mantra at Common Sense when it comes to advice for parents. It's always talk to your kids, talk to your kids. But what do you say? Parents can fall apart when it comes, it's showtime. Now I got to engage with my kid about what they just watched or read or played. So we do, and this is my shameless Common Sense Media plug, but we do have conversation starters within all of our ratings and reviews because it does feel like a little bit daunting to take on this task. And it is much easier to hand over a device and just, I'll keep them busy. But I think there's very few things that our kids go out and do that we don't come home and ask them about. So kind of using that same framing of, they just engaged with something online. They're watching some other kid unbox something on YouTube, or they're watching some other kid show a room tour, which just drives me crazy. My kids love those. But talking to them about, why do you like that? Those are essentially commercials at this point, in my opinion. So how do you try and start to help them understand what they just watched, why they're watching it? Is it real? Is it fake? There's advertising in that. Those kids might be getting paid. I mean, they're all teachable moments, and you don't have to take all of it on at once, but using a little bit of it as leverage for a conversation can be really valuable.
If you think about the dinner table, when you say, what did you do at school today? Well, what did you do in math? To actually say, what happened in that show today?
Yes.
Can you tell me the story?
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially for little kids. And by the way, kids love to talk about media. They love to tell you about a book. Actually, it's almost annoying. They'll just go on and on about a show and whatever
It's
it
really
was.
true.
At least my kids, for sure.
A mom last week I met on the edge of the soccer field told me, she's a learning specialist, and she told me that after her kids watch TV, she was very clear that she doesn't like her kids doing screen time. She goes, but when I let them watch Wildcats,
like
I
this
then
badge of honor.
I have paper and crayons out for them to draw what they watched. And I was like, okay, super mom, that is like great.
Therapy.
So the next Saturday I was like, okay, I'm going to try this. So they were watching a show, and when they were done, I was like, guys, here, come to the table. I've got crayons and paper out. Can you draw, what was your favorite moment today? And they totally did it. And I don't think it would work all the time.
Yes.
But
and you still hate that mom for telling you.
I
But
know,
it was
yeah.
a good idea. That's a good idea.
How do we, you mentioned this before, Jill, when you were speaking, in terms of the kinds of content that the kids are getting as well. And then we're talking about a distortion between the incentives that, especially folks that work at for-profit organizations have in creating content and creating apps. They're motivated sometimes by different metrics that are necessarily tied to what's best for kids.
Yes.
How do we work through that, I suppose?
Yeah, this is a major issue. The majority of game content for young kids is from the app stores. It's in Google Play, it's in the App Store, it's in Amazon. And the success metrics for those stores are what drives revenue is time spent, how long you're in the app, how many ads you see, how many in-app purchases you download. And this is trickling down into the kids space. So it is incredibly hard for a kid's content product to break through without it being huge, without it being successful on this revenue side. And that revenue is, those success metrics are not actually good for kids. Like, this is it's a real problem to be designing something that is just sucking kids in for long periods of time. And if you watch different kinds of games for kids, you can see, like, at the end of every game level, it immediately hooks you into the next one. I mean, I know grown-up games do this as well. But it's a problem for kids who don't have those executive functioning skills yet to put something down. So I really believe this is an area that needs to be disrupted. We need some models to come up that are actually focused on how do we use this technology to help kids learn and to help them gain some like pro-social knowledge to understand how to put it down. It's possible to do those things with the technology, but right now that's not being rewarded. There are people trying, but they just can't break through.
Yeah, I think these are the challenges that then we hear about from parents, which are my kid is having a temper tantrum after I tell them to turn off the iPad. I might have submitted that one, but I think it's a constant battle, and the autoplay, and it doesn't stop. And I think, using the technology in a way that kind of sets up those boundaries, and with purpose, not just for the sake of like, oh, we think it's the right thing to do, but with the real teachable moments within the platform would be hugely valuable. And I think it eliminates, and will start to eliminate this generation of parents we're hovering over our kids, and like we're setting a timer. And one of the biggest increases, you asked me about trends, that has come our way is this need for parental controls. I mean, every parent is just asking us, what's the best parental control? I just have to shut off the internet. I have to shut it down. I actually think they're doing it for their spouses. But ultimately, I would be. But ultimately, they are, we're on our kids. And what are we teaching them? We're not really helping them learn and get to that executive function.
Have you seen good tools or good technology that helps people?
We don't
do
promote
this?
third-party parental controls. It's not really something that I feel like is, or that we really feel like is the go-to. We're really much more, our philosophy is really about talking to your kid, engaging with your kid, media balance, play for a half hour online, play for a half hour outside. So that really is our approach. But I will say there are a lot of companies out there that are creating the parental controls directly in the platforms that you're already using. So you don't always have to get a third-party product. Your tablet likely has parental controls. iOS just launched Screen Time. We've got a lot already in YouTube's got parental controls. Netflix has parental controls. They're not that easy to find all the time, but they're there.
Yeah, it does fall back to the parents ultimately, right? It's not something you're going to start regulating.
And I think it'll be interesting to see what happens with iOS 12, like with the screen time stuff, if that changes anything.
Sure.
But the experience that I've had in the kids' media production side, talking to other developers, and the things we've done as well, is parents will tell us over and over and over and over again that they want these controls. They'll even tell us exactly what they want it to do, and then they don't use them.
Yeah.
And so many folks have said this. They like the idea of it, but then ultimately it's a little too complicated to do. It's a little too hard, and they forget to do it.
And I will also add, some people, they need that. It depends what's going on with your kid. I mean, it's not just for fun that I'm a parent and want to see like every image that my kid is texting. There may be some other issues where you feel like I need more insight. So great that those products are available, but I wouldn't say that they are the first place to go necessarily.
And you'd mentioned as well that people in the technology industry clamp down the most, or let their kids watch the least amount of screen time and kind of interact with apps the least, which is ironic, given that they're the people best
In
in
this
place to
room.
regulate it, right? Yeah, maybe some people in this room.
I can't tell you how often I hear that from people at tech companies who
Yeah.
are like, "Oh, that's great what you're doing at PBS Kids. I don't let my kids use any screens." And I'm like, if you're in the industry that's actually trying to build new technology, I want you to be thinking about how your kids might use it and not in a just I'm afraid of it way. I mean, the truth is kids are in a world where they're seeing the technology around them all the time. They're increasingly seeing it at school. They're over at friends' houses, and they sometimes get to play on their friend's tablet. I think it's much more important for the parent to be kind of setting up, this is how we use it in our house. And these are the ways that we use it. We don't bring it to the dinner table. We charge it outside our bedroom. Like all of us do that, right? We don't have it in the room with us when we're sleeping. But things like that. Trying to like kind of set up some healthy habits at home early, as opposed to just letting kids kind of navigate their own way, because they are going to find all the technology.
Another topic that was interesting, you talked about, we'll talk about AI later on in other panels as well, but sort of conversational UX, right? And you kind of think about and see where technology is growing, all the good things that it can do for learning and for kids. What are good examples of that you've seen out there?
Oh, right now it's really early. I'm not sure I've seen anything that I think is really fantastic. I think everybody's just kind of messing with it. I do think that there's an incredible positive potential here. So again, I work with kids who are between the ages of 2 and 8. When I started working on content for kids, we were dealing with the keyboard and the mouse. Like that was like how the kids were navigating. I mean, if you can think about a 3-year-old, they don't know the difference between left and right. Like clicking was a big problem. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to write. I mean, typing was impossible. And the technology just keeps getting easier for them to use. The touch screen was like a revolution in the kids' learning space for sure. And voice agents now, we have an opportunity for kids to interact and learn content just talking and asking questions. That's pretty huge. Mm-hmm. It means they could navigate into more information about that dinosaur or something really easily. Now, it's early days. Alexa and Google aren't asking the right kind of follow-up questions yet to kind of get in there. And parents are also pretty terrified about this. I mean, we should be thinking really hard about the privacy here. But I think there's a great opportunity for us to begin to help kids on the learning journey by allowing them to talk and listen.
And Jill, I know privacy is a sort of big topic for Common Sense Media, especially recently.
We focus our privacy work right now on the education space. There's so much, there are so many apps going into schools directly, a lot of technology being adopted by schools, and student data privacy is certainly a concern. Data privacy at home is also a concern, but as we were talking, I don't know that it's reached that critical mass yet where parents are clear what the real issue is or what's being taken or what's being reused. So everyone's kind of just like, ugh, but we're still moving forward with adopting some of the technology in our homes. So we're going to be looking at it a little bit more and next year for our consumer parenting side. But I would say I agree. I mean, privacy rather is certainly an issue that needs to be considered, and it creates challenges when you're building new platforms, when you are looking at privacy and want to create something. I think we're all expecting things to function a certain way. We want it quick. We want to purchase it. We want to swipe for it. We want the answer very quickly. But there may be a little bit of a trade-off when you want to adhere to certain privacy regulations and policies with the technology that you're going to be getting. So I think that's a little bit of why parents or consumers at large are kind of like, ugh. I think we're all very willing to hand over our privacy in more ways than we realize for the ease and quick use of some of these very cool apps.
Yeah, interesting. So we're starting to wind down here. I wanted to ask, in terms of, if there's one thing that folks in the audience, I'm sure there are a lot of parents in the audience, can take away both from this talk and just from your general knowledge about how best to promote technology and screens with your kids, what would that be?
One thing.
Or 2 things, or 5 things.
you have anything off the top of your head?
Well, I already said talk to your kids about what they're doing. I think it sets up a really good habit very early that media and technology is something that doesn't have to happen in a black box. It is something we talk about, just like we talk about our school day. And as kids get older, that's an opportunity to also get into critical thinking questions. Like, well, what do you think would have made that game better? Or did you like the way that character was treated? You know, being able to really get kids into bigger conversations. I think the other thing that's really important, so I think I've got two things. The other thing is that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. I am asked all the time, I'm sure common sense is too, what is the right amount of time for kids to have with screens? And there's no way to answer that because you have to know your own kid and how well they are able to regulate and handle media. So I have two kids. One of them would watch and play all day if I let him have the opportunity. So I have really like specific limits. My other one really is cool just playing for 30 minutes and then wants to put it down and go do something else. And so we have to kind of approach it a little bit differently. And you have to really know your kid to be thinking about like what is going to make the most sense for them.
I would just agree with both of those things. I think we were just talking about, everybody wants a number associated with, everyone wants a prescription of what is okay for my kid because we've got our Fitbits with our 10,000 steps and we've got a number that we're going towards for everything. And the AAP, the American Academy of Pediatrics, used to say 0 screen time for kids under 2. Now, even they, in the last year, have come back and said, 18 months, and by the way, quality is really what matters here. So I agree. Knowing your kid is so vitally important, and being comfortable having conversations with the parents of your kids' friends is also so important. Because it'll kind of get you to that place of, oh, okay, we're all dealing with this together. And that's very personal and in your own little community. It's not something that you don't necessarily, we struggle a lot with social media and getting a presence online for ourselves. And oftentimes we're like, let's have people share their cyberbullying story. I'm like, nobody wants to share their cyberbullying story publicly. That's insane. So these are personal decisions, personal by child, personal by family. And so really being aware of what your kid is okay with. And again, not just time, but what are their fears? What are their concerns? What do you want them to learn about? There's a ton of opportunity with all of this technology, with media in general. And it's also just such a great way to get your kids talking, as I mentioned, annoying as that might be, but really engaging with them about their media choices. It's just you can use that as such a great skill building opportunity. And always media literacy, I personally feel, is just at the core of so much of what kids are going to be dealing with moving forward. So helping them to start from a very early age, really as young as 4 and 5, understanding commercials and advertising, what's targeting them, and really trying to crack open the messages that are in front of them in a pretty simple way is a great way to start that critical thinking.
So we can't punt our parenting responsibilities to an iPad, is what I'm hearing.
Well, don't feel too guilty if you have to do it sometimes.
I'm sure we all do it. So we have time maybe for 1 or 2 questions from the audience for our panelists. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the panel. You guys talked about critical thinking and kind of new media. How do you think about kids growing up in this post-truth age where fake news is everywhere and kids can basically find an answer to any questions they have and not necessarily the right answer? How do you think about that? Thank you.
For us, for media literacy, we really incorporate digital literacy and news literacy into that. And we actually do curriculum in schools. We're in over half the public schools in the country, and we have incorporated news literacy into our curriculum as well, because we do feel that's hugely important. But, our old parenting advice was turn off the news when your kids are in the room. Can't do that anymore. They're getting the notifications on their phone, or they're hearing about something on the playground because some other kid got a notification on their phone. So really being ready to have conversations. I mean, unfortunately, it does fall back a lot on the parents to be ready to have conversations with their kids and get a good sense of what they are exposed to. And of course, protecting the younger kids. But that train has left the station as far as notifications are concerned. So I think arming yourself a little bit and being comfortable, and I also think culturally in this country, we're very fearful of the news, and the news is fearful. But kids much younger than this, young kids in other countries are much more familiar with having conversations about war, whereas we are very, try and keep our kids very protected. So opening up that dialogue early on is important.
Hi. Whoa, that's really loud. First of all, I just wanted to thank you both. Have actively used both Common Sense Media and PBS Kids. Have preschoolers and a kindergartner. My question was an extension of the parental controls. I do want to give my children choice because it's hard for them to not have any screen time. But do you have recommendations for how to curate? I want to provide them basically a safe playground where they can choose content, because once they have internet connection, they can get to everything. And so it's really hard as a parent to constantly track what that content is. So any advice you have on using systems or creating a curated space for them to consume content? Thanks.
Are you specifically asking about YouTube?
That is one of the places. Okay. But in general, even if you go to Amazon apps, on the television, you go to one screen, the next show comes up, and they can scroll through everything, and so you don't necessarily know. And I'd love to be able to be in front of the television when they're there, but if I have to be doing something else, you can't always be monitoring everything. So,
you can only watch so many episodes of Paw Patrol. But Daniel Tiger, on the other hand, I could watch all day. There are a lot of parental controls, as I mentioned, but you can also, like on YouTube, subscribing to channels is a really good way to go, because then you can kind of curate this walled garden experience. YouTube Kids is available specifically for that walled garden experience. You can go in and block channels. They've given you a lot more control as the user to go in and block things that you're not interested, haul videos or toy videos if you're not interested in that, but you want to focus them in a different direction. So those are two examples. There are other platforms out there. There are other apps that actually have created this walled garden for you. You can come to Common Sense Media to find those. And those are just a few things off the top of my head. But
so we're out of time.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank Jill and Sarah for a great discussion.
Thank you.
I've got one important word written on my notes here, and that is lunch. So we're between you and lunch, so I apologize if your stomachs are starting to rumble. I have with me Dr. Dan Boneh, who is Professor of Computer Science in the Applied Cryptography Group at Stanford University. And you've also started a Center for Blockchain Research. So we're going to talk about that, because that's something I'm mildly suspicious about. But I hear Stanford's a good university, so there's probably something in it. But before we get started, on that sort of blockchain-y kind of side of things, when I was growing up, the word hacker meant someone who did something, and then we did something with computers or electronics or things, and it veered into being someone who breaks into things, and it sort of slightly reclaimed its place. But we need to talk about the word crypto, right? So what's happened to the word crypto?
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. So the word crypto, I hope in this audience, means cryptography. Cryptography is the science of protecting information. and more. And the word crypto has morphed in the last couple of years to also mean cryptocurrencies. And these days, when you use the word crypto, there's a bit of confusion. Is it cryptography? Is it cryptocurrencies? So I want to set the record straight, and crypto means cryptography. And I should have worn that t-shirt. But at the same time, I have to say blockchains are a really, really exciting area. They're a fantastic application of cryptography. So maybe we can even use the word blockchain instead of cryptocurrencies to be clear about what we're discussing. And I did want to say that in fact, we did start a new center for blockchain research, and I'm really excited about the science behind blockchains. For researchers in cryptography like me, literally every project that I talk to, I walk away with 3 new research problems to work on. So there's a lot of questions that these projects bring out that have never been asked before. And so this is really an exciting time to work on cryptography, both for protecting information and also for its application in blockchains.
All right, well, we'll dig into blockchain as we go through this. But you were mentioning to me just before, just with the last talk, which was about education, and the previous one about usable security, that you're seeing in your undergraduates a great interest in security education. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, of course. So let's see. So if I have to ask you, what is the most popular area in computer science for our undergraduates? Let's see. I imagine you all know the answers. We can say it all together. I'll just say it. It's actually machine learning, right? Machine learning is actually the most popular area, but security is actually the second most popular area among our undergraduate students. So our security courses, our crypto courses, they're very, very well packed. As I said, second most popular area among undergrads. Well justified, lots of jobs that are open in the industry. So we're graduating students in the area as quickly as we can, and I hope all of you guys are hiring them.
Okay, brilliant. Well, that's reassuring to know, because it only seems to get more and more important to have everything be secure as we go forward. All right, just to dig into some areas which you're actually doing work on. So I was interested in this idea of aggregation of information, how you deal with information in a secure way. I think it's called PRIO, right? So tell me about this.
Yeah, so that's a really fascinating topic to talk about. So cryptography, as we said, is kind of the science of protecting information, right? So how do we protect information? But it goes way beyond just encryption, which is what the public typically thinks of. And I want to give you one example of how we use cryptography to do much more than just encrypt data. And that has to do with aggregating information, aggregating data. So what happened was there are a lot of companies who are interested in pretty much the same problem, which is the following. They put their products out there, and then they want to understand how their customers, their users, use those products. So today, the way that's often done is you send telemetry back from the product to headquarters, and then you build statistics based on that telemetry. So this comes up again and again and again in many different verticals. So cars, for example, car manufacturers want to know how the customers use their cars. What features of the radio did they use? Did they use the electric windshields, the windows, and so on? So what features did they use? How did they drive the cars? All that information can be collected from a modern collected car and be used for statistics. Cell phone vendors want to know how customers use their cell phone. Browser vendors want to know how their customers use the browsers, and so on. Again, all that information can be collected by telemetry, but of course there's a huge privacy, this is a good follow-up to the previous panel, there's a huge privacy issue here with collecting information about customers' use. So for example, just to give you one example, suppose you wanted to know, you're a web browser and you wanted to know, or maybe you're a cell phone provider and you want to know how many of your cell phones in the field are infected with particular malware. Yeah, so today, what you would do is you would have basically the phones report back whether they're infected or not, and you would kind of aggregate that information over all the data that you got from the different customers. The problem with that is all you were interested in is how many people are infected. You weren't interested in who is infected. Yeah? And by collecting telemetry kind of in a naive way, you learn more than you wanted to learn. And of course, the best way to not lose your customers' data is to not collect it in the first place. This is kind of a good mantra to live by. The best way to not lose the data is not to collect it. So the question is, how do we aggregate information from our customers without actually collecting that information? Yeah, so how do we learn statistics about data without learning the underlying data? And that's actually an area where cryptography can help a lot. Yeah, so there's a system this is one example of such a system that we built called PRIO. What it does is essentially exactly that. You can kind of figure out how many people are infected with a particular malware, how many people have their homepage set to google.com, how many people are currently on the Bay Bridge. All that information you can collect in aggregate form without learning anything about the underlying data. Yeah, so that's what the system allows you to do. And I have to say, it's kind of fascinating. This is actually getting deployed now. You'll be hearing soon. As I said, there's a lot of interest in this from many different verticals. So the Prio is actually starting to get used now, which is kind of cool. The interesting thing to say, though, is the way Prio works is it collects information in basically in secret shared form. So you can think of it as though the user sends the information to the cloud, but the cloud doesn't really get to see the information in the clear. Nevertheless, it's able to aggregate the information from all the customers, and once everybody's contributed their data, the aggregate data becomes available. Now, there's an immediate interesting problem that comes up, which is, since I can't see your individual contribution, who's to say that you're not sending me junk data, like that's way out of bounds? So for example, if I'm a maps provider, I wanted to know how many people are currently on the Bay Bridge. Well, if you're about to go on the Bay Bridge, you have a huge incentive to report an unusually large number just from your own car, say, or from your own phone, so that the system thinks that there's a huge number of cars on the Bay Bridge, and they'll route everyone everywhere else, and you'll get a free, an empty run through the Bay Bridge. Yeah. So it's kind of important to make sure that the data that people contribute is in fact in the right range and satisfy whatever predicate for validity that needs to be satisfied. Yep. So people are not contributing junk data just to throw off the computation. And actually, so how do we do that? The cloud provider doesn't get to see the data in the clear, and yet it needs to make sure the data is within range. Yeah, so this is exactly where this beautiful application of cryptography comes in. This is an area called zero-knowledge proofs, where you can actually very efficiently convince the cloud provider that you're sending valid data without telling the cloud provider what the data is. Yeah, it's kind of a magical aspect of cryptography. It's kind of something that I think everybody should be aware that it's possible. It's actually possible to send you data without you knowing what the data is, and yet I can convince you that the data satisfies certain properties. Yeah? So if it's just whether I'm on the Bay Bridge or not, I can convince you that I sent you, say, an encryption of 0 or 1 without telling you whether it's a 0 or a 1. Yeah? And then once the service is convinced that the data has integrity, it has validity, it can aggregate it in private form, and once everyone has sent their data, the data becomes available, the aggregate data becomes available in the clear. Yeah, so the system that does this is called Prio. The property that it's robust against malicious contributions, well, it's called robustness. And it's very scalable, very efficient, and as I said, it's actually getting deployed quite widely.
I've always been fascinated by zero-knowledge proofs because they are one of those moments where you think about them and you go, how is that possible to do this thing? And the example I've always seen is there are zero-knowledge password systems where you can prove to a system that you know a password without revealing anything about the password, even if the other end was malicious. So if the other end was taken over by someone else, you haven't given anything away. And that seems like, how is that possible?
Okay, well, I'm happy to explain how that works, but now we're going to have to go to
then let's talk about something else.
Write some equations. Although what you said is actually a really good point in that it is important to understand also with password management systems. Today, when you log into a website, you send the website your password, right? Well, what if it's the wrong website, which is what we call a phishing attack, and you send the password to the wrong website? Well, there are good authentication systems that I can just prove knowledge of the password without actually sending the password to the other side, as you said. Yeah. And now, even if I'm at a phishing site, the other side will get nothing from that interaction. So, cryptography, you have to understand, it's not just about encrypting data. Cryptography does a whole bunch of things for us, and it's a remarkable tool to put to use. And I'm actually really happy to see it actually getting more and more use. And to be honest, this is why I'm kind of excited about these blockchain projects, because they are really at the cutting edge of what cryptography can provide, and they're even asking questions that we, as a research community, never considered before. So, they're coming to us and saying, can we do this, X, Y, and Z? And we go, yeah, that's actually a pretty good question. And then we go and work on that. So for us, it's a wonderful research area.
I'm going to keep stopping you talking about blockchain until the end, but I want to talk about it, because I want to talk about one other thing, which is SGX.
Yes, for sure.
So, in the news today, there's a scary news story about hardware attack in the supply chain with chips being added to motherboards. And SGX is a hardware component.
Yes.
So take us through what SGX is, and also you're interested in the security of it.
Yeah. So actually, this is, again, something that I think that everybody needs to know about. So can we do a quick show of hands? I'm really curious.
Go.
Can we do a quick show?
Do it.
How many of you have heard of Intel SGX? Oh, very few. Okay, so let me do a quick recap of Intel SGX. I think this is something that everybody needs to know about. So what it is basically, it's not a hardware component. It's something that is part of the main processor on your system. And in fact, if you bought a machine in the last couple of years, you already have Intel SGX built in. What it is a technology that allows you to kind of create what's called a hardware enclave. So it allows you to run code on your main processor in a way that the code and the data that the code acts on are isolated from the rest of the system. Okay? So literally, you can have in your processor, you can kind of cut off part of the processor and have it run a job that no one can see from the outside, can see what it's doing. Not even your operating system. So not even malicious entities who are on your main processor, even they cannot look into the enclave, at least in theory. Yeah? So that's what Intel SGX allows you to do. I think that there have actually been...
Just to interrupt you, what do you do with that?
Yeah, I'm going to explain that in just a second.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
That's a great question. I'm going to explain. So there have been recent attacks on the hardware enclave, but so Intel SGX right now is not as secure as we would like. But we hope that over time it actually will become better. And there are actually many hardware enclaves architectures out there. Intel SGX is just one example that's shipping widely, but there are many others that are available. So what do we do with it? Well, so let me talk about an application of it in the cloud, and let me talk about application of it on your end user machine. So in the cloud, you can imagine one thing people worry about is if I outsource all my computing resources to the cloud, including all my data, then perhaps a corrupt administrator could somehow get a hold of that data and do something with it. Basically, we're trusting the cloud to keep our data and our codes intact. Well, with hardware enclaves, you can reduce the trust in the cloud because your code will run inside of the hardware enclave. The hardware enclave will have a secret key built into it so that only inside of the enclave the data will be available in the clear. Outside the enclave, everything will be encrypted. So now even if someone in the cloud tries to exfiltrate your data in some way, all they see is ciphertext. The only place where data lives in the clear is inside of the enclave where no one can see it. Yeah, so that's kind of a typical application for enclaves in the cloud. We're not there yet. Yeah, we're very far away, actually, from making this a reality. But that's kind of the long-term vision. On the end user side, I want to describe something that we did recently, which I think is kind of useful and something that something that I wanted all the time. Yeah. So the problem that always kind of was really frustrating to me was every time I log into a remote system and I type in my password, or maybe I type in my social security number, or my bank account number, or my credit card, or my tax information, that information that I type into my laptop, I never know. I mean, maybe there's a keylogger on my laptop, and it's recording everything I type in and sending it to who knows where, right? I just can't tell if there's a keylogger on my laptop because who knows? Maybe the operating system got compromised, and I can't even trust my own operating system to tell me what's running on the machine. So what I really wanted was a way for me to have guarantees that whatever I type on my laptop is not visible to malware on my laptop, no matter how deeply the malware is embedded on my system. So only the remote website can see what I type in. Anything on my system cannot. Yeah? Well, so hardware enclaves are actually like a perfect match for this type of problem. And the way the system works, it's called Fidelius, by the way. That's for your Harry Potter fans. I hope you recognize what Fidelius is. But anyhow, so the system, what it does is the following. So it's not quite ready for deployment, but let me explain how it works. Essentially, everything that I type on my keyboard goes through a little encryption engine in the keyboard, inside the keyboard. Yeah. So literally every click gets encrypted on the way to the main processor. The way we do that is basically, the way we hack hardware these days is we use Raspberry Pis. So keyboard is connected to a Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi is connected to the main machine. So literally everything that I click gets encrypted at the Raspberry Pi on its way to the machine. All right? So fine. So now we have my clicks basically are all encrypted. The question is who can decrypt that information? And the answer is, well, you guessed it. Basically, you can decrypt only inside of the hardware enclave. Okay, so as I type, basically nothing on the system can see what I'm typing other than the code running inside of the hardware enclave. Okay, fine. So we're not done yet. That's step number one. Step number two is how do I see on the screen what I just typed, right? So if the hardware enclave sent the clicks, the keys that I entered, if it sent it to the graphics card in the clear, well, malware could just intercept it and steal it. So we need to have a trusted path from the hardware enclave onto the screen. And here we used another Raspberry Pi, where what it does is it basically has 2 HDMI streams going to the display. One HDMI stream coming from the main graphics card, and one HDMI stream coming from the actual hardware enclave. Yeah, so the real website is rendered by the main processor, and that appears in the main HDMI stream. And then whatever I type in is sort of rendered by the hardware enclave, and that's sent in a separate encrypted HDMI stream to the Raspberry Pi. So now there are 2 HDMI streams. One is plain text, one is encrypted, going to the Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi decrypts the encrypted stream, overlays it on top of the regular HDMI stream, and then there's one HDMI cable going to the display. And so you can see, because it's an overlay, you can see the keys that I just typed on the screen, so I can tell exactly what I actually just entered. But the amazing thing is, if you run like screen capture on the system, basically the screen capture just sees an empty field. Like I type and type and type, and I see it appearing on the display, but you look at what the system thinks is on the screen, and it just sees empty data. So this is a way for me basically to type. I can see what I type, but nothing on the system actually is seeing what I'm typing other than the hardware enclave. And then the hardware enclave, in addition, also takes what I type and prepares it as an HTTP request to the remote website. So it's encrypted, again, under the remote website's public key, so that only the remote website can see the data that I just typed. So these components, eventually, I hope the keyboard Raspberry Pi will get embedded into the keyboard. The display Raspberry Pi will get embedded into the display. Yeah, so you would just buy these secure keyboard and secure displays. And now, actually, you're guaranteed when you're typing on your keyboard in secure mode, you have to make sure you're in secure mode, then nothing on the system sees what you're typing other than the remote website and the hardware enclave, which is isolated from everything else. So to me, this gives me kind of peace of mind. Yeah. Now I would feel much more comfortable, say, doing my tax return on my computer, knowing that nothing on my computer can actually steal what I'm typing.
Fascinating. That's
so that's a kind of an interesting application for hardware enclaves. But I say, like I said, there are many, many, many others, and it's quite promising technology.
All right, I'm going to unleash your blockchain knowledge. Yes. So tell me about the Center for Blockchain Research in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, that's quite a task.
Go.
All right, let's see. All right. So blockchains, yes. So maybe you've noticed, but blockchains is an area that's just a little bit overhyped. Tiny, tiny bit overhyped, yes? I actually think that all the hype around it is causing damage to the field because it's turning away some people. But when you ignore the hype, there's really interesting science happening in the world of blockchains. Really, really fascinating questions. And when you start to look at like what areas of technology and beyond do blockchains affect, it's mind-boggling. Yeah, so blockchains impact distributed systems. They impact programming languages. We need new programming languages for writing these smart contracts. If you write bugs into your smart contracts, you know, it's not someone's computer crashing. It's $50 million getting locked up, and no one can get access to that money. So there's real huge amounts of money at stake as a result of these bugs. We need new verification tools to make sure that this code actually is correct and implementing things as we expect. We need new cryptography, which is what I'm excited about. We need new game theory, new mechanism designs for correctly distributing incentives in blockchains. And that actually impacts economics. In fact, economists are quite fascinated by what blockchain enables in terms of currencies and such. And then there's a huge aspect, legal aspect to cryptocurrencies and crypto tokens. In fact, cryptocurrencies and crypto assets have become like a pretty large subdiscipline of the law now. And there are many academics and, in fact, legal professionals working in this area. So when you think about this, I don't remember in the last many, many years like one technology that impacted sort of all of computer science, economics, and law to the level that blockchain is impacting. Yeah, so there's really massive ideas that are being generated here that are impacting many different fields of technology. And there's a need for research. Yeah? These are like fundamental questions that have never been asked before. And so we realized that obviously researchers across the campus were waking up to these problems, and there was a lot of activity around blockchains, and our Center for Blockchain Research kind of brings it all together under one umbrella. So please come. We run a lot of events on campus for blockchain people in the blockchain space. So if you're interested, go to CBR, Center for Blockchain Research, cbr.stanford.edu. You'll see there are a lot of events that we run. Please join the events. In fact, in January, there's a conference that we're running on new technology, new developments in blockchains. It's open to everyone. Everything we do is free, open to the public. So please come. If you want to speak, submit proposals. So it's really quite an exciting area. And new developments happen every time, every day. I can tell you, we're teaching a course on blockchains. This is the third time we're teaching this course. It's very popular this time around, as you can imagine. We have almost 250 students, very large number. I can tell you that the number this is the third year we're teaching it. The number of students who register for the course is correlated directly with the price of Bitcoin. Yeah. So I'm hoping that it goes up, and then next year we'll have 500 students. Yeah, so that's I want more students. That's my interest.
Is it directly correlated? So if I could get people to go to Stanford, I could affect the Bitcoin price? Or is it one way?
I think it's, the causality goes the other way, I think, unfortunately.
It's a pity. I can't affect
Yeah, so then within the space, should I say more, or do you want
keep
to
going, keep going.
So within the space of blockchain, as I said, I'm really excited about the area of crypto research that's motivated by blockchain, just because of all the new questions they're asking. So let me give you just one example of something that we did recently. Yeah, so that has to do with privacy in the blockchain. So I don't know how many of you actually know how cryptocurrencies work, but let me just tell you that the Bitcoin currency, which is the largest one out there, works basically by saying, every time I want to pay someone, I have an address, the payee has an address, and I write to the blockchain the fact that Dan is paying John 5 Bitcoins, say. Yeah, and that transaction gets recorded on the blockchain. Fine. So if you think about that, you realize, wait a minute, there's something funny here. So the whole world, the blockchain is public. It's replicated all over the world. It's public. So the whole world actually gets to see that I just paid John 5 Bitcoins. Well, I'm not sure that's something that I want the whole world to see. In particular, if Stanford, say, wanted to pay my salary in Bitcoin, the whole world would see what my salary is, right? Or if you were a vendor who's buying equipment from a supplier, when you have supply chain, and you pay in Bitcoins, the whole world would see how much you're paying your supplier. This is sort of fundamentally in conflict with business needs. So the question is, could we add privacy to the blockchain? And there are many, this is again, fascinating area. Could we do cryptocurrencies with privacy? So there are actually cryptocurrencies that kind of provide complete privacy, things like Zcash and Monero, if you've heard of those. There you can't tell who's paying who and what amounts, so completely private system. We were interested in a system that's kind of goes halfway and only hides the amounts. So everybody will know that Stanford pays my salary. Everybody knows I work at Stanford, but they shouldn't know what the amount is. They shouldn't know what the salary is. Okay, so the way we do it is effectively the value that gets written on the blockchain, the transaction on the blockchain says Stanford pays Dan Bonnet, but the amount is in some sense encrypted. Technically, we use what's called a cryptographic commitment, but technically we can think of it as an encryption. So the amount actually is encrypted. Okay, fine. So now we have all these transactions encrypted with encrypted amounts on the blockchain. Well, the interesting thing is the fundamental problem with the fundamental guarantee of what Bitcoin does is it guarantees every transaction is valid. One of the things where validity means is that the sum of the money coming into the transaction has to be at least as big as the sum of the money coming out of the transaction. So money can't be created out of thin air. And everybody has to be able to verify that publicly. That's kind of the public verifiability of the blockchain. Now I just told you all the amounts are encrypted. So how do you verify that no money is created, that the sum of the inputs is greater or equal to the sum of the outputs? How do you do that? Can anyone think? So we have encrypted data that we need to prove properties of it. How do we do it?
You tell me.
Zero knowledge. Exactly. So that's another wonderful application of zero knowledge. And just to show you why this is a new area, the challenge here is putting data on the blockchain is extremely expensive because it's replicated all over the world. And it's data per transaction. So we want to minimize the amount of data on the blockchain. So the question is, what is the shortest possible zero knowledge proof that will allow us to prove that the transaction is valid? So we're looking for short zero knowledge proofs. Yeah? And so we designed a system called Bulletproofs that actually gives the shortest zero knowledge proofs proof that we have without trusted setup. And actually, that actually is something that's getting adopted. Again, this is why I love the space. You kind of invent something and projects actually go and adopt and deploy it. So I don't know. So this is just to give you one example.
Let's do this. We're very close to lunch. Let's let the audience ask a question if there's a question. Let's see. Let's go all the way back over here and ask.
Can you talk a little bit about homomorphic, actually maybe multi-part computing, Shamir, secret sharing, kind of the applications for that?
Oh, sure. I think you started with homomorphic encryption. Yeah. So you're asking me in 1 minute to talk about homomorphic encryption. Okay, well, I'll say it in 30 seconds maybe. So fully homomorphic encryption is basically a development, actually by one of my former students from a few years ago, that basically allows you to compute unencrypted data. Yeah, so even though the data is encrypted, you can still compute on that data. So I can issue, there are many applications for that technology, but maybe instead of giving applications, I'll just give a caveat in that fully homomorphic encryption, we know how to do it now in polynomial time, but unfortunately, in practice, it's still a little bit too slow to actually deploy in the real world. So it's technology that's coming. Hopefully, crypto systems can only get better. They can't get worse. I guess, unless they're broken.
Yeah.
But,
apart from that.
Yeah. Other than that, they only get better. So hopefully, we'll have better and better homomorphic encryption at some point that can actually be used in practice. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. We're seconds away from lunch, so I'm going to stop and not have another question.
Okay.
But so two things. So lunch is on the roof and in the basement, so you can choose whether you want to be in the dark or in the sun to eat. See what we're doing. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. I'll actually be back here at 1 o'clock with Sophie Wilson, who was the designer, one of the designers of the first ARM chip, and every single person in this room has multiple ARM chips all over the place, and you were using Raspberry Pis, which are an ARM core. So she's going to talk about the genesis of ARM and how that was created. So that's at 1 p.m. back here. And then I'll be done for the day and get to have a rest. But go have lunch. Dan, this was fascinating. We could have gone on for an hour, I think.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
We should have had a whiteboard. So thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Klayman from Cloudflare. I hope you've been enjoying the first half of Internet Summit. While the people in the room are taking their lunch break, we wanted to show you highlights from previous Internet Summits. Internet Summit is our biannual event where we bring together the thought leaders from all sectors, from government to business to academia, to inspire and challenge us about the future of the Internet. These conversations play an important role in advancing our mission to help build a better Internet. First up is from this year's Internet Summit in London. We heard from Sir John Scarlett, the former chief of the UK's MI6. He shared his perspective on cyber threats at the national level. Here's a highlight from his session.
When you were in your career, you saw the rise and then the fall of the Soviet Union. For a lot of your career in the field, the adversary was clear. And then with the fall of the Soviet Union, it seemed like we were shifting to a world of these non-state actors, the Al-Qaedas of the world and other terrorist organizations. And now I don't know what to make of where the threat is coming from. What's your perspective on where we are in that cycle and where we're headed?
Well, I think it's important to say that although, of course, in the Cold War, there was the fundamental superpower clash, if you like, between the US and allies and the Soviet Union. It wasn't just the Soviet Union. There were many other issues that people had to spend their time on and working within the service and so on. It had nothing to do really with the Soviet Union. So it's important to keep that in perspective. But it's true what you say, that we did move, and once the crash had happened of the Soviet Union, that is the collapse has happened, we suddenly and unexpectedly found ourselves in this new situation. Then, of course, we did think we were living in a completely revolutionary time. And the sort of unthinkable had happened. Nobody had predicted it, whatever they might claim now. I was around at the time, I know that nobody predicted it.
How did the surprise manifest itself within MI6 or the other intelligence agencies?
Well, in an intelligence sense, which was quite a sort of narrow professional, part of what was a huge global event. We saw an opposition, if you like, an enemy really, that we had worked against for decades. We saw it apparently changing fundamentally, more or less straight away and rapidly. And so, of course, we had to think carefully but energetically about our new national and service objectives, and clearly and sensibly we wanted the best possible relationship with the new Russian Federation.
Did you, I'd imagine you had counterparts that were in
Yes,
Russia.
yes.
How did your relationship change with those individuals?
Well, I got to know them, yes.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it very much.
Are you still friends? I mean, do you go get drinks together, or?
Well, that is slightly more complicated than that. But I know, I do have, friends and good contacts, and very much respect their abilities and understand what they went through.
How much is there a contiguous line from the people that were fighting the Cold War to today, and how similar are the strategies between those two periods of time?
Well, it's a good question. When you have a complicated issue and problem and a demanding set of challenges like we obviously have now in relations with the Russian Federation, you cannot understand that unless you know the history. It's a sort of fundamental point. If you're really to understand this kind of situation, almost any sort of political, geopolitical situation, you need to know the history. And when you see mistakes being made, it's usually because the people making them don't understand the historical context. And it's self-evidently important when we are now dealing with the Russian Federation that we understand what the leadership, for example, who are in their early 60s or whatever, of a sort of generation that was brought up in the Soviet Union in their early days, would have been part of the bureaucracy mainly, and what they experienced and went through. I mean, they might have prospered almost immediately, but many of them didn't. There was huge insecurity, families' material circumstances and lives and prospects changed often overnight through absolutely no fault of their own. And there was also a sense of national humiliation. It was very, very important. That because, 1 minute you were a superpower and you were told that you were living in the most wonderful country that ever existed. There wasn't exactly free debate about it. And the next minute, it wasn't there. And you had no preparation for it mentally. And you can see now that particularly manifests itself in the great desire to be seen as equal to the United States.
And so as you look at how Russia is in the news today, what is it that you think isn't getting covered as well in terms of understanding that history and understanding that perspective? Is there a moment where you want to reach out to whoever is the commentator on the television and say, you don't understand the perspective that they're coming from?
Well, I quite often think that, and I often think that isn't the case. They don't understand. I also think things tend to get exaggerated. So of course everybody knows that President Putin was a KGB officer. Well, there are hundreds and thousands of KGB officers. It was a very common thing, and he was perfectly respectable career, but the idea that somehow or another his behavior and thinking is dominated by his time in the KGB is very, very misleading. And I'm trying, I am tempted sometimes to
throw your shoe at the TV.
Well, yes, but I don't do that. And I don't ring up journalists and tell them.
I would worry your shoe has a razor blade or something in it.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. But there we are. It's of course on the one hand the collapse of the opposition. Of course you could see, we won that. On the other hand, if you lived there and you saw the personal consequences of that collapse, and you understood there were very, very powerful elements of tragedy about it.
That was a fascinating perspective about how human intelligence is still important and complementary to technology intelligence. Next up is a session that explores the vital role open source plays in building a better internet. We'll hear from Jeremy Johnson, co-founder and CEO of Andela, and Nena Nwakama, senior policy manager of the World Wide Web Foundation. Jeremy and Nena talked about trends in Africa related to open data, open government, and open source. Here's a highlight from their session.
One of the things that you're talking about is essentially people leapfrogging a traditional system and going to something that's very technical and that not everyone here has gone to. So how much do you see that? How much potential is there for that? What does that look like?
Part of what we want to talk about on this panel is open source, that interoperability part, that idea that I can understand the stakes behind, I'm able to modify, I'm able to change. Over my life, I've been an advocate for open source because it empowers, because it allows the people who will come later to do things that suits them. So I am looking at a new economy in which we could do taxes. I mean, I don't know who loves a tax man here. I don't. But the amount of time it takes me to file tax papers is what kills me. It's not actually the money amount I pay, it's the work. So I think that kind of economy that allows me to gain in productivity, that allows me to shorten my journey. Most of your countries now have visa online. We can apply for these things. You know, these are the things that actually made life shit in Africa in those days. But technology can make life a lot better. And if I can do online payments, in some countries in most countries you can send money via PayPal, but you can't receive PayPal. Do you hear me? I also need to make money. So be able to buy and sell, be able to get your stuff delivered to you. Don't need to go and drown in the Mediterranean for any shit. You can sit in your country with a good broadband and get work done for Andela, and they will pay you. I don't need to come to the US. I actually don't want to come to the US at these times, you know. But I'm just saying that you can hire me in West Africa.
No, we understand.
Get me hired, I'll get your job delivered. You are happy, I'm happy. You send my money by electronic transfer. I remain in Africa, I tie up my hair, I eat my fufu and my starch, and then you eat your burger and whatever, and we are good.
So Jeremy, how many people do you meet like Nena?
Not enough. I mean, she's exactly right. I mean, if you look at it, you take a similar level of income in San Francisco versus Lagos or Nairobi. You have a very different quality of life in one of those environments. And so when you look at Andela developers, they spend time traveling around, whether it's at conferences or visiting with partner companies, but they want to be part of their country. They're not looking to leave. And it's not just because of the current political environment in the US, but that certainly doesn't.
Is there a political environment in the US?
I have no idea. Let's say it's not adding to people's interest in moving at the moment. But it is a truism that you have a generation of people that are looking at sort of how can they be part of the solution. Mm-hmm. And that seems like a shift and one that's growing in a really meaningful way. Mm-hmm. It's causing complications with people's parents who are like, no, go off and do something else if that's an opportunity. And they're like, actually, no, I want to be here. So that's not always easy.
Do they not see the opportunity there? I mean, do they see it as restricting? The desire to sort of build something in Africa, is there a negative associated with that?
Well, there are challenges. So in life, there are challenges of trying to do something. Then there are challenges of how you change the narrative around whether you do that thing. Mm-hmm. And changing the narrative is probably even harder than the actual thing a lot. And so if there's a narrative that you need to move out of the country in order to find opportunity, then that will persist for longer than that continues to be true. And so, our parents want to think that we're safe. Like they want to worry about downside risk protection, basically. And so they will cling to narratives for longer than they will be true because that was their lived experience. If you are 24 and an extraordinary developer in Lagos and Nairobi, you live a different experience than your parents did, a couple decades before that, and you see the world differently. You see that opportunity.
It's great to hear about the role of open source as the internet advances in Africa. Our next session is from Sydney Padua and Doron Swade, who share their perspective on the discovery of computation. Sydney is a cartoonist and visual effects artist, and Doron is a historian of computing. We'll hear about how history informs us on historical figures like Babbage, Turing, and Lovelace. Here's a highlight from their session.
Doron came from an engineering background. You came from an animation background and started drawing these people. But talking to you earlier, they ended up obsessing you a bit.
Yeah, well, they're very. I'd actually started the comic as someone who hated computers, so it was a satire on computing.
How did that work out? So
I still hate computers. Sorry, it's the wrong crowd for that sort of thing.
There's a back entrance. We'll go out in a minute. We'll be safe. So
I mean, I'm a animator. I started in hand-drawn, and then I moved into computer animation, which is very abstract and mathematical and a bit alienating, I think, for someone like me. So I was fascinated by the analytical engine because it's so tactile. I mean, it's a very physical machine that I could understand. And I grew to love the analytical engine, I think. The analytical engine is such a beautiful thing. Even as a concept, even though that one doesn't exist, it's still very, very beautiful. So there's an attraction, I think, to that for someone like me. It's just the beauty of it. The ones in the comic are caricatures, of course, of the people that they actually were. But they were certainly very difficult people, which makes them great for storytelling, because they were always causing problems in their own lives and other people's lives. And that makes for a
give us an
story.
example. What sort of trouble did they cause in other people's lives?
Oh, I mean, they caused problems in their own lives with each other, I think. I mean, there's the very famous battle that they had. If you're not familiar with the history, Lovelace was an aristocrat who wrote the only publication on the analytical engine in the period. And she wrote it as a set of footnotes to a paper that somebody else had written. But Babbage objected. Babbage was very happy with her notes, but he wanted to introduce the paper with this giant screed about the government funding and how terrible it was. So they had a god-awful fight about it. I mean, it's one of the reasons the engine wasn't built, aside from the tolerances of Threads and Manchester. I think a lot of it was simply to solve that sort of problem, you need people who can work together, I think, more effectively than they did.
Right, I'm going to let you draw for a minute and go back to Doron. So they don't build it for these sort of manufacturing reasons. But there's another thing that's going on at the same time, which is Michael Faraday is over at the Royal Institution. He's got dynamos and motors and solenoids and all these things he's inventing. And Babbage persists with cogs all through his life, well into his 80s. And in parallel, electronics is about to appear. Why does he not suddenly switch gears in the middle?
It's a very intriguing question, and it's one that is sort of incomprehensible to us. Why didn't he see the potential of electromagnetics to begin with? And the answer, I think, is that Babbage's machines were digital. That is to say, the motions of each of the parts were discrete. They were finitely incremental. The idea for that was, he realized very early on, his very earliest conception was it had to be digital, because that's the only way you can quantify the inaccuracy, quantify the uncertainty. So a number was between 2 and 3, you knew it wasn't less than 2, it wasn't even more than 3, but where it was in between didn't matter. And that was the power of the digital stuff. It was also decimal. And the idea then was, this was the age of mechanism, that mechanics and mechanical things would exhaust explanation. Any quality could be reduced to quantity, and quantity could be calculated. So the idea is that you didn't need anything outside that. This was the terminus. This was the explanatory terminus of all things, was mechanism. So they weren't open to the idea there was something else. They weren't open to the idea that there was another way of implementing digital logic, mechanical logic. But there's another aspect to that, and that is that they didn't see digital as necessarily to do with switching. They saw it as incrementalized motion, of discretized motion. So I think that was another. Also, it was very, very early days. They were doing the earliest experiments with magnetism. They didn't have Faraday's formulae yet. Magnetism came. And so the idea they would have switching relays and then leap, as it were, jump horses from mechanics to electromagnetics didn't arise. But it's interesting. He saw Wheatstone's thing. He wrote a note in his diary saying, yesterday we saw Wheatstone's thing. And he says, my machine can calculate faster than his. So he was interested.
The one that didn't exist.
Yes.
Right? So.
Yes.
Our next highlight comes from two extraordinary people who have a clear perspective on the role of technology in being a driver of democracy. We'll hear from Rafi Krikorian, CTO of the Democratic National Committee, and Alex MacGillivray, former Deputy CTO of the United States. Here's a highlight from their session.
What is tech like within the DNC? Is it a priority, or is it something that's sort of ancillary?
Yeah, I mean, so you're right. So like we spend a lot of our time basically thinking about hand-to-hand combat. Like, how can we actually go and like get voters on our side, get that message out, get people to like go and support your candidate in a lot of different ways. So historically, the way that we think about that is like old school organizing, right? Like we get people to knock on doors, you get people to call people on the phone, you just get like the word out in a bunch of different ways. And like it's been changing over the past few cycles. Like now there's more internet advertising. Clearly it's gone wrong in a bunch of different ways. But so like what we spend a lot of our time thinking about is just like what's the better way for us to just connect with humans? Like how can we have long-term conversations with a bunch of people? How can we amplify the message of our candidates in a bunch of different ways? So fortunately, at least the current DNC team, so remember like political parties, they usually like rotate every 4 years along with the US presidential cycle. So like it's a whole new set of people who are trying to tackle this problem. So like this cycle, like the political party is like really technology oriented. Like we know like we kind of had our asses handed to ourselves like last cycle. So like the chair this time around is really big in investing in technology. We want our legacy to be like the modernization of the party in a bunch of different ways. So like we're in a turnaround job.
Do you think that is the political party becoming more tech aware? Will that through osmosis, do you think, spread through the rest of government, or is there really a separation between those things?
Yeah, so I mean, I'd be curious to know Alex's opinion on this, but like right now, there's a pretty big firewall between like electoral work and the governmental work. Yep. So like we see it right now. Like I'm talking to a whole bunch of governmental officials that are going to be up for election in 145 days, and they haven't really thought about technology. Like they've been in government for a couple of years, and they haven't really thought about the technology needed in order to pull that off again. And I'm kind of worried that cycle will happen again when we go through. Like our best hope is like some of our candidates right now are really tech oriented. Like there's some really interesting tech issues out there in the US that we're hoping that they'll carry in with them so they can have better conversations with people like me, or hopefully people like me get to tag along when they get into office time around. So knock on wood, but right now there's a pretty big firewall in a lot of ways.
Yeah. And the last panel talked a little bit about generational change, so I think that's happening as well. If you're a random economic policy staffer, you probably grew up using a whole bunch of these tools already, and that will definitely bring change. But also, you do see those transition teams that go in to try to hire the people, because that's the other thing I didn't really understand is government is this incredibly quick startup, particularly within the White House and the executive branch. You go from having 0 people to a couple thousand people in the space of 5 or 6 weeks. Yeah. So that's you sort of rely on your people that you worked with in the campaign, and then that helps you to bring the next group in. And so having more people who are really technically sophisticated on the campaign side will, I think, very much.
I mean, one of the things that we're doing, which is like sounds pretty small, but we've been seeing pretty big effects, is frankly we just moved to the G Suite as part of the Democratic Party. It sounds like crazy that we haven't done so far, but like I just like watch document collaboration happening all the time right now. Like it's insane. So like there's actually a big change that's just happened in 6 months of using the G Suite that we're hoping that will carry forward.
What does tech get wrong about politics and sort of Washington D.C. or Belgium or wherever you want to take it? And then the corollary, what does Washington D.C. get wrong about tech?
I mean, so what what we got wrong about politics. So like my team came in. We came in about August of last year, and we came in being like, well, we know tech, obviously. Like we've built self-driving cars. Like we've built social networks. Like we kind of know what this tech thing is. We were wrong. We didn't understand the space. I think for a bunch of us, we even forgot the first thing, which is talk to your customer in a bunch of different ways. Go canvas, go knock some doors for a while, go cut some turf on who you should go talk to, and just see what the real problems are on the field. Because these old school organizers are actually doing an engineering problem. They're just doing it on pencil and paper, and we can make it faster in a bunch of different ways. So really understanding that, we took that for granted. They were they didn't need a sea change in what they're doing, and maybe in G Suite is one example they do, but what they really need is a way just to make it faster and more efficient and more effective in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah, I think that's a good sort of respect your customer is a great thing that sometimes we don't do on really either side. I think in terms of the worlds are relatively distinct, and there's maybe less crossover. There's more now, but less crossover than we'd like. And so I think what that leads is to maybe not fully understanding the types of motivations that are in people's heads, and sort of coming up with your own. So I think people often characterize when they're in DC, techies as being really motivated by money, because that's the IPOs is kind of what we see from DC of Silicon Valley. And similarly, the other way around, right? Silicon Valley, what we think about DC is often, those people are just motivated by power. There's not, and certainly the thing that I've seen is that both are motivated with trying to make the world a better place, just bringing different tool sets to it. So the sooner you can get to that conversation, the better.
I hope you've been enjoying highlights from Cloudflare's Internet Summit. If you want to see more of these highlights, you can find them on our website at www.cloudflare.com/internetsummit. Our next session couldn't be more important as we think about social platforms and their role in society. We'll hear from Daphne Keller, director of the Stanford Center for Internet and Society, and Lee Rowland, senior staff attorney, ACLU Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project. Daphne and Lee share their perspective on private companies and public squares. Here's a highlight from their session.
In both the US and the EU now, these laws are coming under threat. There's legislation to sort of carve out a portion of intermediate liability and impose that on platforms pending before the US right now. It'd be great to talk about that. And I think that we tend to focus a lot on what's going on in the US, but one of the Germany's at the last G7 meeting said, one of our top priorities is eliminating intermediary liability. So you're supposed to be the optimists, and you're telling me that we won. Doesn't feel like we're going to be winning for very long.
My most optimistic take on it is that there's an opportunity here for companies, particularly companies that have a deep tie to the United States, as an opportunity to make sure that we don't allow countries like Germany that have much less protective speech regimes to ratchet everything. It's always a one-way ratchet to the lowest common denominator, right? And you mentioned Germany. Okay, in Germany you generally cannot say have a swastika or agree with Nazi ideology. But then you got to put in the Turkeys of the world, right? And Thailand's and China and North Korea, right? If they're actually participating, and you can see how the multinational pressures really do risk this lowest common denominator stuff, where everybody gets to pick off the speech that's illegal in their country. And so I really think that companies like Cloudflare have an opportunity, and I'd go farther and say a duty, to uphold some of the values and norms that reflect our First Amendment landscape. Because I think we want to look in ourselves and answer the really hard question that maybe with this many minutes left, it's too early to pose the big question, but do we want a world where Nazis cannot have a website, right? Do we want a world where if you say no, it's a de facto veto on the ability of somebody like the Daily Stormer to be online? And it's not a comfortable thing to talk about because nobody wants to see Nazi ideology. But I will say that I do want the ability to see and find speech that reflects actual human beliefs, because that's how we know it's out there, right? It doesn't benefit us to be blindsided by the private organizing of white supremacists. It doesn't. There's not an upshot for society enforcing that kind of purity only hides those beliefs. It doesn't change them. And so I think Cloudflare's and companies like you that are part of the infrastructure of the web, whether it's DNS or hosting services, have a fundamental role in saying, we don't endorse this speech. We're not gratuitously looking at content to see whether or not you're worthy of a URL or hosting security. What we're doing is providing a neutral platform, and it's other people's job to look at that speech, to counter it with better speech, and to hold the people speaking accountable rather than those providing a platform.
I think there's also sort of an ugly dynamic between governments and major platforms. Avril was talking earlier about how private companies are taking over functions that historically have been government functions, like running the public square. And that's weird because they're not subject to the constraints that governments are. They're not subject to the First Amendment. They're not subject to the Fourth Amendment and constraints on surveillance. That creates sort of an unfortunate opportunity where private companies can do things that governments can't, but maybe want to. And so pressuring private companies to do them or taking advantage of the fact that they already do them, like collecting user data, becomes a very effective way for governments to get more power than their constitutions would otherwise allow them to have. And as an example of this, you were talking about pressures in Europe. The European Commission reached an agreement last year with 4 big platforms, YouTube, Microsoft, Facebook, Twitter, the EU hate speech code of conduct. And the agreement was that they would voluntarily take down hate speech as described in this agreement, which is not the same thing as hate speech as described in the law. It's going beyond what the law would actually prohibit, or that's how most people interpret it. And they're voluntarily agreeing with the government to take down lawful speech. And many Europeans and many Americans think that's a very strange function of government, to go out and use the cloud of government to get this voluntary removal of lawful speech from private platforms, and to take decisions about controversial speech that could have been litigated through the courts and held to some kind of democratically accountable standard of what speech we want in our societies, and instead put them in the hands of a team in Mountain View or Menlo Park.
It was great to hear about public squares and private companies, an especially important topic for the future of the internet. Our next session is about cybersecurity from the U.S. national security perspective. We'll hear from Avril Haines, who is the former Deputy National Security Advisor in the Obama administration. Avril will be talking about how changes and trends in society are creating challenges in how we organize ourselves.
When you think about sort of the evolution of law and legal standards, which I think is hitting a challenge here, right? Traditionally in terms of borders, again, bright lines, and even as our activities move to the air or to the sea, you know, the law of the sea famously is this difficult to define sort of circumstance. But as you move online, you know, and those borders really don't exist at all, we've seen that challenge, you know, but not only in the, you know, the corporate world, how they deal with taxation, how they deal with, you know, all sorts of different content standards we're running into. As you move to a world without borders, the application of laws gets very challenging, right? But what I hear you saying is that it maybe even goes a bit, you know, beyond that, in that the way we're organizing ourselves now doesn't really have a geographic location. I mean, there is this urban, you know, rural divide, but in addition to that, the people that we associate with and the people we get to know or resonate with has no bearing on whether or not they're down the street or around the world. And how do you see, you know, we talked a little bit about the military. This is now, I think, more of a bit of a diplomatic and rule of law question. What do you see the challenges being in trying to reconcile that? So as we talk about where the internet is going, how do you make sense of bringing that back into our traditional ways of enforcing laws and having relationships across nation states?
Yeah, I feel like this could be like a 3-day conversation instead of a 30-minute conversation. But you're absolutely right. I see maybe 2 sets of issues, and let me use the law of the sea example that you raised, which I think is a really good one. the law of the sea is an area of international law that is so developed. It's been developed over really an extraordinary amount of time. It's an area that I find utterly fascinating. But you're right, it's a very good example of how we dealt with a situation where there were a variety of nebulous issues, right, where our interest, and it's very much, in my view, similar to the asymmetric threat that we're facing in cyber, frankly. We have an enormous interest, the U.S. government, in freedom of navigation around the world. Those are areas that are nowhere near our territory, right? We have no ability, in a sense, to create rules in that jurisdiction, and yet they're critical, and we don't want to have to use force every time somebody doesn't allow our ships to transit through an international strait. And so we developed this extraordinary framework, and it is so precise as to be able to tell you that if a rock above the water at high tide, then it does have a territorial sea. You as a state then have a right to certain resources within a certain area around that rock. I mean, so there's an extraordinary amount of detail to it, and there's a lot of detail to what we can and can't do around the world, and it allows us to bolster that kind of thing. And so it's another reason for why I have optimism about us being able to get into these areas and really think them through in a serious way. But to your broader question, I think there's that framework, but I also think we are going to be rethinking many of our political institutions. I see another evolution of our political institutions as a consequence of the fact that there is this increasing tension, because I don't see how we can make this work. As lawyers, I know you and I, we have seen how the regulatory structures, for example, that we apply in a variety of, sort of real world things are simply not only are they unenforceable and really, difficult to apply in the context of they don't make sense in our world today, and in the way in which we communicate and disseminate information and do things. And so it's just another distortion that you're seeing in the system. And as the distortions become more significant, I think the harder it is to maintain.
Are you seeing this idea of virtual communities and the way that people find their allegiances these days, maybe moving away from the nationalistic, patriotic, and into sort of a cultural, ideological, global sort of community? Are you seeing that already play out, or do you think that that is something that might still be a generation or two down the road? How people really at their core, identify their base allegiances? What if anything, are you seeing on that arc?
So there is a global trends report. This is sort of a classic thing that the intelligence community does. And last year they pushed out this report. It's publicly available. And it looks 10 to 15 years ahead, essentially. And it tries to identify mega trends that they've, determined are out there. And sort of give the sense to policymakers, here are some of the big things that we see happening. Here are the potential implications of those big things. Here are some of the tectonic shifts that are occurring, as they call them in some respects. And then also, what are the game changer things, so that you as a policymaker can think about how do you affect this. And two of the megatrends that they identified were individual empowerment, and I hope I'm getting this right, and diffusion of power, which kind of goes to your question. And
so we have no laws and no control over the people trying to follow the laws.
Not so much.
I thought you said you were optimistic on this. You were suggesting you were an optimist in this thing.
But what they talk about is the role of non-state actors in both as spoilers to government action, but also as increasing, empowerment, essentially. And to my mind, this is another part of what we're seeing in what I was describing between the increasing tension, political institutions and the way we organize ourselves, but also the challenges that it presents to governance. And as we see individuals being more empowered, right, and we see them relying on public institutions less and less for the things that they used to rely on them. I mean, with things like blockchain technology and other, it's just, you can see how it's possible now to organize, for example, Bitcoin money, without having a public institution, right? There are a variety of things that are occurring. And so non-state actors are really increasingly potentially having power in this area. area. And by non-state actors, I don't just mean terrorist groups, although those are obviously non-state actors as well, but also cabals of companies, of variety of actors across border. And I think the challenge for us as society and citizens is that those actors are not subject to the same rules that we subject our public institutions to, right? So are we comfortable with them filling that gap that they are currently filling between what it is that the government used to be and what it is that the private individual had? And I'll tell you, I am increasingly surprised as I'm now out of government and I talk to CEOs and others, how many companies now have their own foundation, are doing a lot of things that governments used to do. And, and with greater or lesser success, I think, in creating walls between their company agenda and their foundation agenda. So it's a very interesting space.
Yeah.
In our next session, we explore the role of data science technology on democracy. We'll hear from Darren Boulding, then CTO of Cambridge Analytica, and Lawrence Lessig, Harvard law professor, who each offered different perspectives. This highlight shows a heated discussion between our panelists.
So Larry, you ran a presidential campaign really focused on one issue, which was campaign finance reform. And yet, in this presidential election, the candidate that spent less, raised from smaller contributors, spent half as much as Hillary Clinton, ended up being the winner. Is campaign finance the key issue still, or do we have to start worrying about data as the new sort of divider between who wins and who loses elections?
Well, so, my slogan was not fix campaign finance. In fact, those words I hate because they make people's eyes glaze over. Mine was fix democracy first. And what that meant was all the different ways in which this system denies us a democracy, in the sense that we are equal citizens. So you might say the way campaigns fund themselves. If you've got a Congress that's spending 30 to 70% of their time raising money from 60,000 Americans, that's not a Congress that's concerned much with how to represent ordinary Americans. If you have a system of gerrymandering where 89 million Americans live in districts where they know their congressman doesn't give a shit about them because they couldn't ever matter to that congressman's elections, that's not a system of representing Americans equally. And when you've got techniques for making it harder for people to vote based on what their party is, that's not a system that produces rabid citizenship driving to electing a president. And that's what I was talking about even before we get to the fact that we have an electoral college that basically means that the vote of Republicans here in California is worth nothing in the calculation of who our president is going to be. These are all ways in which we have a failed democracy. And what I wanted to do was to at least get to the chance to be in the debate on the Democratic stage, to be able to say, let's finally, as a party, rally around fixing this fundamentally flawed, corrupted democracy. But I would suggest that the man who won took the very same set of slogans, drain the swamp, this is a deeply corrupted government, it's all about the horrible people in Washington who don't care to represent you, and ran as full force as he could and targeted as his opponent a woman who he characterized, I think it wasn't a fair characterization, but a woman who he characterized was just sold out to these interests precisely. So no, I don't think this is a wrong issue. I think it is the fundamental issue, and we've got to figure out a way to rally a political system to finally deal with it, and that's the challenge.
I mean, one of the core tenets of democracy seems like there's a shared understanding. And it seems to me like if you've got 15 different targeted messages, many of which didn't even mention Trump, does that corrode the shared understanding?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Darren and I were talking before we came on stage, and he was trying to figure out if we really disagreed about anything, and he wanted to know what the secret, lines I was going to use are. And the truth is, in the half of Darren's world that's focused on commerce and giving people what they want in commerce, it's the best of all possible times. In the half of the architecture of communication that's focused on giving people access to Netflix and 1 billion television channels, it's the best of all possible times. But as my friend Aaron Swartz said, we have to recognize the way in which the internet is the best of all possible times and the worst of all possible times at the same time. And so when you shift from the focus of the commerce or culture to democracy, realize that the very same technologies actually undermine the ability for us to do democracy the way we've done it before. I'm not saying we can't improve or find a new way to do it, but the way we used to do it doesn't work anymore. And this point you've made is exactly, I think, the way to see it. You know, it used to be that the process of winning an election was the same as the process of building the coalition you needed to govern. It was all out in the front, it was all out in plain sight, and when you actually won, you knew what the coalition and the beliefs were that made it so you won, so you then had the chance to go and do something. When you have the technologies that I think Cambridge Analytica and others have begun to develop perfected, the project of winning an election is completely separate from the project of governing.
So Darren, yes,
Yeah.
Darren, are you destroying democracy?
No. In fact, and I would actually somewhat disagree that you need to have a complete shared context to have democracy. Democracy is either representative or direct democracy, right? So that's the act of democracy, is actually allowing people to choose who their representatives are or to affect the policy. That doesn't necessarily imply that everyone has to have the same shared context. It's probably helpful. It's good for society for us to have some of that shared context. But I think it's actually beneficial, I would argue, that people who have different points of view and people who have different interests and they have different subjects of things that they think are important, they should have those issues addressed. And respectfully, if you think that politicians have not been going around saying different things to different groups of people, they've been doing that since the beginning of politics.
But I mean, you work for a company that says they have a unique technology to be able to do that better. Sure. What is it like? Is there something? What is it about that technology that's so much uniquely better that it is, again, a great business? Sure. That then on this other side doesn't then give you something which corrodes that shared understanding?
Well, I don't think it. First off, the shared understanding is out there, as Larry and I were talking about, is almost more cultural than it is specific pieces of information or anything like that. And I think that having a conversation with you about the regulations that Germany might impose on there doesn't prevent you from knowing about other aspects of foreign policy with Germany. It's just a specific thing you might really care about. So why wouldn't it be better for democracy for you to be able to engage with a candidate or have a candidate tell you their opinions about something that's specific to what you're interested in? Now, if they start telling you one thing and they start telling someone else a contradictory thing, I think that's a really big problem, and it's also something that in our current system it would be very quickly found out, and I would hope would have some form of moral hazard to the candidate that were to do so. But as long as they are maintaining consistent points of view, I don't think it is actually a bad thing for people to communicate about the issues that are more important to a specific person.
Yeah, well, so I wouldn't say that Cambridge Analytica produced this highly diffuse culture where people don't have any shared understanding of the basic facts. You didn't produce that. You have nothing to do with that. Mm-hmm. That's a product of the infrastructure for communication that has evolved since the 1960s and 1970s. And what we don't really recognize enough is how extraordinary the period of the 1960s and 1970s were for democracy. Because in the 1960s, 1970s, everybody was focused on 3 television shows every night on the news. And those 3 television shows were right down the middle, and they told the public the news. And as data scientists like Marcus Pryor at Princeton have shown, America basically understood the same stuff from these.
So, like Julius Genachowski, former chair of the FCC, says, maybe this is the natural state that we're in today.
Right.
And that what was happening then is you had 3 companies that controlled such a profitable technology that the thing that they were most afraid of was regulation.
And so they spent all this time being neutral and straight down the middle and elevating the conversation. You go back to the early elections in this country, and people are arguing about who's sleeping with their servants, and I mean, all just craziness.
Yeah.
Like, is that just is the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s maybe? Is that what we should be striving for, or is that just unnatural, sort of an unnatural reaction to fear of regulation and technology development?
I completely agree. That was this extraordinary period in the history of humanity. And all that I'm saying is that, in a certain sense, defined how we understand what democracy is supposed to do. And that period is gone. I don't want to get back to it. I don't want to create the world where we're all watching 3 shows. I think those 3 shows were too narrow in a million ways. I would agree with you. It's a great thing that we have all sorts of different perspectives. But my point is, we don't yet have a good model for how to work a democracy where we all live in our own little worlds, these niche worlds of understandings of the basic facts. Because here's the big difference between where we are now and where we were before that weird period of the 1950s, 1960s. In some sense, the architecture of media today is just like the architecture of media in the 19th century. There were a million different sources. Nobody had the same. Most journalism was partisan journalism. It all looked like Fox News or MSNBC. It was all about how do you rally the troops to your own version of the truth, and it was all lies that they were telling everybody. So it was the way it was back then is the way it is in some sense now. The difference is we had no way to know what the public thought back then. In a certain sense, it's only what the politicians thought that mattered, because back then we didn't even have polling. We had no way to even recognize that the public didn't believe or even understand the facts, because there was no way to get to that information.
The other thing is you had an understanding. You bought a particular tabloid. It had a political position, and you knew what you were getting. At some level, Facebook and the various platforms that are out there, Google, it's the algorithm. Come on, right? At some level there is something that's going on there that is an editorial voice, and you don't know what that is. That neutrality almost elevates its credibility in some way.
You mean today, or?
I think today. Yeah. Whereas back then, you pick up the conservative newspaper, you read it, and it says, vote conservative, and you think, yeah, they're going to say that because they're the conservative newspaper.
Right, and back then, in a certain sense, what that was doing was just driving people to vote in a certain way or not. And it didn't, in beyond voting for certain parties or not, drive public policy. But today, the views of people about whether we should go to war in Iraq or whether immigrants deserve to be blocked as they try to enter the United States, the views of the people with respect to those questions today matter directly. You say we either have a representative democracy or a direct democracy.
Yeah.
We're supposed to have a representative democracy, but the way the evolution of polling and the understanding of the public has developed is that we have increasingly a direct democracy on top, and that direct democracy is informed by a public that doesn't know squat about many of these issues, because we live in these niche market bubble worlds that don't actually inform us the way we did during this bizarrely weird period of the middle of the 20th century.
But data science is part of the solution to that. I mean, if I find that I'm in an echo chamber where I'm only getting certain points of view, then I can actually use a tool on Facebook to tell me what percentage of my Facebook feed is Democrat or Republican, and I can see that perhaps I need to improve the hygiene of what I consume from news.
So that's the argument that we as a society are just getting used to the technology. We will get better at being able to interpret these things and see through it. That's
part of it. I also think that these tools make it actually easier for smaller groups of people who have specific points of view to get those points of view out there into the zeitgeist of the market. Instead of needing a huge amount of money to go run an ad campaign across all the major newspapers in the United States, go raise $10,000, do a targeted influencer campaign to get your message in front of a few people so you can get it starting to be tweeted out or message go viral or something like that. And then your message starts getting out there and your topic is being discussed. You couldn't do that before because all of the power was in these small number of entrenched interests. So I think that data science, especially where it is so available through things like Facebook and other DMPs and things like that, where you can actually have just individual people make use of it. Now, if you've got the money to spend, come talk to us. We'll help you make it even that much better. But what's available to anybody is actually quite powerful, and it increases the diversity of thought. It increases the conversation that's occurring. And I appreciate the value of having a shared context, and I appreciate the value of having that you think that this particular president was elected with this mandate to do these things, and it would be great if we had more cohesive points of view in our both parties for the last few years if you're trying to get things done in Congress and things like that. But I, for one, think that if you are accurately representing what the populace is interested in, that is in no way a bad thing for democracy. If that's a good thing for democracy, and if the public is fractured in so many ways that you can't make a single decision, then that is what the public deserves. Because
you had Larry nodding his head, and then you kept talking, and now he's shaking it. So
good.
It was great to hear from Lawrence Lessig and Darren Boulding about the influence of data science technology on democracy. In our final session, we have Victoria Coleman, the CTO of Wikimedia Foundation, which has the mission to empower and engage people around the world to collect and develop educational content. Their foundation believes that openness is the driving force for creating high-quality content. Here's a highlight from the session.
So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an understanding of our the breadth of what we do.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It definitely does. So, if your mission is to help bring free education to everyone, to all, getting to everyone can be hard, right? Let's start by the second part. So, how do you get access to people in hard to reach areas, whether it's developing countries? Like, what makes that hard or easy from your perspective?
Well, I think it's definitely a challenge for us, and it's kind of interesting. We, of course, we build this movement primarily in North America, in Europe. That's the places where it's most prominent. Our ambition, of course, goes much beyond that. And we started actually doing some pretty well-defined and focused research. So we had researchers just this past year in Brazil, in Mexico, in India, in Nigeria, trying to understand what the local communities need in order to be able to leverage the knowledge that others create in other parts of the world, and also to create their own knowledge, because all knowledge really is contextual. What you need to know in San Francisco is different than what you need to know in Athens, Greece. I mean, locality is really important for us. And one of the things that we found is people really don't know who we are. So in this so-called Global South research that we've been doing, people often think that we're the same as Google.
Really?
So one of the things that we are working really hard around is putting some emphasis on the brand and the mission and communicating with people what it means so that they can in turn, hopefully come to us and become part of the community and the movement to service those in those regions.
That's great. That's important. We just heard from Darren and Larry on the last panel, and this notion of fake news came up. And as I was hearing that, of course, I thought, well, what is the foundation's point of view around fake news, and what can you do to either give us hope for the future?
So first of all, the foundation and the Wikipedia in particular does not deal in news. One of our core principles in the foundation, in Wikipedia, I should be more precise, is what we call NOR, so no original content. An encyclopedia should be something that reflects on existing knowledge. It's not a place where you go to publish knowledge. So we really don't support news as such in Wikipedia, but what we do, of course, is we believe very strongly in verifiability. So the content that we put out there, we're going to make sure that is as reliable as we can make it. And of course, it's really almost a conundrum for those on the outside to comprehend how this happens. We have an active community of 200,000 editors that go in, day out, and make changes to our content. How do they do that? How is it that our content, for the most part, is pretty accurate? I mean, nobody would argue it's 100% right, but it always gets better, and it keeps growing. Well, in our community, in our movement, there are these three principles that we live by. And that's one of them, as I mentioned, is no original content. The other one is verifiability. So anything that appears in Wikipedia has to be backed up by a source. So I don't know if sometimes, I wish I had the t-shirt. So we often say citation needed. So if you go to an article and you see citation needed and you have time, please look, and maybe there's a source that you can refer to help make the article better. The other thing that we do is we maintain and ask our community to hold itself accountable to a neutral point of view. So, these are the three core principles around which our content is built. And the way that really these principles are implemented and embedded in our community is because people truly internalize and believe them. So there are 200,000 people out there that are each watching, part of the artifact, and they make sure that these principles are upheld. And I can tell you they're very vocal and they hold each other truly accountable. So, in our world, it works because we're open. And I have to tell you this. I don't know how many of you read the Post. I'm not a regular reader, but I've started reading it recently. They have a new tagline: "Democracy dies in darkness." And when I read that, it's a very powerful thing for me personally. And I reflect on the work that we do at the foundation. And for us, really, it's exactly the opposite. It's like truth thrives in openness. So openness for us is really, I think, how we manage to create content that is high quality and does not contain fake material to the extent we can help it.
That's amazing. When there's something controversial posted on something like
seat, Sophie. Good afternoon, welcome. All right, someone's gonna have to give me a microphone. All right, I'll shout for a minute.
You could use my microphone.
Get me a microphone that works. Oh, look at that. Amazing, amazing. All right, good afternoon, and welcome to the afternoon sessions. I'm very, very proud, or at least it's incredibly proud to have Sophie Wilson with me. Sophie, on the board it says you're a microprocessor designer, which kind of buries the lead, I think, a little bit, because you've done something which I think everyone in this room has got something that you were part of the genesis of, which is an ARM processor, probably many in their home. Can you just put that into context a little bit? What is an ARM processor and why are there so many of them?
So, way back in 1983, we looked for a processor to use. We couldn't find one we wanted, so we made our own. Long story short. We were aiming at building a processor that was used for desktop computers, because that's what the company sold. And it's ended up as a deeply embedded processor. So at current states, there's about 130 billion ARM-powered chips in the world. Each chip has one or many, usually many, ARM processors in it. So there's an uncountable number of the actual processor out there. Nobody knows how many. ARM has licensing such as you can use this any number of times you like on a chip. So nobody knows. Nobody knows how many have been sold, but lots.
Okay, so dial back to 1983. You're there. You've worked on a thing called the BBC microcomputer and other things for a company called Acorn in the UK, which was very, very successful, used an 8-bit processor. And you want to make a business machine, and instead of going out and buying some other processor, you and a couple of other people think, we'll just make a processor ourselves. how does that, so why were you able to make that leap and say, yeah, actually this is viable?
It's a big stretch. So the first thing we did was we were using the 6502 microprocessor, the same microprocessor that's in an Apple II, though I don't think anybody's sold a BBC microcomputer for as much as an Apple II prototype sold recently. So you obviously want to do better with your next system, move on from a 6502 to something more powerful. Now, the BBC Micro had a facility for adding a second processor to it. So this meant we could quickly build a board and evaluate processors. So we looked at the best that was available from Intel, which was the 8286 at the time. We looked at the best that was available from Motorola, still a functioning company that didn't make cell phones. And that was the 68000. We looked at an up-and-coming processor from National Semiconductor, the NS16032 was its original name, and somewhere along the way, marketing decided that they'd rename it the NS32016, as marketing does, and so on. And we began to think to ourselves, well, these processors don't live up to the claims that are being made by Intel, Motorola, National Semiconductor, etc. When we build them as boards and normalize everything to our systems, because it's a second processor, everything's normalized to the same system, we can see that the performance is very much the same. If you, in fact, normalize these processors, which ran without instruction and data caches, to bus bandwidth, you see that their performance is actually close to identical, no matter what. Wow. That's fun.
Yeah, it's Fleet Week in San Francisco, so there'll be some Navy flyers doing some fancy stuff over the bay, so please carry on with...
It'd be far better to watch them than me.
Definitely not.
So we had all these graphs saying the performance of this processor within Delta is precisely determined by its bus bandwidth. Now, inside the BBC Micro, we'd built actually quite a fast memory system. It was 4 megatransfers per second, 8 bits wide. So we knew we could design a high-speed memory system. We knew we could make a 4 or 8 megatransfer memory system, and we could make it 8, 16, 32 bits wide. So we could give a lot of bus bandwidth to anything that we designed. That would be easy. And all these processors couldn't make any use of it. When we actually normalized the bus bandwidth against the 6502, we actually found out that even the most advanced processors that they were trying to sell us were the same. So how do we get out of that hole? Well, quite by chance, as it turns out. So Professor Andy Hopper at Cambridge University dumped onto my desk the very first research papers that were being printed out about new technology called reduced instruction set computers, RISC. Now, there's a popular misconception about RISC machines, and what's been reduced isn't the number of instructions. RISC machines frequently have loads and loads and loads of instructions. What's been reduced is the complexity of the instruction, the complexity of carrying out the instruction. So RISC machines have all the instructions that you need, they just put it together in a different way than competing processors, CISC machines. So that was interesting, but these were being made by proper research establishments who had multi-years of experience in designing stuff. Some of these early papers were by IBM. So they sort of showed a way that one might do it, build your own processor, while also seeming to set the bar still formidably high. So the people who built the 6502, William D. Mensch in the Western Design Center, started to design a new processor. And we thought, well, we like the 6502 quite a lot, so we should go out and see Bill Mensch and his Western Design Center. And we'd visited other places that made microprocessors before. We knew what to expect. We knew there'd be a massive factory, and there'd be loads of people. Well, Western Design Center wasn't like that. Western Design Center was on the outskirts of Phoenix, and it was a couple of bungalows with some electronic engineers, senior EEs, and a bunch of grad students. So the processor they were designing, the 65SC816, we would go on to use, but what we really came away with as a lesson was the feeling that if a couple of electronic engineers and a bunch of grad students could design microprocessors, well, maybe we could. So we started playing fantasy instruction sets in our heads. And gradually slid towards thinking, yeah, it's not a maybe, we definitely can do this thing. We can design a processor. A processor is a complicated set of digital logic, but the inside of a BBC Micro, which we'd previously designed, was a complicated set of digital logic. Designing a microprocessor is all about putting together a lot of digital logic and getting it right. Hey, we could do that. So we did.
And you did it, and the first chips that were produced worked perfectly first time. How did that come about? That's a big achievement for these grad students who are doing something. What did you do to make that possible?
And here we seem to have diverged from everybody. The NS16032, 32016, was a big case in point. We still followed these processors that we'd built evaluation systems for. In fact, Charles Spork of National Semiconductor came to visit us because we were one of the people who'd put the thing together and made it work faster than anybody else. So that processor, it was revision H, I think, before anything even remotely worked properly. We stopped following it round about revision K, and they still hadn't got it right. So making sure that the thing we imagined was fit for purpose, validation, and making sure that the logic we'd actually implemented did what we designed it to do, verification, were two important steps that we took, and you have to do both at once. So for validation, we had to get really sure that the processor we'd built ran the programs we want in the style we'd like to do it. So we did that by building instruction set simulators. So I think I spent, well, quite a lot of time writing instruction set simulators, written in machine code, running on the 6502, on the 32016 and other processors. And those were high-speed instruction set simulators. They weren't cycle accurate, they didn't model what was going on inside the processor, but they just took the abstract architecture of ARM and ran those instructions. And then using those instruction set simulators, we could do two different things. We could do the validation bit, so we could write programs, write compilers, etc., that output the machine code of ARM and make sure that this was fit for purpose, that it would do what we wanted. So that was one thing that went on, and we rapidly brought up compilers. We brought up BCPL, the forerunner to C. We didn't bring C up at that time, but we did bring up BCPL. We brought up Lisp, BBC Basic, a whole bunch of stuff was brought up to prove the processor works.
When you say we, this is how many people doing this?
There were... So ARM was designed by me, Steve Ferber, Alistair Thomas, Jamie Urquhart, Robert Heaton, Dave Howard. Yeah, right number. That's it.
So you've got 6 people who have completely changed the way we're doing things because we all have ARM processors.
Well, remember that the validation bit sort of flew out a bit further, so actually it was more like about 15 people. But yeah, that many people. So the second bit, the verification bit, we wrote self-testing programs. I wrote the data path verification suite for the very first ARM processors. So that's a program written in ARM assembly language that self-checks itself is getting the right answer. So, as it were, it's a blob of code. You run it on an ARM and it says, hey, a perfectly working data path. Lovely. And other people wrote ones that tested the load store unit and so on. And you test each bit like that. Now, at the moment, these are just running on the instruction set simulator. Meanwhile, we write other programs. So Steve Ferber wrote in BBC Basic, running on a BBC computer, a register transfer level model of the ARM processor. So this is something that, like the instruction set simulators, carries out the actions of an ARM processor, but this time it does it with high fidelity, obeying all the things that the actual logic of the processor will do. So it's timing accurate, it uses all the same buses, there can be no mistakes in it. So after we had all this stuff running on the high-performance machines, then we'd have the cycle-accurate model of the processor carry this out. And that did take a lot longer than running on the cycle-accurate. So today they look like terribly low figures. So BBC Micros were powered by 2 and 4 megahertz 6502s. The instruction set simulator for ARM running on one of those machines was running at 100 to 200,000 instructions per second. And that was fast enough that I could write an editor in ARM machine code and run it on the instruction set simulator and have a usefully usable editor. In fact, lots of people use that out of preference to all the other editors that the company had, which is quite fun. So the RTL model of the processor is running much slower. It's running about 5 to 20, depends exactly how it's doing particular things, instructions per second. So we had a farm of BBC Micros, each running a part of a test program in order to get the whole volume of test programs through the cycle-accurate model. Now, meanwhile, we'd built the processor out of transistors. So we use a transistor simulator to prove that the action of the transistors when running the test programs is exactly the same. Now that thing's really slow. We were running on Apollo domain computers powered by 68,000s, and the extracted transistor model of the original ARM at 25,000 transistors is running sub 1 instruction per second. So that's really, really tiresome. So we couldn't run the entire test suite on the extracted transistors. We had to run them. We had to select bits of test suites that we thought were critically important, which you do by code coverage, and run them on the extracted transistor model. So we had 3 models which we proved were identical, and the high-speed model was proved to be useful, that we were designing what we wanted. Now, we did that not only for the processor, but we were actually built 4 chips at the same time. We built a processor, a video controller, a memory controller, and an I/O controller. So we built 4 chips, and we did the same thing for the lot of them, and everything worked. The chips would come back from the fab, we'd put them in the board, run BBC Basic on it if it was a processor, print pi, open the bottle of champagne, write 26th of April 1985 on the bottle of champagne to signify the milestone that the very first ARM worked.
And then it was an overnight success.
An overnight success in these terms takes 25 years. So we didn't sell the first 10 billion ARM-powered devices until 2008. So, yeah, we're a slow burner. So while ARM was captive inside Acorn, only Acorn machines and a few other people who wanted to license it from its manufacturer, VLSI Technology, were using it. So we're in a world where maybe 100,000 ARM processors would ship in a year. And that takes you a long time to get to 130 billion like that. So Acorn decided to set ARM free. Yay! Free as a bird. So in 1990, the third time round, a consortium of Acorn, VLSI Technology, and a company you might have heard of called Apple decided to set up and fund a company named after the microprocessor. The microprocessor was Acorn RISC Machine, and the company is called, to this day, ARM. Though nowadays it doesn't stand for Acorn RISC Machine, it just stands for ARM, or ARM Holdings. So that's kind of fun.
And what's interesting about this is that you stop making chips and you start just licensing intellectual property, and that creates this enormous explosion in this processor.
So we realized we didn't know anything about actually running a chip company. We were engineers. So we went out and we found a chip expert, a salesman from, as it happened, TI, called Robin Saxby, now Sir Robin Saxby. And he had a brilliant idea, absolutely brilliant. And just to prove it wasn't a mistake, he had another brilliant idea. So the first brilliant idea was, instead of this company, like a company like VLSI Technology, sell chips, the company ARM would be founded and set up to sell people the rights to make chips. So it would sell intellectual property. The first IP licensing company. So that was brilliant idea number one. Brilliant idea number two was ARM was a very small company, and it would remain, for most of its existence actually, quite a small company. So if it was going to be successful, it would do it in partnership with its customers. So ARM built this world where everybody's in partnership with everybody else. You may be competitors in real life, but when you enter the hallowed doors of ARM, you're friends and pals. You can entrust secrets to ARM, and ARM will keep your secrets even from your competitors. And together you will grow a happier world. And that turned out to be even more brilliant than the technology, even more brilliant than the IP model. The partnership model that Robin Saxby introduced made ARM extremely successful, eventually. I mean, overnight success, 25 years, that level of successful.
And the other thing is, this was not just a processor, right? It was a system on a chip. So this was the first SoC. How did that come about?
So while ARM was still inside Acorn, we designed a processor, a memory controller, a video controller, and an I/O controller. And Acorn was all about making machines cheaper. Making more powerful machines. Large sections of Acorn's marketplace were into education. Those people don't really like to pay a lot for a computer. And they want the computer to be powerful and to last. So, the slogan for ARM during the development of the project was MIPS for the masses. MIPS being millions of instructions per second, not any reference to the Stanford company. So that kept us on the straight and narrow. Everything that we put into the processor design, how we built everything, was aimed at producing stuff that could be consumer mass marketed for Acorn's machines. So in 1987, the first RISC-powered processors were launched, home computers were launched from Acorn. And obviously Acorn was on a treadmill all the time to produce newer, better machines. So we needed to then produce higher performance ARMs for higher top-end machines and cheaper ones for lower-end machines. And so what do you do? For the higher-end stuff, we integrate bigger, better processors with more transistors. For the lower-end stuff, we take the old processor and we combine it so that where the first machines went out with a 4-chip set of an ARM, a memory controller, a video controller, and I/O controller, to get cheaper, we put all those things onto one chip. And we were the first company to make a system on chip. And that was made by GC Palesi Semiconductors, who nobody's ever heard of, but they helped us do that.
And that was partly because the actual ARM core that you created was much smaller than the other RISC cores that were available, right?
Yeah. So one of the things that kept us on track for MIPS for the masses was to build our processor not so it was the most powerful processor, not to prove a point that RISC was the best way to build things, but to make something that we understood how to build that would be low power, high performance for its power, and work well. So we ended up only using 25,000 transistors, which was quite a low number at the time. That's only 6 times more transistors than the 6502 used. So a very small processor. Similarly, because we were a small team, the memory controller, the video controller, and the I/O controller were also small chips. So we had small things that we understood. We could combine them together. They were built to work as one, so we owned it all, we built it all, so we could combine it together on one piece of silicon and make the world's first SoC.
And so today, if I take out my iPhone and drop it in acid or something, and there's the ARM core exposed, would you recognize any of what's in there as something you worked on in '83? Is there anything left that needs to be perhaps removed now?
Well, so Apple are a very special case. If you took out your iPhone, ARM has different sorts of licensing. So we can license somebody like Qualcomm an ARM core designed by ARM. So Qualcomm use cores with imaginative names like Cortex-A75. Their marketing people don't like that, so they rename that core Cryo 260 or Cryo 280, depending on exactly what they've done with it. But Apple are in a special case. I mean, they were an original investor in ARM, and they demanded stuff that was made custom for them. ARM can't really afford to make too much fully custom for people. So it introduced, somewhat later than Robin Zaxby's first two inventions, it introduced an even more ethereal license than licensing IP. Apple has the right to build processors that execute the ARM instruction set. And that's an architecture license. It just has the license to make ARM architecture machines. It doesn't get anything directly from ARM apart from help and test programs and advice and compilers and all that sort of thing. But so if you took your A12 Bionic out of your iPhone, whatever the number is, XS, 10S, then the A12, designed on a 7-nanometer processor, contains no ARM IP. In fact, it also contains no Imagination Technology IP. Imagination Technology, another UK company, provided Apple with its GPUs for a very long time, but Apple have now sort of expanded out from designing processors. So if I look at the Apple A12 Bionic chip, I can see clusters of stuff. I can see where the big cores are. Apple's big core is called Vortex in the A12 Bionic. The Vortex processor is probably the most complex implementation of a microprocessor architecture currently being mass marketed on the planet. Everybody thinks it's Intel or IBM with their Power series, but as far as we can tell, and Apple aren't telling anybody, then the Vortex processor does more work per cycle, more power efficiently than anything else that currently exists, which is quite amusing. There's also an Apple-designed processor called Tempest in there. Tempest is a little core as opposed to a big core. One of ARM's inventions over the years has been the idea that you have big cores that are not particularly power efficient, that go very fast, and little cores that are very power efficient but go quite slowly, and the operating system swaps tasks between the two of them, and the two execute exactly the same architecture, so programs can't tell where they're running. So Apple have not only designed their own superlative big core, they now, in the thing called Tempest, have a little core. They've only been designing little cores for a while. The previous effort was called Mistral.
So in '83, you and a very small team of people make this thing that has this wide-ranging effect over 25, 30 years' time. Who is the equivalent team today, and what are they doing that we should be looking at, that I can invest in as well if you...
It's very difficult, isn't it? Because by its very nature, you don't know. We designed ARM in total secret. When we put out the first press releases about ARM, journalists would return them saying, that can't be true because I'd have heard about it. There are small companies working today on innovative projects, without doubt, but identify which of them is going to have an overnight success that takes 25 years is very hard. You could look at somebody like Mill Computing in Silicon Valley for ideas on how to build a processor with a more modern hat on. and take your chance. But you will have to wait 25 years before you get your money out.
I'm willing to wait 25 years. I need a retirement plan. So, all right, so we're almost at the end of time, but I want to give the audience a chance to ask at least one question, because this has been utterly fascinating. There's a question right down here at the front.
So at some point, Apple decided to use PowerPC for the desktop machines. Was ARM ready at that point? Was there a competition between PowerPC, in the transition from 68K to PowerPC? I assume they evaluated ARM, or was it just not ready at the time?
It just wasn't ready to be in the Apple desktop machines and PowerPC. PowerPC, IBM and Motorola put an awful lot of effort early on into making high-end implementations. With ARM, we started at the low-end implementations and built up. So it went into Newton. Newton Message Pad was Apple's use of ARM, and then Steve Jobs killed it.
And the power efficiency of ARM is its compelling advantage at this point. Did you design for that? Was that intentional?
That was intentional. We didn't know how well we'd done because modeling tools for power efficiency weren't very good. What we did know was when we put the first chip into the socket and booted it up and it all worked happily and we opened the champagne, later on we went back and looked at the board and the power supply line to the chip was broken. There was no power going to the chip. So the ARM processor was in there and it was working, but it was working on parasitic power that it was stealing from the chips surrounding it.
All right, we're going to have to stop because of the time, but there are two things I want to thank you for. First of all, thank you for flying all the way here for one day to do this. You must be absolutely exhausted in telling us about this. But also, I wanted to personally thank you. The BBC Micro was the first machine I ever owned. My parents could barely afford it and somehow scrabbled the money together, which caused me to end up sitting here with you talking about the BBC Micro. So thank you for building that all that time ago, and thank you so much for being with us today.
Hi, I'm Alex Steiner. I'm head of special projects at Cloudflare. Our next topic is about China's role in the internet economy, and with me are Joe Han, who's the executive vice president for China Telecom Global, and Jeffrey Ma, who is general manager at Baidu and head of their security practice there. And before I start, thank you both very much for flying all the way from China
Thank you.
to be here with us. So China is obviously a huge topic. It's a big topic in the news. It's a big topic in the news here lately with tweets and presidential tweets and more presidential tweets about it. And I think there's almost certainly different perceptions in the United States and frankly in the West as compared to from China about how to do business in China. And I think, Joe, especially given your position, very senior position at one of the largest Chinese companies and one of the most important Chinese infrastructure companies, I thought you'd have an interesting perspective on both the broad topic of how to think about doing business in China if you're not a Chinese company or U.S. company or European company trying to enter the market, and then more specifically also I think on the infrastructure side.
Sure. So I will probably speak a little bit, then Jeffrey, you can have your thoughts. And I would say there's probably not much difference than a Chinese company doing business in the U.S. I think today we come here because we have the partnership with Cloudflare. So Cloudflare is already doing business in China, but probably not necessarily you have huge investment, you can find a partnership. And so myself, I used to run the China Telecom Americas in US. I lived in US for the past 8 years. And so when I come to a different country, you really have to understand the rules, the cultures. So that's my thinking about if a US company, if you want to do business in China, that could be the same thing. Obviously, the rules, the laws, the regulation can be different, right? But the process is the same thing. And if you want to be successful, you need to understand the local market. You need to find the right partner. You need to find the right people. And so it can take time. But any company can be successful. I would say they will go through the same process.
There is typically, though, just to follow up on your answer, a greater say need and requirement to partner or joint venture, when doing business in China, that there isn't in other parts of the world. So I mean, I think there are China-specific differences. You would agree for companies to enter the market. Maybe that's changing, but
yeah, depends on how you compare, right? If you compare to U.S. in this particular industry, probably that's true, right? So China require different licensing process, and some of the industry, China really require license. In U.S., you don't really need a license to do certain business. And but if you look at other countries in the world, because China Telecom Global, we run our operation business in like 35 countries in a different part of the world. A lot of those countries, they do need license. They do need, probably also you need a joint venture if you want to get those type of license. And so I would say yes, and in some perspective compared to US, but also it's also common. It's not very unique, that unique.
And what do you see changing, given the current sort of climate and transition and dialogue? I don't want to get too much of a political discussion, but what do you see changing on the business side, over the last 6 months or 12 months even?
You mean in China?
Yeah, in China, and especially as it relates to the U.S.
I would say, any country, I can't speak for the government, right? But my feeling is that any country, if you want to be successful, you need to attract foreign investment. So you have to make it easier for, the money or business come from other part of the world to be successful, to do business easier in your country. And so tariff is one side, regulation is another side, and there's a lot of other things you can improve. And so I think China is doing the same thing and try to make it attractive, because you have to attract money, right? So U.S. is doing the same thing. You want the money come back to U.S. and you want to have more investments. I think the China is no difference.
Yeah, I got some ideas to share. By this topic, China is kind of so different from U.S. because we are talking about there's so many regulations. For our companies, we hated regulations too. But there's so different because in Chinese way is when there's some new businesses, new kind of new things comes out. At first, there's no regulations. You can do almost everything, right? Then the government tried to regulate more and more. Some parts is, both of us are also hate of that. But some parts, sometimes, the competitions in China are so hard between companies. So sometimes do need more regulations to help that. So it's very difficult to say it's good or not. But we need, anyway, we cannot change that, right? But we need to understand that it's the difference between. In my understanding, in U.S., we will talk a lot before we doing that. We probably will make a new law to regulate that. But at first in China, you can do almost everything. Then the government will learn from the practice, then put more and more regulations. It's just different way.
So you see a situation where small companies, kind of startups, 1 person, 5, 10, 20 person companies, have a very easy time of getting up to speed. They don't have to worry about regulation.
If you're entering very early stages, there's almost no regulations. So you can really do any kind of testing. So it's just different way, I think.
And so at what point does that, which has become a very robust, fast-growing entrepreneurial ecosystem in China, at what point does that kind of butt or hit, we have the fighter jets going by, kind of hit against the regulators and kind of cross paths with the regulatory environment? So I'm thinking of Alibaba, for example, that grew incredibly quickly with relatively little regulation to the point where maybe they got too big to be regulated. I don't know. And other companies, sort of, the government catches up to them quite quickly and they start to regulate them.
Yes, it's probably is a good example because we use Alipay a lot in China everywhere. We pay everything, even for very small place, you can use Alipay. It's a very good example. At first, the government don't have any regulations on how a private company can do or not allowed to do payment business. They just do it, and then they find some problem, and they try to regulate who can do this, who cannot do this, or what kind of license you need to get. It's like step by step.
So honestly, from some perspective, I envy companies like Baidu because they are private companies. We are state-owned companies. There's more regulation or there's more requirement for state-owned enterprise. But however, we understand that there's no choice for us, so we just follow our path. And both of us can have our unique value proposition can be successful.
Yeah, it's interesting. And there's another big movement, I'd say, in China. It's both government-sponsored and then also a little bit organic around Chinese companies, really for the first time in a significant way, reaching out beyond China's borders. Again, you see Alibaba do that. I think Baidu less a little bit. But I read somewhere that I think 3 of the 5 most downloaded apps last year were Chinese globally, which were Chinese apps. I think you're also seeing that on the infrastructure side in China Telecom. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I would say, so you choose the word, whether it's a natural-driven, market-driven, or it's a government sponsor. I would say probably both. But probably we will say it's definitely market-driven first. Then the government, steps in to say, this is the right thing to do for the overall economy, right? And for example, like China Telecom, we came to US. This is our by 2000, Los Angeles, and we have our first POPs. It's not really driven by the government sponsorship. The government didn't ask us to go overseas. It's driven by internet, because we need to set up a POP to connect to US carriers. So we have the internet traffic go through. And so nowadays it's even become natural for almost any medium or large Chinese enterprise or business, they have an overseas operation or they have an overseas business. And for us, we operate in more than 35 countries, and we keep investing submarine cables along the world. And both to US and to like the Europe, APAC region, and Africa as well. And that's all driven by the market demand, because a lot of our customers, Chinese manufacturers, actually I would say mostly private companies, and they are going abroad. So we need to connect them back to their headquarters in China. And at the same time, the internet traffic in China is huge, and mainly because of the population. So naturally, we are keep investing in submarine cables. And so it's all market driven.
Yeah, 1.4 billion people. I think there are 800 million people in China that are connected to the internet. And if you add up all the number of people that exist in the US and Europe, take about 850 million. So it's staggering, right? I think another interesting part, what people probably don't realize is the internet works very differently inside of China than it does almost anywhere else in the world. And Joe, you're talking about sort of connecting China Telecom outside of China and globally. Speak about that a little bit. There's 3 large carriers, and they sort of cooperate, but not always perfectly.
Okay. So first of all, I will not say the internet in China is different than the internet in US. Actually, it's the same. We use the same protocol. We use the same equipment. We buy a lot from Cisco, Juniper, and Cloudflare has business in China, right? So your customers, through certain ways, can get your service, right? But you're right, there's also difference in China in terms of the internet world. And first of all, there's a different regulation. It's probably more regulated than the internet world in US. And there's 3 main carriers: China Telecom, China Mobile, China Unicom. And each of us has a huge customer base. So as you mentioned, the broadband users together in China right now is something around like 350 million. The internet ones is like 1.5 billion, and most of them, 70% of that are already on LTE. And so that huge customer base, and so that's a lot of internet companies like Baidu are very successful. I would say that's a lot of that you have to really give the credit of the huge population and also the infrastructures we already have in the country. And yes, probably now what you want to say is that the internet connection between the carriers is not always that smooth. So each of us want to take more market share. We compete with each other. Even all of us, 3 big carriers are state-owned, but we really compete with each other fiercely. And of course, the state council have this requirement. You have to really compete, and so eventually that benefits the users, and the price, the rate keep going down every year, and the infrastructure keep upgrading every year. So right now, I would say probably 90% of the broadband users are already fiber to home, and even in the rural areas, that's a requirement. You have to provide universal service. So that's a plan just released this year. It's just part of the country. You have to really upgrade the infrastructure, even in the rural areas, in the west, in the mountain areas. So that's a requirement. It's 40% of those population that has to be fiber to home. That's a big, very tough work for us. And but the result is that
it's a very interesting thing. I travel a lot both in US and China. I noticed by my personal experience, the carrier in US, I mean in rural area, in far areas, in China the carrier is much better. The signal is much better than in US.
You mean mobile?
Yeah, I mean in mobile. Yeah, probably because like China Telecom is a kind of a state-owned company, so they have to do all those jobs.
Service levels in rural areas in China are better than
I don't think mobile coverage, the fiber to home. This is a part of the big program. The government want to lift those rural areas out of poverty.
So if by revenue, definitely.
So rather than you give them money, so that part of that you provide infrastructure. You pave the road. You have to get the fiber. You get the LTE in that. So we don't. So believe us. Even the population still big, but we don't make profit out of that. But I would say eventually the benefit. So think about e-commerce. I know also Baidu do something like that, right? You do a lot of big on search. Without infrastructure, it's very hard for them. And by the way, at the same time, we do have the requirement from City Council to lower the tariff every year. This is like a KPI to us.
That's interesting. There's been a huge, explosion. The entrepreneurship in China. At the same time, you have sort of very regulated internet, and I think there are benefits of that and the drawbacks of that. At the same time, you've got this incredibly vibrant, especially for the last 5 or 10 years, sort of entrepreneurial ecosystem, and there's a ton of just venture money, both inside of China and from the U.S. and elsewhere as well, pouring in. I know, Jeffrey, you started a business several years ago that you sold to Baidu. What is different now? Why do you think that is, that this sort of large resurgence in entrepreneurship is happening over there?
I think it's a very interesting 10 years. It's nearly 10 years. If we say 10 years before, actually it's 9 years before. If I want to start a new company, that would be very difficult for me. Because at that stage, there's a very few early stage venture capitals in China. And they gave out very low evaluations at that time. So it's very difficult to do, especially for early stage. But at 2009, Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, it's a senior VP of previous senior VP of Microsoft and Google. He started a venture capital in China. It's called Sinovation Works. It's a very interesting thing happened after that. He started a really early stage venture capital, helps the young guys and the guys like me. So after that, after he get the first success, like hundreds of early stage venture capitals appears. It's very like Chinese style. When someone get something just partially successful, then there will be a lot of competitors comes out. So, but yeah, for venture capital parts, the competition is very good for our new startups. There's when you want to start a new company, so what happened in the rest of the years? There's a lot of venture capitalists rush to you, right? They talk to you. They want to give money to you. They give out higher and higher evaluation. And the interesting thing is now, if 10 years ago, I probably will come to Silicon Valley, to Bay Area, to ask us for venture capitals, to talk to them. But now, my friends here, they come back to China, talk to venture capitals there, because they give out more higher evaluations. So that's the things happen in China. So when we talk about a lot of things good and not good in China, probably we need to get more understand what really happened there, what the patterns there, the things happening. So both venture capitals, both different internet companies, it's all like this. It's very strong competitions. And by 2014, the government comes out. They notice that. And the prime minister said, everybody should do more innovations. We encourage innovations. We encourage startups. But it's already 2014. All the startups are already there. So they comes out some help, some regulations. But I think the actually is they try to help. They do help something, but the most part is by the marketing itself. They develop by themselves very quickly. So in the last 10 years, the venture capital, the new startups in China is, it's changing so much. It's very like sometimes we call that Chinese speed. Everybody doing every possible innovation ways, day and night. Sometimes you afraid of that. There's a quote or something. We always saying there's someone it's in China. We always saying there's someone smarter than you, but it's working harder than you. It's the way we're working.
So probably, let's say 25 years ago when I graduated, the best job is to work for, foreign company because you get highly paid. But nowadays, the young people, if they have a dream, they start their own business because that's just so easy to start a business, and especially for the internet world, and there's a lot of those venture capital, including government-sponsored venture capitals. There's innovation parks everywhere. They give you office for free, just like you start your own business.
Yeah. It's interesting that it's the last 9 or 10 years. It's actually quite recent if you think about it. In the
I don't say
course.
everything is happen is good, but it just happened that way. We need to understand.
Yeah. And do you think it's easier or harder, today and over the last year, let's say? And the reason I'm saying the last year is, Amazon and AWS sort of rebooted late last year in China, their China business. There's, I can't resist asking you, there's talk about now Google trying to re-enter the China market. What do you think, especially from Baidu, what do you think about Google and the press reports around that? But then also more broadly, do you think it's, are they seeing something that makes them think it's easier today to enter the market than 12 or 24 months ago?
I think Google, I think they're not really leave China. Some of their important business leave China, but they still have a headquarters there. They still have a lot of engineers there. Google is a really respected company, and actually I love Google products a lot. I use a lot, but we really happy to see if Google really come back, bring more good products. Because, a lot of friends say, even my personal friends say, oh, Google leave China, Google search leave China, that makes Baidu increase. Yeah, definitely that helps something, but I don't totally agree with that. Because we do a lot of things. For example, 10 years ago, Google Maps is the most map products I love. But now, I use Baidu Maps and Google Maps. It's quite different products now. So Google probably, I do invite friends here try Baidu Maps. It's Baidu doing that in last 6-7 years. It's a new product, but it's a very different style. When you use Google Map, it's like a friend. He told you, hey, go there. When you use a Baidu Map, you know what? It's like your mom says, do this, do this, do this, don't do that, do this. It's a very different style. But it's different situation, right? If you are in a new city, if the environment you're not familiar, Baidu really helps. He will always say, go this road, not turn right, don't turn right, turn right next. All right, it's a very different style. So when you get used to Baidu Map, then you use Google Map, you will go to wrong road. Right? So the products in China also, innovation develops very quickly. So for Baidu, Robin, my boss, Robin, he says, I think it represents us. We really welcome Google coming back and bring more best products here, so we can really help each other, right? So, sometimes the competitor products do help we make products better. Yeah, that's the way we love.
Yeah, that's a good answer. So we're out of time. That went very quickly, but thank you both very much for being here, and again, thank you for traveling all this way to participate in our summit. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here with Terrell McSweeney, who's a former FTC commissioner and is now a partner at Covington & Burling, and Eric Goldman, who is a professor of law at Santa Clara and the co-director of the High Tech Institute. And we are here to talk about privacy. And I think one of the things that I heard all morning was that privacy kept jumping up. Everybody wanted to preempt us. But the conversations on privacy aren't only happening here. We're seeing them everywhere. So I'm the head of public policy, and I'm in DC. And we are hearing the NIST come up with a privacy framework, and all these divisions of commerce come up with privacy standards, different entities coming up with privacy standards. So I guess the question that I want to start with is, what's going on in privacy? Why are we seeing so much activity? Are we actually going to see something productive in the United States on privacy? I'll start with Terrell.
All right, thanks. Well, thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first Cloudflare Internet Summit, so I really appreciate the invitation. The short answer to the question is we're seeing all this activity on privacy, partly because of the impact of the GDPR, which came into effect in May, partly because of the passage of the California law here in California, and partly because I think people are really coming to terms with the level of our connectivity and its potential implications for them. So it's having an effect across the board, and so there is definitely a very vibrant conversation happening in Washington right now. As you point out, it isn't settled by any means. There's something like 10 bills pending in Congress right now. There's the NIST efforts, the NTIA efforts, there's associations and companies coming up with their own principles, so it's a really dynamic space.
The only thing I'd add to that is that we're really in the midst of a structural change in our economy, where so much of the value that's being created on the part of companies is coming from the data they know about their customers. We see the largest companies in the globe that have ever existed in history powering a lot of their economic model on data. And so it's inevitable that when there's that much power and money in some particular asset, everyone's going to be interested in how that asset's being used, and maybe the regulators want to figure out how it should be controlled.
So that raises an interesting question on the regulation side. Should we be regulating it? What are the benefits of coming up with a privacy policy from the United States standpoint?
Well, I went first last time. Should I go first again, or should we later?
Yeah, either way.
Okay, well, let's start with benefits. One obvious benefit is addressing what I think of as the hodgepodge of American privacy law. Many of you in the room are probably pretty familiar with what I'm talking about. The more complementary way to talk about it is a sector-based approach, which used to make a lot of sense when data lived in a sector and didn't really move out of it, and is increasingly making less sense. So we have alphabet soup regulation at the federal level. We have 50 different state breach notification laws. We have 37 or 38 different state laws around student data. We have major reform of privacy law here in California, some other states following suit. We also have different laws around biometrics and other things in different states. So that's a hodgepodge. So one benefit would be articulating a more consistent approach, and especially avoiding conflicting approaches, which can be costly. I think another benefit is that we really need to have a better way to articulate what the US approach is to the rest of the world. The fact is, the GDPR, which is pretty easy to understand, has been now looked to by major markets around the world as a potential model. And we've kind of lost the argument that our approach here in the US is a better approach, because it's really hard to explain what it is, and it's hard to push back on the notion that the US is the Wild West of data. I don't happen to believe it is, as a former FTC commissioner, but it's hard to win that conversation globally, so I think that's another huge benefit. And a third benefit would be really coming up with a more predictable framework that reduces costs, is more consistent, and reduces conflicts as well.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is that, especially for the incumbent companies, the benefit of knowing the rules of the road, understanding what they're expected to do, and then they can do it, is no big deal. The benefits for smaller, medium-sized companies may not be as clear, but I think we're going to get to that. So when we talk about wanting to know the rules of the road, it creates predictability, and it also creates incentives for people to understand what the rules are and then build off them. But then there are some costs that will come with that as well.
So the benefits of understanding the rules of the road, obviously you mentioned GDPR, we're seeing this pop up around the world of different privacy laws. So can we actually get to a place where there's a consistent set of rules in the road, or are we going to be in a world of lots of different privacy laws around the world? It all depends on, who knows what it depends on actually, where you're operating, where you're targeting, what markets you're targeting. What does that look like?
Well, I think we want to get at least to a place where we have an interoperable approach. And one of the things that I think is really crucial about reflecting a principled US approach on these issues is that we need to be able to articulate a framework that really expresses our values. Right now, what we're seeing are some pretty major marketplaces really engage in what I think of as privacy overcompensation, data protectionism and localization that makes it harder to move data around. Now, the big companies can deal with some of the impacts of that kind of regulation because they're enormous, but it has a real consequence, especially for smaller innovators. And I think it has a consequence for consumers, too. I've spent a lot of my career on consumer protection, and I think what most consumers want is their data to be managed safely and securely, kind of consistent with their expectation, and then they want to be able to move it around. They want to be able to use their services, or they want to be able to port it around. They want these controls. And so I think we want to get to a framework where we have that.
I like the way that Terrell described it about trying to aim for interoperability. The ideal would be that we have a uniform law across all jurisdictions, then there wouldn't be the need to build different systems or to build different rule sets within the same company. But that's not going to be achievable, I think, for two reasons. One, the GDPR probably can't be implemented in the US the way it's structured. I think there are some legal limits on what we can do in the US that would make it impossible to do a GDPR replacement. And I think that the GDPR does take a one-size-fits-all approach. And as much as we might malign the sectoral approach, there are some benefits to optimizing the privacy rules in particular contexts. There are particular industry niches where we might want more protection or less protection, or we might want different protection. And trying to come up with a one-size-fits-all approach, which is basically what the GDPR does, probably won't be an optimal outcome. So the likely scenario is that the US will have limits on what it could do similar to GDPR because of its framework, and it will probably try to optimize the law for the edge cases in different niches. And so I think the best we can hope for is interoperable. And if we don't achieve that, then we actually do create some major barriers for transporter operations.
Well, and what you've just described, the idea of different sectoral limitations, different laws in different places, it's incredibly complex from a regulatory environment. I guess I want to touch on something else that gets into that question too. I mean, what information are we trying to protect? So the question on privacy, we're having all these debates. Everybody cares about privacy. Everybody wants to talk about it. But we don't actually always talk about what do people care about from a privacy standpoint? And what is the point? What are we trying to accomplish with it? Do consumers care?
Why is everybody looking at me all the time?
You're the best.
I mean, I've gone first on all of these questions. Why don't you take this one?
So we really don't have a single answer to that question, and in part it's because of the semantic weakness of the term privacy. that means different things to different people. It means different things in different contexts. And so when we talk about privacy, usually it's a melange of policy interests and consumer considerations. They could all group together, and having to unpack them and peel that into different layers then kind of reduces the fun of the conversation at that point. Then we're like, well, let's talk about this context, this, and then all of a sudden our time is gone. So the most common thing that people talk about when they talk about privacy is that they want the control over their data. They want the ability to be able to say, do this and don't do that. But the reality is that most consumers don't really want to take the time to manage their data. They don't want to actually invest in controlling it. They kind of want companies to read their minds, to figure out what they think the deal should have been, and then do that. And if they change their mind, to give them an option to change it. So in that sense, I think what Terrell said was actually pretty insightful about the idea. What we really want as consumers is we kind of want them to do the right thing. And the hard part is we don't know how to legislate that. We don't know how to regulate that. So we know what we kind of want. We kind of want companies to be smart and to be respectful and to give us control when we want it and to not bother us when we don't. And I don't know how we're going to get that.
All right, so let me just jump in if I can for a second.
No, please.
In case the suits didn't give us away, we're a bunch of lawyers up here. And so we like to think about things in terms of harms and risks and what the laws say. And so what we're talking about a little bit here is one of the things that's been centrally challenging about privacy really across the world, which is where are the harms? Like, what are the harms? What's our language for talking about the harms? And what are we trying to avoid happening to people with the data that we're collecting and using? And some of the harms are pretty clear, right? There's some harms associated that are economic when data is lost or mishandled in certain ways. There's some harms that are a little bit harder to understand that are more like intrusion into seclusion, turning a camera on in someone's bedroom when they didn't know that was going to happen or something like that. That can be a harm. There are emotional harms, especially if data is lost or if it's handled inconsistent with expectations. So there's some known universes of harms. Then there's some use-based harms that the FTC has taken action on. I'm thinking here of like revenge porn, for example, that are pretty extreme cases. But then there's this intangible concern that I think people increasingly have, which is I don't understand what's happening to my data, and I'm a little bit worried it's being used against me in ways that I don't understand. How do I navigate those waters? And I think this is the challenging question that we don't really have an answer to. And I think we're going to agree on this for a second, or maybe disagree. I don't know. I tend to think that actually trying to get to the answer of that question it really requires a broader lens than privacy. Privacy is super important. Please don't misunderstand me. But it's really just one framework. And in fact, it's too narrow a framework to think through all of the consequences of really powerful technology and uses of data on people and society. That's why we have other laws and other frameworks, and those include things like equal opportunity laws, civil rights laws, all kinds of different laws that we actually are very familiar with in the brick and mortar world, but we don't really always import into the digital world. And I think we're at this inflection point where we really need to start thinking through how do we import those values and red lines that we all collectively understand in the brick and mortar world into the digital world.
I do want to add that
please.
we do agree on some of that. The last part, I think I might have lost you a little bit there. But actually, for me,
Wait, how did you lose me on that? You're a law professor.
The whole idea that we should import the offline laws into the online world, that could be right, it could be wrong. I'd have to know more. So
okay.
we're
Very
not sure about
lawyerly
that.
answer.
Yeah, exactly.
But if I had,
cautious. That's what lawyers are. Cautious.
But if I had like the one wish on this front, actually, I'd abolish the word privacy from our vernacular altogether. So in that sense, I think I agree with you, which is let's talk about all the different things we're trying to cover. Privacy is just such a loose word that actually usually keeps us from understanding what we're talking about actually rather than advance it.
Okay, so could I just jump in with one thing then to try to clarify what I'm saying about this weird concept I have of analog world laws applying in the digital world? It's things like civil rights laws, right? If what someone's concerned about is that their data is being used against them for some discriminatory purpose, not even a purpose, but having a disparate impact, right? They don't see certain advertisements for credit opportunities or employment opportunities or housing opportunities, then we actually have a whole legal framework about how to protect groups of people and how to protect opportunities and access to opportunities. We also have consumer protection laws like the Fair Credit Reporting Act and other, the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, right, that I think apply in this space, and in fact enforcers have applied in this space, but enforcers continue to really have trouble detecting conduct and knowing when to act on it.
So this actually raises some really interesting questions, because it seems to me there are all these efforts going on, and everything is about privacy, 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 privacy. And what you're saying is that we're couching things in the term privacy that maybe aren't about private data. Maybe we're okay sharing with Facebook, and then we have to figure out, is it the consequences of what they're using against us, or what do we care about there? How does that fit with the connection to what's happening in the regulatory space? So are we misguided, I guess, as we look at these efforts, the Commerce Department's efforts moving forward? Are there valuable things that can come from that effort, and what do they look like?
Well, you think they're misguided. I mean, so yes, circling back on more specifically the privacy world for a minute, I think we do see an enormous amount of innovation in privacy frameworks at the moment, as we were talking about at the outset of this conversation. We've got several processes happening at the federal level. We've got innovation at the state level. So there's a ton of discussion about what are the right policies and how do we get the right balance here, essentially the cost-benefit analysis. I see some consistency, which is a glimmer of hope here. I see a lot of coalescing around some of the core, I think of them as control values or consumer rights, access, correction, potentially deletion, I think an American version of that, so let's put that over here for a second. I hope more focus around portability and interoperability as well will come together. I think there's some acknowledgement that there needs to be a kind of central regulator at the federal level. That's very likely the Federal Trade Commission, my former agency. And then there's just a tremendous amount of potential differences as we sort through the frameworks that are currently kind of on offer.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think this goes back to what Terrell talked about with all the different types of harms that might be under this heading or rubric of privacy. If we aren't specific about which harms we're trying to fix, then there's easy enough to do something about privacy but not actually address the harm that was the underlying motivation. I also think that the constant semantic conflation of privacy and security is really accelerating this. So a lot of times people think they're labeling a privacy initiative, but it's really a cybersecurity initiative. And that may be okay in terms of the ultimate outcomes, but it does make it a little bit confusing. Are we addressing privacy or not? Are we actually advancing the privacy type of harms or some other kind of thing?
So as we think about addressing harms, we obviously, again, lawyers up here, that's what you get, sorry. But we think about enforcement mechanisms. So what are the appropriate enforcement mechanisms, and who are the appropriate enforcers for whatever harms that you see? So if you're trying to redress, you're looking for redress for harms, how do we do that? So is it a federal enforcer? Is it a state enforcer? Is it civil action? You can imagine a variety of different things that you could do to redress harm.
Yeah, well, I think this is going to be a big source of the debate in Washington and at the state level. So for my money, I would say if we think about consistency as a goal, then we think about what we call preemption in law, which is the federal government passes a law, and then that is the law, and all the other laws are preempted by that, replaced by that. That's a bit... Essentially, foreclosing access to one whole branch of government is a really big thing, and I think it ought not be done lightly. Ditto access to the courts for plaintiffs. So I think those are going to be really big debates, and it's going to matter the strength of the framework in order to justify that as the sort of law of the land. Then when we think about harms, there's a variety of different frameworks out there. There's sort of penalties for failure to comply, right, which is nice and predictable. There's a whole robust conversation about how do we value data? Like, are there models we can look to in trying to understand the value of data that would help us be more predictive in what is the liability around losing that data or having that data breached or having a privacy violation? And I think that's a very challenging area because there's, the value of it, the sort of on the dark web, illegal value. There's the value a company might place on it. Everybody's trying to figure out what is the value of their data, and there's a bunch of different models of how to do that. So I think we're still really thinking through a lot of those questions.
Yeah, I think this is really the hardest question that is the biggest lever for us. If we answer who is the enforcement mechanism, that'll start to tell us what laws they'll be best at enforcing. So in some sense, I almost would rather answer this question before we answer what the substantive rights are under whatever heading we call privacy. And so we also then know that that means there's going to be turf wars among folks. And so the battle won't always be about who's the best. It will be who's most passionate about trying to get their turf defined for themselves. I do think that a federal agency like the FTC would actually be a good place for enforcement because of their expertise with dealing with consumer-related matters. I also think that the worst mechanism for enforcement is private rights of action, which we've seen abused in a wide variety of contexts. And as everyone knows nowadays, any security breach that occurs among companies now instantly leads to lawsuits, and that's only going to accelerate under the new California law. And those lawsuits often really don't redress consumer harm. They don't improve business practices. They're just about allocating money. And I really think that's not the right way to solve the problems. The other thing that I think is interesting that was a little bit different than the question asked, but is I think central to the question here, do we want regulation at the federal level exclusively, or do we want federal and state regulation, or do we want what could be effectively only state-level regulation, at least on a general basis? We already have these sectoral bases for federal law, but we might not have a general purpose federal law. And I have very strong views about that. I think state regulation of privacy-related matters is a disaster. It has worked poorly to date. It's only going to get worse. The state legislators do not have the expertise to figure out what needs to be done. They do create variations among states that create thickets for any company trying to figure out what to do. A lot of times we see a lot of regulatory capture at the state level that we don't see at the federal level. I know that sounds weird, but as much as Congress is in the pockets of the lobbyists, the state legislatures have fewer people pushing back on each other. And so you see weird distortions where the lobbying efforts can be co-opted by very small voices to steer the legislation. So for me, the best outcome of this question is that we have a federal law, it preempts state law, and that the FTC is the enforcement mechanism for it.
So I just want to heckle here for a little bit, because one of the things I think you're taught in law school is that the states are the laboratory for innovation, and we are...
they're the laboratory for democracy.
Oh, even better,
well,
even
we
better.
need some help on that front.
But we're in a world on privacy where we're really trying to figure it out. So shouldn't the states have a role? I mean, isn't there a way of rethinking privacy that the states should play a role in? And California may not be the best example here of getting...
I'm sorry, you don't get to take away the bad examples, because in fact, the story of bad examples come over and over again. And I actually have like a 45-minute talk on why states are terrible at manufacturing privacy law that riffs on this idea that they try to be laboratories of experimentation, except that they don't actually run the tests as scientific experiments. Except that what tends to happen is once one state passes a law, we have what I call regulatory cascades. Other states copy that law before we get the results of the test. And often, the state experiments taint each other because so many companies are across borders that it's impossible for a state's experiment to be corralled within a state without tainting the experience of other states. So I'm all for the idea of laboratories of experimentation. When it comes to states and privacy, we've had horrible results.
So I'm heckling here in part so Terrell doesn't have to, because I think she also has very strong views on the state role for in this space.
I mean, I guess I do. I think you're making some valid criticisms. I will say that, but I suppose I would come down on the side of innovation happening at all different levels of government, and then I think what the job is, hopefully at the federal level, is to reconcile some of that. It is going to be a very, very big debate, I think, and whether a framework is strong enough to justify preempting state-level protections that are stronger is a real policy decision that people are going to need to wrestle with.
So I'm going to ask one more question, then I'm going to turn to audience questions. my question actually goes back to the federal level. So if we talk about the FTC, if we forget my heckling for a minute and assume we're going to have federal regulation and not state regulation, does the FTC actually have the capacity to do it? So as you ask the question of who is the appropriate regulator, the FTC is not that big an agency.
Yeah, well, it's my former agency, and I can tell you from experience, it's terrific, very strong, and no, it doesn't have the adequate resources to do this job. So what do I mean by that? First of all, it has huge gaps in its authority. It doesn't have jurisdiction over common carriers and nonprofits. So one of the things I think we want here is a consistent system from edge into pipes, et cetera, right? We want everybody, whether they're analog world holders of data or digital edge leaders, to be sort of following the same rules. So we have to fix the gaps in the authority. I think we have to adequately resource the agency. And one of the things the agency has been doing, which is terrific, is bringing more technologists into its work. But there are not enough of them in that work. So I think it really needs to stand up almost a Bureau of Technology to really bring the technical expertise in that it needs to help make the right decisions, and if it's granted rulemaking authority, to write the right kind of rules.
Great. So I'm going to open it up to audience questions. Oh, we've got a whole bunch. Okay, starting right there.
So we've discussed privacy in the context of consumers and business, but what about the more pervasive, government and citizen kind of, with the spying that the NSA does, things like that? How does that mix into all this right to privacy ideas?
Well, Alyssa, that's your world, my friend.
No, I'm turning it right back to you.
So I'll take that bait. So I actually, this is one of my frustrations about the privacy discussions, because we do get all wrapped up about the fact that Google knows everything about us, or Facebook knows everything, or Cloudflare knows everything about us. But honestly, we lose sight of the fact that government is the enemy. And every time we are spending our time and energy worrying about the private sector to the exclusion of thinking about how the government is in the capacity to abuse us and is routinely abusing the data that it has about its citizens, I feel like we've kind of missed the forest for the trees. So we were talking about that here because I don't have any conception of how the government's going to put handcuffs on itself. But honestly, we as citizens should be demanding that. We should be grabbing the pitchforks and telling the government that they need to respect us, and I don't feel like they do that.
All right, I'm all for the government respecting people and their privacy. Fortunately, I worked on the consumer protection side of the government, not the national security side. I've also been a proponent of strong encryption and no backdoors and a whole bunch of those things as well. Here's what I will say about privacy policy and the need for an approach that we can really point to in the US that's strong. Because when I talked about privacy overcompensation in major markets and resulting in data localization and bad innovation policy from my perspective, one of the things that can happen is it gives citizens in those markets a false sense of their privacy rights and controls vis-a-vis their governments. So we see a lot of that privacy policy happening in markets where people also are heavily surveilled by their government. And I think it lulls people into a false sense of what their real privacy is.
Okay. Do we have... Oh, over there.
Do you think the government actually has the capacity to technologically keep up? And I mean, because we as the innovators here.
I mean, you're asking
so
that question
fast.
as a fighter punch.
Well,
Sure.
No, but I mean, I'm just curious whether the regulators aside, the thought of politicians understanding the nuances of Google's collection of search history, for example, seems pretty far-fetched. And I'm just wondering, to what extent you think that government can actually address this in a way that gets ahead of the technology innovation, and to what extent is it for companies like Cloudflare with their wonderful 111 DNS that gives a tiny bit of our privacy back to actually invent and distribute the technologies which give consumers some protection?
All right, so I think technology is always going to outpace the law, and it's always going to outpace the government, and there's no exception. What's happening is sort of a Moore's law in that respect, which is that it's exponentially outpacing at this point. So one of the questions is, how do we collectively get ahead of some of the risks that have other consequences, not just legal consequences, but reputational consequences that are really harmful to business as well. So I think it's going to require a collective approach. I think one of the things that's absolutely central in policymaking is that the government remain as tech neutral as possible when it's thinking about regulation, because it has to acknowledge that it will always be lagging very dynamic evolution of tech and those markets. And then I think the government needs to also be really thinking about competition, because competition can be a huge factor in generating innovation, but also in keeping markets functioning properly. And so it needs to think, when it's making regulation, what is the competitive impact of that? And is this a regulation that's going to introduce more competition and more innovation into the marketplace, or less? And in privacy, there's a real tension there, because if we're locking down the data and throwing up walls and creating walled gardens, and we're creating real barriers to moving the data around, I don't think we're solving that problem. And I don't even think we're providing the functionality to people that they actually want here.
Which is perfect time, unfortunately. We are at time, and I'm sorry we couldn't take more questions, but thank you very much, both of
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you guys all for joining us. I'm Jen Taylor. I'm head of product here at Cloudflare. And I'm joined by Nathan, who is the CTO at Zcash, and Adam, who is the CEO at Interstellar, which works on the Stellar project. And our topic here today is a good one and a meaty one, which is cryptocurrencies. What are they good for? And without further ado, let's just cut to the chase. What are they good for? Well, actually, first, let's step back. How do we define cryptocurrencies? Let's start there.
Okay, I'll take a stab at it. So the first example would be Bitcoin.
Yep.
And some of the distinguishing features or characteristics of Bitcoin would be that anyone can participate in the network by running a node and sending and receiving messages. There's no like central point of coordination. But it has a well-defined set of rules that the network as a whole enforces. So even though there's no organization that's the enforcer, these rules are still being followed. Then following on to Bitcoin, there's been many other variations and examples, and almost all of them are like specific to financial applications.
Got it.
Yep. So similar definition, I would say cryptocurrencies are an asset class that enable something new that we don't have or we haven't had until the very recent past, the last few years, which are censorship-resistant networks that layer on top of the internet, and depending on the point of that network, allow for everything from money transfer to a form of cloud computing, albeit a very primitive one, even file storage and other services. So it's an asset class that gives rise to a new model of software, a decentralized model of software, where the jury is still out on whether that model adds a lot of value. But the asset class definitely enables it. And so now the world is wondering, well, we can now do things in a different way. Do we want to do them in that way, or more to the point, in what scenarios is a decentralized piece of software infrastructure beneficial to end users over a traditional cloud or application stack on the internet?
Got it. So, I mean, with that, you talked about sort of it being an asset class, it being decentralized, and some of those kind of characteristics. I mean, with that, what do you think cryptocurrencies are kind of uniquely good at?
They're uniquely good at like ensuring people are following a set of rules, even in adversarial conditions where you don't have a central authority that is enforcing the rules. So people can opt into the rules, and a really, really deep question is who defines the rules and what should they be. And I think we see a bunch of different projects exploring that space. But I think that the key thing that makes them unique is that there's no particular enforcer for the rules, but people are still opting in to the rules.
Yeah, building on that, no one can stop me from sending Bitcoin to someone anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And that's actually novel. Again, is it useful? And is it useful in the so-called sort of mainstream of the economy as opposed to the periphery? Right. No one can stop me from writing a program and having it executed on Ethereum. Again, why is that relevant? Oftentimes, that line of thinking, again, leads us to sort of criminal scenarios in our minds. But the reality is that this notion of like not being able to stop someone from doing something is another way of just saying like open innovation.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the cryptocurrency community is optimistic fundamentally because developers are iterating at a cycle time, especially around financial services, that is like 2 or 3 orders of magnitude faster than the cycle time of like the Wells Fargo Innovation Lab. Yeah. So often you'll hear that it's about the potential, which is sort of unsatisfying, especially when asset prices go up a lot and everyone goes, well, how do you justify this based on potential? Yeah. But that is the reality today. It's very early. Normally, a technology this early does not get this much attention. We would not be on stage talking about like virtually any other technology that's this nascent. Yeah. The only reason we're up here is because it happens to be money. Yeah. And so it tracks this, this basic human reality that people are like, well, maybe there's something here and we can trade it, and it sort of creates a capital markets phenomenon around something. And the jury is out on whether that is going to stunt the growth of the idea of decentralization or whether it'll accelerate it. And so far, it feels like it's doing both in cycles. Like, bunch of developers rush in because of a boom in the asset price of these tokens. And then when there's a bear market, they get dispirited and they leave. So it's hard to say, but it's been fits and starts. And as of next month, it'll be the 10-year anniversary of the Bitcoin white paper. So there's going to be some serious retrospectives, I imagine, coming out that all the journalists in the room will probably start putting together next few weeks about like, what do we have to show for it 10 years on?
Right. And if you were to kind of feed the journalist a piece of information, what would you want them to highlight as, this is a great use case for cryptocurrency. This is what we've accomplished in the 10 years since the paper came out?
Go ahead.
So a great use case, I think, is enabling internet applications that involve payments or automation of financial behaviors that act globally, where you want clarity about the operation of those transactions, regardless of where it's operating around the globe. There's this kind of clarity potentially that the automation can bring that might streamline applications that would otherwise be more piecemeal around the globe.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here listening to the
Blue Angels.
The military.
Yeah, the military is
that
soaring
backs
overhead.
the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, there we go. burning petroleum. Yeah, it's
right.
great. It's great.
Yeah. No, I think if I were writing a retrospective, I would be honest about the fact that like no one in the audience here is like using Bitcoin to buy lunch. Right. And that's just not. No one is writing a program to run on Ethereum because it's better than running it on AWS. Right. No one is storing files or like waiting to put their files into like Filecoin enabled file storage system. Yeah. But at the same time, we now have not only examples or proof of concept, but viable alternative networks for payments, for arbitrary program execution, for exchanges. Stellar is, as an example, a global open exchange. Any asset can be traded through that network. Ethereum, a lot of people use it for the same purposes. There are probably more tokens listed on Ethereum than stocks traded on the NASDAQ. Mm-hmm. Yes, the market caps and the impact is very different, but the point is that we now have an alternative. even if you look narrowly at Bitcoin, I think there is some comfort in knowing you can allocate a certain percentage of your assets to something that is similar in spirit to gold, where it has a type of direct ownership and control. There's no right price for it. It's just a function of supply and demand and belief. But that you can store your value in that instrument, and that's again a meaningful backstop, especially in a very uncertain geopolitical world. So you don't have to be a gold bug or a true believer to think that that's just powerful. And the fact that it didn't exist 10 years ago, I think the world is definitely better for having these alternatives available, for having sort of the open innovation that's happening. And for certain pockets, having the ability to store wealth in a new way, transact in a new way, potentially one day exchange assets in a new way, I think it just has a sense of inevitability. It's just very early.
So you mentioned you can't go buy your lunch with it, right? And I just grabbed lunch at the cafe on the corner. Would you go to that cafe and say, yes, you should actually add support for cryptocurrencies? Would you advise them to do that at this point or not, and why?
I think it'll take a while to get there still.
Yeah.
So one conundrum, as I mentioned, these different networks can have different rules.
Right.
And there's this exploration about what is the governance for those rules. So if you look into the Bitcoin culture and ethos, it's very conservative, don't ever change the rules, and that's maybe what gives it the gold-like behavior. But if you look at something like Ethereum, the community is much more interested in figuring out how to evolve the rules in a way that makes sense and adapts to the future. And so there's this conundrum for consumers. If you're using this as for payments, these are basically different currencies.
Right.
And it's odd for consumers today to have a bunch of different currencies on their phone.
Yeah.
So I think there needs to be a step that's somehow integrating these for consumers to be able to use them, but also I think the real hard part will be allowing consumers to understand what are the trade-offs between these rules and which strengths and weaknesses do they have, and then finally, how does that relate or not to the dollar,
right,
or whatever local currency they're using?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell them to go accept Bitcoin.
Yeah.
At the same time, the reality is that merchants pay 2-3% fees to use what is now just cash. Cash is no longer free.
Yeah.
Cash is taxed by companies at 2 or 3% just to transact.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense in the age of the internet, where everything should be existing in a native internet format. And I think tokens are that format for value. So Bitcoin itself is a token in format, but it's the wrong medium for a payment. But I think we will see essentially dollar-denominated tokens that will make more sense in a merchant context. Can I survey the audience?
Yeah.
I've never asked an audience this,
Go
but
for
it just occurred to me based on your question. I'm very curious, what percent of the audience, if they could snap their fingers, would want to remove all cryptocurrencies from the world and go back to pre-cryptocurrency and put the genie back in the bottle?
Okay.
And what percent are happy that they exist despite the mixed kind of results? Is that a cool question?
I'm totally down with audience participation.
Okay.
Totally down with it.
So what percent of the audience, if they could snap their finger, would just remove cryptocurrency, the good and the bad, all of it, out of the world and just go back to pre-cryptocurrencies? What percent?
One.
Anyone?
Get a couple, 3, 4.
And then I'll ask the other, just in case their arms aren't working.
Yeah.
Who's happy that they exist despite the mixed results so far?
Yeah.
That is very compelling to me, actually.
Yeah.
And who abstains? Yes. Yeah.
The on-the-fencers.
I was only in one student club at Berkeley called the Berkeley Radical Middle, so I like the people in the middle.
The radical middle. Well, and I think it is interesting to think about. We've all read about the rise of cryptocurrency. It's the crash of cryptocurrency. It's the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, and everybody's I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be kind of curious, and we can actually probably move over to questions earlier than we typically do. But like, you know, one of those things is also thinking about like, for the people that are sort of in the place where I'm like, I don't really know where it's going, but I'm kind of curious to see it get there, and I'm kind of curious to see us explore different ways and contracts and how we negotiate things and stuff like that, even if it's not clear. Where do you think we're heading with cryptocurrencies? If you were to like fast forward to the 25th anniversary of the Bitcoin white paper, what do you think is going to be written in those articles?
Actually, can I go back
Sure.
before we
Always
look
go
forward?
back.
Because I do want to mention like some cases where cryptocurrencies are being used today.
Yeah.
Because I think maybe I was being a little too pessimistic. Because I have, you know, I want it to matter for a lot of people, but it already matters a lot for some people.
Yeah.
So the first one might sound a little bit incestuous, but cryptocurrencies allow you to reallocate capital really efficiently.
Right.
And so they've been used as a fundraising mechanism. And there's, you know, problems with that, like a lot of the behavior like looks like behavior in the stock market before securities regulation.
Right.
And a lot of the behavior actually has been securities behavior, right?
Yeah.
So, but the fundraising mechanisms have allowed these open source projects to bootstrap that are sort of global and have kind of a self-sustaining funding model.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been paying attention to open source for a long time, and all open source in the past has been either work of passion or it's basically sponsored by commercial companies like Google, who, you know, may then drive it in certain directions.
Yep.
But this is like the first time I've seen where we can have these like international organizations, some of which aren't even companies, or many are like nonprofits or companies, but they have this this means to like allocate capital for their vision that seems novel to me. So I think that's pretty interesting. Another case is you can find little pockets of cases where censorship resistance matters. And so like one example is in Venezuela, where the economy is terrible. There are cases where some people, not many Venezuelans, but some Venezuelans are able to mine cryptocurrencies. And so it's they're basically providing a service for the cryptocurrency network. And in exchange for that, they get these assets. And those assets actually are valuable to them, even though they're volatile, but they're less volatile than the local currency. Right. And that's also like juxtaposed to dollars, which they might want, which are actually quite difficult to get into the country. But the cryptocurrency can get there like immediately. So that's an interesting. So I think we're seeing some of these edge cases where the sort of value proposition is starting to come through.
Well, and there's some in markets and places too where there are fundamental kind of structural challenges in the economy or in the financial systems that really prevent the reallocation and the access to capital. The ability to sort of play by a different set of rules that aren't constrained by that.
So,
yeah, I'll take the 25-year anniversary.
25-year anniversary. Fast forward. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
So I do think that the internet ultimately becomes the rail for financial assets. Like MP3 is the format for music. First thing that happened, we get like Napster, BitTorrent. It's on the periphery. It's violating a bunch of IP and rules and laws. People get in trouble. But it was obvious that that was the right format. It was obvious that as soon as you like ripped media from this old format into this new one, it could move more easily. It could be shared and repurposed and repackaged and remixed. I think the same is going to happen with money and all financial assets. It's much harder to put a dollar on the internet than a photo of a cat. And just to be really explicit about why, if I send you a photo of a cat, it doesn't actually like leave my device and go to you. It's just a copy, right? Just a copy. If I send you $1, it's like super important I don't have the dollar afterwards. So like the ability to use the internet to transfer without copying is really fundamentally the root idea of using cryptography to create this virtual safe deposit box system in the sky that lets us move value between these different addresses. So that is, like, to me, obviously better in terms of a format than, like, let's just lock our money into these, like, layer cakes, starting with banks and then adding on the PayPals and the Visas and everything else, and then all the fees and everything that makes those services kind of clunky and expensive and inefficient. So I think 25 years on, that will be the case. And when we look back, we're going to say, what was so hard? Like, we knew that format. We understood how to build these networks. The hard part is the last mile. Like, getting those assets into that new medium is a lot harder. It's harder to go from, like, $1 sitting in a Federal Reserve system onto a network like Stellar than, like, your David Bowie CD, like, ripped onto, like, Napster, right? So that's just, like, a much different transformation process. And so it'll take more time. And I think also, like, that it will probably look less like moving dollars and Apple stock, and it will start with assets that don't exist today that will sort of prove out the format. So I think you're going to see more markets being created than things we already know being, like, transacted in a different way, just because the assets and their existing infrastructure are so inextricably linked.
Yeah. So what I think I hear you saying is it's not, if we get to a place, if it becomes critical, then I'm able to transfer $1 of value into an equivalent cryptocurrency, like, we're never going to get out of the gate, right? But if there are, to your point with the fundraising and even to some extent Venezuela, the ability to basically create ecosystems that have and create the ability to create value within the context of that ecosystem and then trade there, like, we're going to be much better off.
Crypto first sounds like mobile first.
Yeah.
Don't come to my meeting unless you say mobile first. Crypto first asset classes.
Yeah.
Crypto first assets. And I don't mean the underlying cryptocurrencies that power these networks, but the things that get issued on top of the networks.
Yeah.
Where, for example, it's very hard to, like, dole out ownership in an online community.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's really no corporate structure that makes sense for that, but you could easily do that in these types of mediums. So I think new types of assets that are native to these networks, that'll probably be where it goes first. We need much more design thinking and product thinking in crypto to get there, because most people in crypto don't talk to humans.
Right.
So we need people that talk to humans to really understand where those markets are. And it's about time for that, because we've been largely invested in infrastructure, but now we need to start, getting out and talking to people.
Yeah, Nathan and I were talking about that in the green room. What would it be like to, what are the product management needs at a cryptocurrency company? But so we talked a little bit already, like, where we think it's going and stuff like that. Like, what are 2 or 3 things you think you most need out of people in this room or this community to unlock kind of the 10-year anniversary to the 25-year anniversary? What are the things you would ask of this esteemed group of people to help you with?
Help people manage their private keys better.
I'm all in on that one.
Like,
I'm all
for
in on
those
that
who
one.
have thought deeply about passwords,
Yeah.
authentication, identity, like, you're probably the most important thinkers that crypto could really use, because the whole thing kind of, like, falls apart as soon as you just build a wallet and then just, like, have a password with a password recovery, and, like, it's in the cloud, and you're just like, why? What is the point of all this?
Yeah.
So we really do need to figure out how the endpoints can, how the endpoints can be secure and also can be, like, have a good user experience. Like, that balance. That's probably the biggest product challenge right now.
That ease of use, creating an opportunity for ease of use. Okay.
Because we all know getting good security and ease of use is easy.
Yeah.
All the people at Cloudflare can understand that.
That's what
it's very hard.
And there is this fundamental challenge because this is a new paradigm where users who want to participate have the option of, like, controlling their own private keys. Yeah. And users aren't very used to that, and we need, like, tools to help them manage that, to protect themselves, and to sort of understand what's going on.
Yeah.
It's just a safe deposit box system.
Right.
That's all it is. Just a safe deposit boxes in the sky. Give keys to people. They've got assets in those boxes.
Yeah.
They can move them around. They can trade them through these order books that are decentralized. Really cool. But yeah, as soon as you just give the keys to someone else, It's just like an inefficient cloud service.
Well, and I think you also kind of almost need like the Napster experience to drive the cryptocurrency. Like going back to your MP3 example, part of what led to that was sort of all of a sudden you had a community where people were like, oh my God, I can exchange these MP3s and I'm getting a lot of value from it. And it appealed kind of to very technical people and my mom, right? And I think there's a certain moment too of sort of what is that one or two first things that are really going to unlock the demand for like I got to get in there and participate in that in a community at scale.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. With that, I'm going to open it up to questions because I'm sure there are a ton. We'll start right here.
Brian Gerard, in his book, The Attack of the 50-Foot Blockchain, points out that putting your money, your cryptocurrency, in an exchange is like putting your money in a sock under somebody else's bed.
Yeah.
I gather you're not greatly in favor of exchanges, based on what you've said.
Well,
could you comment on that?
It's like putting your money in a sock under someone else's bed for like a couple minutes and then getting it back. If you're just going to, the exchanging for something and taking it out. But if you leave your money on an exchange, that's true. And that comes back to like private key management, because if you hold your own private keys and you use a decentralized exchange, which are becoming more mainstream now, then you don't have that problem. It's more like a marketplace where you're transacting directly with your counterparty, but neither side has to let go of what they have until the network confirms the transaction, and then it just swaps. It's like that. It's like in the movie where it's like, give me the girl, no, you give me the money, like, no, you give me the girl. And then like, it never works because how do you do that exactly at the same time? Well, blockchains solve that problem, that you can actually swap the prisoner and the money at the exact time, and the first exchanges they don't work that way. They are the central counterparty that does everything for you. So that comes back to like it takes a lot of product work just to make it as good as a centralized exchange.
So also early exchange, anyone could like install the software, right? So anyone could write software to be an exchange suddenly, wherever they are in the world. But as like the sophisticated innovations are pushing forward, so like decentralized exchanges that don't place your funds at risk of theft ever, even like as you execute a trade, those are possible. They're being researched. They're being deployed now. They're really early. But meanwhile, like the existing financial system is also adopting and integrating blockchain. And so there are exchanges now that are very well regulated, have like banking licenses. And so if you store your funds on those, then it's very much like a brokerage or a bank where they just, they have your stock certificates or whatever brokerages do for you. But the difference now is you have the option, if you want, to like hold these assets directly if you know how and you're like a computer expert right now.
I had a quick question about so stuff like Zcash, Monero that's anonymous. How do you see in 25 years what's going to evolve to make that compatible with any kind of regulation? As you know, all the banking regulations are pretty strict, KYC and that stuff. So it's very interesting. I love the cryptography behind this stuff, but it does create some problems because there are just certain cases where you can't see things.
Yeah. I think people believe that a lot, but I don't think it's true. So one of the exchanges I was thinking of is called Gemini. It has regulatory permission from NYDFS, which is like one of the main regulators for financial in the US. It has permission to trade Zcash, and if you if you study, I have not studied KYC or AML regulations that much, but they were created in a world that was pre-blockchain that already had cash and already had these other forms of transaction and money transmission, and those regulations still apply just as well. The privacy in Zcash, that's its main distinguishing feature, it allows you and the counterparty to reveal whatever you want to third parties. So like I can reveal transactions to my tax accountant or a bank or whatever. What the privacy does is it protects you from everyone else. So like Bitcoin's actually very not private by comparison to like just the banking system, because random people in Russia can sort of see which transactions you're issuing, or if you're a business, they can learn about your internal finances or things like that. So the privacy in Zcash is intended to just sort of like reestablish what we are used to in the real world, like with cash or dollars.
I want to get a question here from the radical middle. Very quickly, just about a minute left.
Independent of how much you disparage the traditional banking system, what will it take for cryptocurrencies to be as easy to use as the credit card I have in my wallet?
They are easy to use now, actually. Like you can get a Bitcoin wallet, and we can transact Bitcoin back and forth. I'd argue it's actually easier than a credit card. If you're, in many ways, sending and receiving Bitcoin is easier than using your credit card already, or as easy as using Apple Pay or something. The question is like a deeper product question than like interface ease of use. It's like, when does it make sense? And that's like the big open product question.
Okay, I think with that we are at time. So thank you guys very much. Really enjoyed the conversation.
Hello again, everybody. I'm up on stage to announce there's food and there's coffee to be had. We have a 15-minute break right now. We're definitely keeping it short because we're about a minute behind schedule. But if you can, grab some coffee, grab some snacks, restroom break. We'll see you again shortly. Thank you. Okay, hello again, everybody. It's the time for that short break that we just had to conclude. So if you'd please all head over to your seats, we'll get started in 5 minutes. And for those of you who are over there who have been sitting in the back, sort of stadium seating, there are plenty of chairs up front here if you'd like to join us here. Thank you. Reminder, we're starting now in 4 minutes.
Welcome back. Hopefully everyone had a good coffee break. There are lots of seats if people want to come up and fill in. We've spent a lot of today talking about the future. And so I get to talk about the past with these two fine speakers. First, immediately to my left is Adam Fisher. Adam grew up in Silicon Valley programming computers, has written for publications including Wired, the MIT Technology Review, the New York Times Study Magazine, and most recently wrote a book called Valley of Genius. And we have a bunch of copies of the book for attendees, and for a little bit after this, if you grab a book, then Adam has promised to sign them, and it's a great read. So I encourage you to read it. And then Richard Tedlow. Richard was the class of 1949 professor of business administration, emeritus at the Harvard Business School. He was a member of the faculty from 1979 to 2010. And it was actually one of my professors when I was at business school, and am very happy that we've stayed in touch over the years. He wrote the book, he would say a biography of Andy Grove. I would say the biography of Andy Grove, called Giants of Enterprise and Andy Grove. They were selected by Bloomberg Businessweek among the top 10 business books in their respective years. And Barack Obama actually recommended the Andy Grove book as one of the books he would recommend people read. And he also, more recently, was one of the people who helped build Apple University, which is one of the internal organizations, Apple University, and he was on the faculty there until fairly recently. So I'm really honored to have you both on stage. We're sitting right now in almost hallowed ground for Silicon Valley and technology. We're in an area known as South Park. And I thought, Adam, you could tell us a little bit about what have been some of the companies that have been born and grown up, and some of the organizations and some of the stories that have happened within a couple blocks of where we are sitting right now?
Well, little known fact, South Park wasn't always called South Park. It used to be known as Heroin Park.
That was before it was $150 per square foot at the real estate listings that are there now.
Exactly. You know, it was a place where you'd run into homeless people and junkies. And around it, you know, there wasn't so much companies, and I'm talking early 90s now, but kind of artists. The first big rave scene in San Francisco, which was a direct import from London, had a commune that was on South Park, and
So these are all just like Cloudflare, basically.
Yeah, just like Cloudflare, yeah, without the Harvard connection.
That's right. Yes.
There was a guy named Yves Bahar who was an artist who started a business that, on the park. There were a bunch of little magazines, the kind of San Francisco magazine scene was headquartered off South Park. There was a magazine called Future Sex. There was a magazine called Mondo 2000. And there was a magazine called Cups, which was a precursor to what we now know as McSweeney's. And there was a magazine called Wired. Those are probably the most notable businesses, and they were there because it was cheap. And they were actually there because of technology. The reason you could even have kind of a slick magazine culture in San Francisco is because of the Macintosh and desktop publishing. Suddenly you could make these kind of underground magazines look like magazines coming out of New York. And that's what was here.
Yeah, this building was actually at one point the home of Monster Cable, which then turned into Beats Audio over time. And if you go down to the electrical panels downstairs, you can still see the labeling for that. So both of you have had, an opportunity to interview a lot of the kind of great business leaders through the history of Silicon Valley. And I wondered if there was any common thread or common theme that you've seen across those. And Richard, I start with you. What have you seen that's been common among many of the leaders that you've gotten a chance to get to know over the years?
I think there are two things, I guess. One is, in Tim Cook's words, he has rhinoceros skin, and that's really required, I think. And the second is that they have an ability to think different. And it's those two things that the people who made history in Silicon Valley, to me, share, and I find quite impressive.
Adam, themes that have, I mean, when you read Adam's book, it's really fascinating because it almost reads like a screenplay, because it's a series of statements from all of the different people who were involved that have been put together to form a narrative. But in the process of interviewing all those people, were there things that really just stood out as themes that made sense through that time?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd second what Richard says for sure. But the big surprise for me when I went and collected all these origin stories from all the companies you've heard of, and some probably you might not have but should have heard of, were that in the earliest days, people knew they were creating history, and they were having an enormous amount of fun. There was just an incredible spirit of kind of creativity that was going on. And that's what caused people to kind of end up working all night, not because of this kind of this lash of like, I'm going to just work harder. It's almost a leading indicator. If everybody says, oh my God, we were having so much fun, it was so great because we were creating something new every day, well, then that augured really well for the future of these companies. So,
was that, some of your book is, I mean, your whole book is telling the stories of largely the people that won. Although you tell the stories like General Magic, which would, I mean, there's an incredible cast of characters that went through there and didn't turn into anything. Did you see you see a difference between, or did you talk to many of the people who didn't win, or some of the 100,000 people who left, San Francisco in 2000 when the bubble burst? In 2001?
I mean, the way I see the kind of modern history of Silicon Valley is basically, Atari early 70s to, say, 84 when the Macintosh came out. And then you've got the kind of internet 95 on, right? And there's essentially three main acts: this early Atari Apple act, this later internet act, and then this middle act, 84 to 95. So Macintosh launch to Netscape IPO, where essentially everything that Silicon Valley tried to do failed, okay? And that's a third of the book. And that's the General Magic chapter, that's the Well, that's VPL, which invented virtual reality. I can go on. But there was a lot of failure. And yeah, they were having fun too, I admit it. But as it turned out, General Magic maybe was a failure as a company, but they invented the iPhone, to a first approximation.
Is it? I mean, it's almost like, I don't know if you watched the TV show *Halt and Catch Fire*, but it's the same people go from inventing Compaq to AOL to video games. But you almost get the same feeling from the book, where Yves Bahar weaves his way through, the story along the way, and you've got characters that feel like they kind of continue to repeat through that. How much of the story of modern Silicon Valley is being really written by those people?
No, the same. It's like 24 people made Silicon Valley, in a way, and that's because, companies like, just to mention one, General Magic, yeah, it was a failure because a bunch of VCs lost their money, but so what? It wasn't a failure to
all the VCs in the audience just sort of shrunk
sorry,
back in their chairs.
sorry, but it wasn't a failure. The people who are really creating the technology and moving on and getting incredible experience, which they then almost literally brought to Apple later, and so you see this kind of. The vector is a human vector that goes through all these companies. The names of the companies change, but the ideas are associated with people, and at some point, the technology and the market is right. You get product market fit, and you get another billionaire.
So Richard, Silicon Valley is kind of this funny. You're talking about genius of Silicon Valley. There's not much silicon being made in Silicon Valley anymore. But you've spent a bunch of time studying and really getting to know Andy Grove and the team at Intel. Can you talk a little bit about the history of when Silicon Valley was actually making silicon?
Well, it certainly was when he was there. And when I was writing that book, among the people that I met was Arthur Rock, which is a name that may be familiar to some of you. And we had dinner at a place called the Lion and Compass, which I don't know if many of you know that place. And I remember when the dinner was organized, there were 4 of us there. I was instructed by the person who invited me to meet Arthur to pick up the check. Now, this is strictly confidential, but Arthur's wealthier than I am.
He basically invented venture capital.
Yeah, and he was a seed investor in Intel and in God only knows how many other companies. And Apple, he was on the board of Apple forever and this and that and the other. And it was at that dinner that he said to me that Intel needed Noyce, Moore, and Grove, and it needed them in that order. And that helped me understand why he was so much wealthier than I am. That's true. I mean, Noyce was this magic man. I mean, he was talk about the beginnings of Silicon Valley. I mean, Shockley came out to found Shockley Semiconductor after being the co-inventor of the transistor at at Bell Labs because he wanted to be near his mother and because the weather was better out here. And 8 people went to work for Shockley Semiconductor, and Arthur Rock knew all these people, and he knew Shockley, and Shockley was, impossible. And so they all decamped from Shockley Semiconductor to Fairchild Semiconductor. Fairchild Semiconductor, and they were called by, they were labeled immortally by Shockley the traitorous 8. And so these traitorous 8 went to Fairchild Semiconductor. Fairchild Semiconductor, founded by Sherman Fairchild, whose father was the first CEO of IBM in 1911. I'm an historian. I do the past. You do the future. Okay. Noyce was not chosen to become the CEO of that, so he decided to leave that firm. And in June of 1968, he went to Gordon Moore of Moore's Law, and he said, I have an idea for a company. And Andy Grove was Intel employee number 3. So Noyce was the co-inventor of the integrated circuit, as smart as anybody. Moore is the Moore of Moore's Law, still alive, made more money from Intel than anybody else. And Andy Grove is in many ways a very unlikely character. I mean, he spent the first 20 years of his life in Hungary, served in the Hungarian army, spent the first 10 years of his life running from the Nazis, and the next 10 years of his life running from the communists. And in 1956, there was a revolt in Hungary. The border between Hungary and Austria was open for a brief time. He literally crawled into Austria, managed to get to New York, got a degree at the City College of New York, where the engineering school is now, the Andy Grove Engineering School. Then came out here to Berkeley, got a PhD in chemical engineering, and he had 2 choices. He could go to Bell Labs or to work first at Fairchild with Gordon Moore. And he was so enchanted that Moore understood his thesis that he said, you're my guy. And one of the fascinating things about Grove was he thought he was going to a startup. I mean, he was Intel employee number 3. Actually, he was Intel employee number 4. He should have been Intel employee number 3, but a guy named Les Videz turned out to be Intel employee number 3. Andy has described Les as a typical Hungarian. He gets into a revolving door behind you and comes out ahead of you. It was Andy who helped engineer this very important change, which is much studied in business schools, from a focus on dynamic random access memory to a commitment to the microprocessor. And there's one important moment in that story in which Andy and Gordon, they're depressed. This is the difference between business strategy and brain weight. These guys are both smart, but thinking about business and strategy can be different from just brain weight. And at one point, Andy says to Gordon, if the board fired us and brought in a new CEO, what do you think he would do? The assumption was it was going to be a he. This was in 1985, this discussion took place. And Moore answered without hesitation, he would get us out of memories. And then Grove said, why don't you and I walk out the door, come back in, and do it ourselves? And that thought experiment was a way of erasing history. Intel went public on the 1103 memory chip. They were memory. When that business started, they had 100% market share. And when they were being overwhelmed by the Japanese, they couldn't believe it. And they finally got out of the business when they had 3% market share. And then they concentrated. Andy became the CEO of the company in 1987. They concentrated on microprocessor, and the rest is Wintel. The rest is history, so to speak.
So and why did you need them in that order then? Like that you sort of talked about the value that Grove brought in there, but why did you need Noyce then more than?
Noyce was the magnet. Noyce was the man who was already well known. Noyce knew Kleiner. Noyce knew John Ernie. Noyce knew the Traitor's Eight. He was one of them. Moore is perhaps the greatest technologist that the United States produced in the 20th century. So you needed him then, because the 1103, I'm not an engineer, but I've spoken to my share of them, everybody said was just a miserable device to try to make work. So you needed somebody with a large brain to go out to customers and show them how. Andy was a born marketer. And it was under Andy that Intel Inside was born. And as I say, I'm an historian, is extraordinarily rare that a component supplier becomes a channel commander. And they were only able to do that because they branded the chip Intel Inside. Back in the day, you're young. You, for example. I mean, you're young. And so are you. I used to be young. Now I'm old. That's how this works. But back when I was young, like you, people would go into places like CompUSA, which they can't go into now because they aren't around, and they wouldn't ask for a Compaq or a Dell or an Osborne. They'd ask for a 386 machine. In other words, the microprocessor, the component, came to define the product. And that's extremely rare, and that was Andy. So that's Noyce, Moore, and Grove.
So you both have written a ton about the history of Silicon Valley. We're living through an interesting time now. We've had a bunch of panels this morning talking about how the worm is turned to some extent, to a large extent on this, where technology used to be the panacea and the thing that was going to solve the world's problems, and now we see increasing regulation and attention, negative attention on that. Are there times in the past and what you've studied before that are instructive to what we're doing now, or maybe what's the advice? Richard, you had Sheryl Sandberg as a student at some point. Yeah. What would be the advice that you'd give Facebook right now?
Once again, there's no brainweight issue there. I mean, Sheryl Sandberg was a Baker Scholar, as I believe you were as well.
A recovering lawyer, too. I try and hide a lot of things. But
I think I just saw an article just before coming on stage, and I didn't get a chance to read it, so maybe one of you can help me out. But I understand that Facebook still hasn't discovered the cause of the latest data breach. And advice that I would give her, she wouldn't need, but it's get control of your product, because it seems to be out of their hands right at the moment. And as we've just learned with the Supreme Court hearings, what teenagers and young people do isn't going to disappear. It's going to matter a lot in their future lives. And people need, in other words, there's a heavy ethical component, and especially with the coming of artificial intelligence, there's going to be a heavy ethical component to technological advances, and people have to take ownership of that. So that's the advice that I would give. Yeah. See a political philosopher in a hurry.
Adam, any advice?
Oh, well, you know, I'm a historian, so I have to take the long view, have to step back. And what I see now is definitely that, you know, the worm has turned. But when I started writing my book 4 years ago, 5 years ago, Silicon Valley kind of could do no wrong. You know, it kind of pulled us out of 2008 depression. You know, we were great. Now I look at kind of the, you know, the mainstream media, the discourse, and it's kind of everybody is bad in Silicon Valley. And what I see is that this is just another in a long series of boom and bust cycles, okay? So, you know, I don't know what happened during the Silicon era, but, you know, when Atari was kind of Silicon Valley in the 70s, it was making more money than all of the Hollywood studios combined, and 18 months later, completely collapsed. That was...
Look at Silicon Graphics.
Yeah,
I mean,
Silicon Graphics collapsed. So that was 77. Actually, there was another collapse in 84. You know, there was this long dead period that we talked about before the internet was kind of opened up. There was a huge collapse in 2000, 2001.
That's why I'm a recovering lawyer and not a securities lawyer, by the way.
Exactly. And now what I see is another big collapse. And companies like Facebook and Google, you know, are probably too dug in to actually collapse in the way that Pets.com collapsed, for example. But there is this, you know, rhyme. You know, it's history doesn't repeat; it rhymes. And we have this reputational collapse. And what I see and what we've learned from these prior collapses is that it really pushes out a lot of the people who are here for the wrong reasons. The kind of people who, you know, want to get rich quick.
The MBA students.
The Harvard Law, the Harvard MBA students, you know. Sorry.
There's no BS like HBS.
Yes, exactly. But, you know, and you get back to the kind of more high-minded technologists, and they get back to their, like, crazy ideas that really don't need venture money and don't need a business plan, but need just some time in a basement, coding and, you know, creating stuff. So, you know, what am I talking about? I'm talking about Twitter, you know? I'm talking about, well, Facebook. I'm talking about Napster, which I know is a failure, but we've got Spotify now.
Yeah. So I'm going to let people...
Can I just, for a split second, hitchhike on what Adam's been saying? Because you've mentioned failure more than once, and I think there's one thing that needs to be emphasized, is that sometimes failure happens in Silicon Valley because people don't know what they have. The classic example is Xerox PARC.
Yeah.
But another very interesting example is Alta Vista, and I wonder if I can ask you, could you tell the Alta Vista story?
Well, I mean, in 1998, Alta Vista was the leading search engine that was built by, everyone forgets, but Digital Equipment Corporation. And they built it, it was an advertising platform, but there was only one ad on all of Alta Vista, and it was buy a DEC mainframe. So they built a search engine, the leading technologically advanced search engine in the world, in order to sell mainframes, because what you needed at the time to build a great search engine was a big mainframe, and then there were two kids getting their PhD down at Stanford who didn't have the money to buy a mainframe but thought, can we write some clever software to hook a bunch of cheap computers together to build something that was more powerful, and that obviously became Google. But
Yeah.
it is amazing, and you see this a lot through your book, where the future is out there already. It just hasn't completely materialized. I'm going to let people ask questions in a second, but I had one more question maybe for both of you. Where would you, I mean, if you'd been sitting in General Magic, you'd have met all the people that went on to build the iPhone, right? Where would you go sit today, and where would you be looking for those people and those ideas to build whatever it is that comes next?
If you're asking me, I'd sit in Cupertino. The company's got a lot of imagination. There are a lot of people working at that company. Now, I've spent 8 years there, but I'm not employed there anymore, and I'm not in their public relations department. But I was simply enormously impressed by not just the vice presidents, many of whom you may have heard of, but it struck me that there were about as many vice presidents at Apple as there were tenured professors at the Harvard Business School. And it also struck me that if you put their names on a large sheet of paper and threw a dart, you were much more likely to hit somebody really smart on the Apple VP list than on the HBS professor list. That's because at the Harvard Business School, there's something called tenure, which means that you get to stay there no matter how dumb you grow as you age. At Apple, you either achieve results or you're not going to keep working there. You put that together with the fact that inside the organization, I mean, the people who built the camera here are the best people, the best camera people in the phone world on earth. And the way they work together, the fact that this company is vertically integrated from silicon to retail, all these different functions having different schedules, and the fact that they can still make it work, I just think, and that they have resources, I would sit in Cupertino.
They've become the IBM that they once sought to disrupt.
Precisely, and they don't want to wind up, in the same place, actually. But go ahead.
Adam, anywhere you'd look for innovation?
Yeah, I'd actually give the exact opposite advice, with the caveat that I have never been a Harvard Business School professor. I would stay away from Apple, Facebook, Google, or any established corporation, and I'd go to kind of the underground. It's like, what do the engineers coming out of Stanford think are cool, or is the coolest project possible? And it would be, a cryptocurrency. It would be a flying car. It would be, a rocket company. The things that really end up succeeding are the things that, turn the young engineers on, almost by definition. My favorite example of this is 3D printers. Literally no one needs a 3D printer, okay? But it's just so cool, okay? It's just so cool. And, they kind of figured out how to do it, and the first 3D printer was using like a bed of cat litter and glue to make things, and it was refined. And then, 5 years later, it's under everybody's Christmas tree, or a drone, something like that. I really think it's about the passions of young technical people that really define what happens. And then, the market has to find an application for a drone or a 3D printer, but they will sooner or later.
There you go. Some questions. Here. Hold on, wait for a microphone.
As the pace of technology and the business models that are being built on it begin to accelerate, what are your thoughts on how companies and people that are just playing with new technologies can weave ethics, compassion, and mindfulness, like not only into the technologies, but the business processes and the models and the way they connect people.
You want me to start? I'll be real quick. I think the companies that don't are going to be punished for not doing so. The biggest difference between today, when we have our first trillion-dollar company, and 1901, when we had our first billion-dollar company, which was U.S. Steel, is that today companies, and even books, we were discussing this briefly before coming on, are platforms. They're two-sided markets. A platform is something upon which someone builds. And if you say, as the person who owns that platform, what happens on it is not my business, people are going to wind up hating you. And that's not good. I mean, when the whole world hates you, it's bad. And you took the Daily Stormer off Cloudflare. You made a decision. You were a platform. You could make a freedom of speech argument that wasn't a good idea. I'm glad you did it.
It probably wasn't a good idea, but that's a whole other story.
Well,
we certainly made a point. We illustrated why it was dangerous for us to do something like that, which I think was part of what we were trying to demonstrate at the time. But it was we needed to have that conversation. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, put it this way. People who work in these companies, big or small, are working 24-hour days, 7 days a week, and sometimes they think they don't have time for ethics, and the fact is they don't have time to skip it. Because if you skip it, you pay a price. Tim Cook was recently asked, some of you may have seen this, what would you do in Mark Zuckerberg's position? Does anybody happen to know what his response was? I would never be in his position. That's right.
For those on the live stream, Michelle yelled out, "I would never be in his position."
Yeah. So you can either agree with Cook or not, but to have one CEO of a company which is worth $1 trillion talking about another CEO of a company which is worth $500 billion or a lot of money, that publicly is not that common around here. But that's because he believes that privacy is a fundamental human right. And by the way, long term, that may redound to Apple's, not to their benefit. Who knows? Apple and Google have very different ideas about privacy. And that means that running their internet service businesses are very different. So, but I should shut up and.
Well, we're out of time. I really appreciate you guys coming and sharing this. And Adam's going to stick around for a little bit to sign some books. And so thank you so much, and encourage you to read both of their books.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jen Taylor. Whoa, and I'm
Whoa.
loud.
Hello.
Many of you already knew that. I'm Jen Taylor. I'm head of product here at Cloudflare, and I'm really excited to be joined today by Eric Gunderson, who's the CEO of Mapbox, and Shauna Wolverton, who's the chief product officer at Planet, to talk about location. Never mattered more before. Now, we have to acknowledge the bird in the room. Shauna.
It's sort of cheating, my job.
It is.
I get to bring satellites wherever I go.
Do you have a little leash for the satellite?
I do. It has a little case.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you travel with it, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's a weapon.
Yeah.
So you have to have some explaining to do going through security with a satellite. Yeah.
Talk with us a little bit about what you're doing with the satellites today, other than bringing them to speaking engagements.
So we have built and launched 298 satellites. So Planet operates the world's largest constellation of commercial satellites. And what we're doing is we're imaging the entire Earth every day. Because if you can see the world in a whole new way, we think there's tremendous insight and action to take when you understand where things are in the world and what's happening there.
Got it. So that's a lot of images.
It's a lot. Yeah, we have over 800 images of every place on Earth over the last 3 years.
That is crazy. Mm-hmm. So, Eric, I know one of the things you've been thinking a lot about is really kind of stitching together the fabric of location. Can you talk a little bit about how you've thought about that and how you've approached that problem?
Yeah, look, when we first got started, us actually started in DC, and we were working on election monitoring and public health work, and we had these opportunities to help out some of these agencies, whether it's UN or World Bank, the State Department, try to have context. And like you said, location's more important now than ever. Well, it's always been important. It's just changing a lot now. So back in first time to Afghanistan was in 2009, and I was there to map an election. And you landed, and at the time, literally the map itself was just a cross street of two major highways. You had Ring Road and Jalalabad Road coming up from the south. And I was like, well, how are you going to map an election here if you don't have a map? And so bit by bit, we've been not only making a map, but making the APIs and the tech to make it really easy for developers and enterprise to put location and stuff into their apps. So the cool part is there's a lot more data now. And since I have to make the map from all these different sets of data, where there's data coming off the cell phone every time somebody's using an app with Mapbox in it, we're collecting anonymous aggregated data back. So we have over 400 million monthly active users. That's helping us see the road network, roads, traffic, but also the imagery coming back. And we're at this moment in time where we're able to not just make our own data and index a lot of data from different open communities, but buy a lot of data. And the more sensors coming on, the richer the map is.
So, I mean, here we are at the Internet Summit, and we're talking about location, which at some level might sound a little obscure, right? Because we're talking about the Internet. It's this sort of virtual thing, and location is theoretically a very physical thing. But how do you guys see those things coming together? Why is location so important on the Internet?
I mean, this is your question, Eric.
It is part of. I mean, just open up your phones, right? Look at the start screen. How many of those apps are adding context via location? And then back when we started, the map was a canvas to communicate about something. The reality now is so much of that power of location is starting to fade into the background. Being able to know exactly where you are, all the way down. Pick an industry in terms of logistics. I mean, if I can get more things in more cars faster, my God, you change the margins of an entire industry. Next thing you know, that industry is not even ride hailing. You got scooters. You start needing all sorts of different modality classifiers for how you move. So this is on a fundamental level, this is about changing how people and goods all move, and all of that is now happening because we're connected. And
and it's interesting, because you kind of talk about being kind of a sensor consumer, and Shauna, you're a sensor producer.
Sensor producer.
Yeah. How do you think about this challenge from the sensor producer part of the problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're adorable, my satellites, but really they're just my data center in the sky.
Yeah.
A really fun, cool data center with a rocket that launches. That's the good part. But at the end of the day, what's important is the interesting data that comes off of the sensors, and the kind of sensors that are in space as well as on the ground today. When those things kind of come together and you can understand the dimensionality of any place on Earth. So not only do you know where you are, you know all of the different kinds of things that are happening about that space. You bring together places, you bring together the kinds of things you can find through machine learning and computer vision and satellite imagery. It paints a tremendous picture of sort of every place on Earth, which is incredibly powerful.
And you need a lot of data sources to be able to have that context. I mean, if you, just go open up Snapchat, pull out, look at that map. I think on average, one of our maps is made from over 130 different sources of data, whether those are roads or understanding the part classification, which we analyze from satellite imagery because you can detect from bands on that, all the way down to the visual component of the imagery, right? Because sometimes you actually don't even need to see it. You just want to know the context of like, okay, this is a place, this is water, this is my perfect beach line here. Oh, right, and it's all this data constantly feeding back. I mean, you all have some incredible stats on how often the world's changing. But it's that live feedback loop that I think's really changed the mapping space for a lot of us.
Absolutely, and I think when you think about all of the data that we have, really, I call it sort of drowning in pixels, right? We need the kinds of tools you need to gain the insight. Really, there's a whole number of industries that can be really served by the information that comes from all of these sensors, but we need to democratize the access to it. We need to pull what's interesting out of all of this data that's coming from all of these sensors and help customers make sense of it.
One of the things you both sort of touched on is just the sheer volume of data and being able to kind of aggregate and stitch together the data and the processing of the data. Like, how do you think about doing that? It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah, we bring down 6 terabytes of data a day from the satellites. And thankfully, the Earth is 50% cloudy every day, so we don't bother bringing those down. A big, fat image of clouds turns out not to be very interesting to too many people. So, yeah, it is a tremendous kind of data pipeline that we operate to bring down that kind of data and to process it. It's really intensive.
I mean, to add to that specifically on the satellite side, many of us in this room are working with big sets of data, and those big sets of data are changing in a timely manner. But the sheer size, like nobody talks about how fat this data is, and to be able to work with large sets of data at volume and that are heavy to transport, it's crazy.
It's
really complicated to move this stuff around to do processing.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of Planet, we were making deliveries by shipping hard drives. Wow.
Yeah. No, we've also our first push up of imagery was FedEx was our API.
Yeah.
And the honest part is, no matter how much faster this stuff gets, there are still just some fundamental constraints. Now, I would say the biggest change is probably in the last 2 years, where a lot of our data processing now is truly happening on the edge. So 3 months ago, we partnered with ARM and launched our Vision SDK, which is instead of just making maps from GPS sensor data, you can actually turn on the camera now, and on the device, you're able to do the classification, segmentation, and detection directly on the chipset. So instead of putting hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment in the trunk of the car to be able to go out mapping, what can you do by empowering other developers to make interfaces through the phone or through really cheap hardware? And for us to be able to process that amount of data on the edge and then just pass up the change pieces, pass up the stuff, I think that's where things are about to get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's really being able to run a diff on a visual file would be really cool. I'm going to throw that out to the audience so you can put that together by the end of the day. Yeah. So it's a vast amount of data, and I think of location as incredibly powerful. I mean, you talked about the notion of mapping an election. People talk about planting crops and stuff like that. Location is incredibly powerful substrate for just humans and the way that we engage in the world. And I think one of the things that's been really interesting in looking at the work that both of your organizations have done is really kind of how you've been able to aggregate and democratize that data. Can you talk a little bit about how you think about that kind of location data and the access to that data?
Yeah, I mean, for us, there's just tremendous insight for people doing science, and we have a fantastic relationship with the sort of academic community that really is bringing the kinds of climate change insights that are happening across the world. We have a whole bunch of people who use our Arctic data to really understand what's happening in that region with devastating consequences, and really be able to use kind of the information that's in the satellites to really change policy and change decision making.
And look, 10 years ago, when someone would say, well, what are your plans to democratize some of this data, a lot of people were talking about opening data up. And U.S. government has incredibly progressive open data policy, as many folks here know. This stuff is being put out in public domain. But that's only the first step. You have to make it accessible. You have to make it usable. So just look at Florence coming through on the hurricane side. When right after a disaster, NOAA's the first folks to fly, and they use our programmatic upload API, and you can upload up to 10 gig GeoTIFFs and process it on the fly, and they expose that to everybody. Another partner, EagleView, the largest fly company in the U.S., which is flying at like now downwards of like 3 centimeter data. They'll go out after the insurance, and they partnered with Allstate, and we're able to put that data up, process it, and expose it via an API. So now this data is literally in the iPads of insurance adjusters. Oh, and by the way, it's already been processed to detect where the storm paths went to look for fraud. And guess what? If you're already in a storm path area and you're reporting something, your claim gets put to the top, so they're actually able to get the money out to the people whose property was actually damaged faster while reducing fraud. I mean, that's an interesting point in terms of democratizing by making this stuff accessible, and that all comes down to an API processing piece.
Right. You don't need a geospatial expert to get a score on your iPad that says probably roof damaged, and that's really, I think, to me, the really interesting thing, and the huge reason I'm at Planet, is that idea that you could take something that was traditionally the hands of specialists and with special tools, or even you didn't have imagery. I mean, so much of the imagery in the world was in governments. I mean, it's in our lifetime. Speaking of governments, satellite imagery was shot out the back of satellites and caught by planes. Right? There's nets were how we were getting imagery. So this idea now that not only do governments have access to data, and not just the US government, one of the kind of core foundational policies of Planet is that our imagery is accessible to everyone. And so we really think that the more people who have information, the more secure the world is.
And of course, there's always this inherent tension when we talk about data and access and stuff like that, and securing it at the same time, sort of the notion of privacy. And how do you guys think about that when you think about the sort of the permutation of global sensors, many of which most people aren't even aware are happening?
Yeah, it's journalists really like to ask us about privacy when you tell them you're imaging the entire Earth every day. Sensors come in various degrees. Our sensors are primarily 3 meters, which means every pixel on your screen is 3 meters on the ground. So people don't usually show up there. So we get to sort of ameliorate a lot of privacy concerns. But yes, I mean, I think it is a critical part of what we're doing, and as commercial space gets closer and closer to the ability to do some identifying things, I think there are big questions the industry is going to have to answer.
And just put that in perspective, there's this, it's a great new book called Never Lost Again. And the CMO of Keyhole, the company that Google would buy to start their mapping initiative, basically tells the behind-the-scenes stories of what this was like getting up. And the first time that Keyhole, or in this case now Google Earth, went live, people started zooming into, I forget what the resolution of the imagery exactly was. I think it was some open data from NASA. And they start getting calls like, wait, everybody can see my property now? And that's just over 10 years. 10 years ago. So I think all of us are starting to have a new appreciation of, wait, what is this amount of data out there, whether you're contributing to the data. I mean, there's a lot of talk right now about, wait, this is my data, if I'm putting it into a certain social platform, how is that being used? But the other reality is you're making data and you're just being part of the world, you're contributing to that. How is that used? I think look, for us, I mean, what's on the resolution side is it's much more detailed. And you hear things like PII and personally identifiable information, according to the U.S. government. And then, wait, that's like social security number, credit card number. My God, with location data, you know where you were last night. That's terrifying. Everybody building an application in this room that's doing anything with collecting location data needs to realize that while it might not be PII, it is incredibly sensitive data. And honestly, the only way, some of the security breaches in the news this week, the only way to really protect folks is to anonymize from the start. Don't actually store self-identifiable information. Trim sets the data by default so you can't even on aggregate bring it back down. I mean, the fact that we don't collect, we happen to be in the business of making maps and knowing the road topology. We don't do advertising, so I don't need to target. I don't collect an ID, let alone a temp ID. And the whole idea is just to be able to get data at aggregate. So if you design a system where it's okay to lose a lot of data because you have so much data at mass, you can design something secure by default. But that's just our SDK. Everybody building an app, are you building those levels of, are you appreciative of that? I think this is going to be a conversation that all enterprises and developers are going to be having over the next couple of years.
So we're going to open up to the audience in just a couple of minutes here for questions. But I always like to ask folks in your position right here, right now, as you're surrounded by a bunch of thought leaders and people who are thinking about the future of the internet, as you think about location, what requests would you make of the people in the room?
Requests?
Yeah. What do you want them to do for you? Or do for location or do for the industry?
I mean, I think the amazing opportunity in the room is to just let your brain think about what you could do with understanding change in the world. I mean, I think there is tremendous opportunity that we're not going to think, like Planet can't think of all of the possible use cases that there are in the world. And so be creative. We have APIs, experiment. Think about how the world can change when you know a thing you couldn't know before.
Yeah.
Everybody here should say to themselves, wait, what part of my business is impacted by location, and what efficiency can I get from that? And I mean, you nailed it. It's like you have APIs, get creative. Like we put out the Lego building block to allow you as a business to configure an experience that transforms your efficiency and returns, and this stuff is super measurable. Taking control of that stack, that was something that nobody's ever had before. And so there's a whole new era of efficiency that you can start bringing to bear. I mean, just you start doing the math on this. Just look at a ride hailing example. You save 15 seconds here, 15 seconds here on every single ride. Okay, well, how many more is that an hour? All right, well, wait, that's 4, okay, now I'm at a minute. Wait, how many hours am I? Wait, can I fit another ride in? Can you imagine what you can do by fitting in another ride and a $7 meaningful average ride piece over the driver's month? That makes an impact. Go back to somebody who's doing 1 million rides a day to that company. Just say only 10% reach a threshold of adding up the seconds like that to make a meaningful addition of a person in the car. I mean, you're talking $300,000 a day. Like this stuff adds up, and people in this room have that power to do adjustments to make things much more efficient. And I think that's not just good for your business, but that's good for the planet.
Well, and I think it's as I'm sitting here talking to you guys and listening to your asks to the universe of brilliant people here, I'm just really struck by the fact how each of you have built these really robust platforms that really service this in different ways, and that really kind of, again, opening it up to the people in the room to kind of take the platforms and run with it. Yeah.
That's it exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, we came across it because we needed better tools to do our job. And again, just everybody in the room, like we were bootstrapped. We didn't take a dime of outside funding until 5 years ago this week. And is that, no, you know, it's like, wait, what tools didn't we have access to? Well, it turns out if we actually expose those via an API, a lot of other people need that same functionality.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing the work that both your organizations are doing. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the audience. Questions for Shauna and Eric?
Do either of you ever use vehicle license plate sighting data? There are several companies that have cameras up by the side of the road and are paying tow truck operators to record license plate data of parked cars in shopping malls all over the US. And they have billions of license plate sightings now. And since you can't opt out of displaying a license plate, it's a rather difficult situation for the consumer.
We are not using license plate sighting. There's an interesting analogy in global shipping. There's an AIS beacon, which is like a license plate for a boat. And it's really interesting when you bring that data together with imagery data, because it turns out people can sort of switch their license plate in the middle of the ocean and do some illegal fishing, transshipments that are embargoed. So there is interesting data when you bring those two things together, but no, we're not looking at license plate data.
Yeah, we don't either. But I mean, you're hitting on the point you just brought up. Like, by us just being out doing things that we've always done, we're now creating data trails that we didn't opt into. And I think that there's going to be some fascinating conversations about that, because we here can be having a conversation about security and best practices of collecting data, but I mean, are the right folks in the government thinking through that? Are the right security measures being brought in on that? Ultimately, where's that going to go? I think these are important questions, and I think we're just starting to get the vocabulary to have that conversation.
Other questions in the room? So I got another one coming out of license plates. What regulations do you guys have to navigate today in the work that you're doing, and how are you participating in the creation of those standards?
Yeah, we're regulated by the US government. NOAA issues a license to operate in space.
I can't just fire my own rocket into space? Oh, I'm so bummed.
People have. Doesn't go well for them. No, I mean, it's amazing, actually, the liberty that we have to operate in the world. There's nothing off limits for imaging the Earth. There are some regulations. We subscribe to the kind of responsible space treaty around space junk.
Mm-hmm.
I had a fantastic meeting this morning about deorbiting some of our satellites responsibly. But for the most part, our satellites, because of their resolution, are not particularly highly regulated.
Yeah.
And law of the land applies to us. So we have certain imagery resolution requirements in places like Israel that you can't be quite as granular. We're also fully operational and legal in China, which means we have acquired legal data through a partnership, run local infrastructure in country, and actually had our cartography signed off on by the survey department. So literally, we have like an ISBN number in a book on the bottom of our maps, and so there's depending on what region you're in, there's a lot of local details to get right.
Yeah, that must be challenging, though, to think about how you can comply with those at scale, right? As you're stitching together these vast quantities of data.
Oh, it's literally, we allow developers to pick the worldview that they agree with.
Yeah.
And you can then programmatically expose that worldview depending on the GeoIP to your users.
Yeah.
And those are shifting country boundaries. Those are different named places. This is it's really raw. It's really raw stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Fascinating.
It used to be that NOAA wanted you to send them every image that you took from space. We said we would be glad to.
Yeah.
They said, no thanks, it's cool.
It's cool.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's my 800 photos of the Earth twice a day, except when it's cloudy.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Cool. Well, thank you guys both very much. And thank you also to the bird.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thanks.
Hey. Good.
Okay, we're going to get started. So I have here with me today John Scott Railton from the Citizen Lab at the University of Toronto, and Julie Owono from Internet Without Borders, or Internet Sans Frontières. And we're going to talk about disinformation today. So I want to talk a little bit about setting out the problem, because we hear a lot about disinformation in the United States. We think about the 2016 election, but I think there are a lot of stories that are happening internationally that I think we also need to talk about as we think about disinformation. So I'm going to turn it over to you to give us some examples of what you're seeing around the world apart from the United States.
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead. Thanks, John. Thank you, Alyssa, and thanks, Cloudflare, for the invitation to discuss this very important issue. So, Internet Without Borders has been monitoring a bit the cyber development in the world, and specifically in what we call emerging markets, and more specifically Africa. And I must say that when we talk about disinformation, we have to remember that there are different forms of disinformation campaigns. We usually think indeed of the 2016-like disinformation campaign, which have been state-sponsored by a foreign state, but we tend to forget in the conversation the campaigns that are sponsored locally, nationally by a government, which hires a foreign company, for instance, to push certain messages, to push certain information which are not necessarily grounded on facts about the country. I'll give a very specific example, which is quite old, but which will make sense with the rest of the conversation that we'll have. I remember in 2011, we worked a lot on a country located in Central Africa and called Gabon, where there was an uprising at the time. And at the time, nobody was talking about boats, but already that government was hiring, I think it was a European or Israeli company, I can't remember quite well, but it was a private sector company which was selling certain products to influence the opinion and influence the image that we may have of certain countries or of certain information on social media. And the social media platform that was used at the time was Twitter. There were tons of messages spread on a hashtag which was supposed to catalyze messages from civil society on the ground on what was happening, and they were all flooded with messages from boats coming from people tweeting from India, for instance, or from the Philippines who had nothing to do with Gabon, but who were tweeting a lot and flooding the hashtag with false messages. So this is one of the campaigns that comes to my mind, but we also forget in the conversation the campaigns which are not necessarily opposing governments, but which happen in very tense political contexts. For instance, a civil war, which opposes two polarized communities, and in which the disinformation campaign will come on top of other very dangerous kind of speech, like hate speech, for instance, and will trigger afterwards very horrible consequences in the real world. So these are some of the ideas that came up to my mind when we first discussed the issue. I don't know if you...
Oh, I think Julie's right. So I'm John. The Citizen Lab mostly works on targeted attacks against civil society groups. But here's the thing. In almost every case where we've scratched, we've also come across a disinformation element. And sometimes these are like hybrid phishing campaigns or malware campaigns that end up in disinformation. But to give some kind of like evidentiary perspective here, the folks at the Oxford Internet Institute have been tracking misinformation and disinformation online. And in 2017, they reported that 48 countries showed some evidence of systematic, organized disinformation. 30 of those cases were around elections. And just to put a big highlighter on Julie's point, most of that is domestic facing. I think when we seek to think about disinformation, I'm an American, although I work at a Canadian place, I think about 2016. We all do. And the narrative there is something foreign came in and messed with our stuff. I think, though, that often leads to wanting to seek authority, like the government, to help us regulate it. The problem is, what happens when the government is the entity doing the disinformation? And by volume, I think the work from the Oxford Internet Institute will tell you, and anecdotally I can confirm this, by volume it's governments doing it themselves, often around elections.
So is it that when we saw the 2016 campaign, the reason it got so much press, even though it had been happening around the world for so long, was that it was happening in the United States and people weren't expecting it to happen here? Is that, I mean, it seems like it's much more, you know, we talk about disinformation, we talk about fake news. we're now talking about it in the United States, but it sounds like this has been a systematic problem in other places, and maybe we're not actually in that new of a place in some ways. We're just, the United States is just catching up to everyone else.
Yeah, this is
in a bad way, I should add.
Yeah, no, this is a very important. What we think at Internet Without Borders is that we're operating on a global platform which is accessible virtually everywhere by everyone. So it's important, even when you're in the Silicon Valley developing a product, it's important to pay attention to signals that come from 10,000 kilometers from where you are, because that's usually 90% of the time where certain practices are being tested first, because the connected population is so small and it's possible to test products and to test the reaction to those products before, well, getting them back home. And the fake news debate in the US election is exactly that. We've learned afterwards that there had been tests by Cambridge Analytica, for instance, in countries elsewhere which had nothing to do with the American or the British context. But 2-3 years later, they were taken back home, basically by certain companies and used by certain governments. So it's important to, yes, it's shocking when it happens in the United States, because, well, everybody would imagine that institutions are strong and everything is set to avoid this type of things from happening. But no, nobody's is protected against this. It's a global threat, and it should be perceived that way. And in that sense, it's important to pay attention to signals, even if they are located 10,000 kilometers from home.
So, global threat. We're now trying to figure out how we address it. I mean, what's at stake as we figure out what those solutions are, as we think about it, as we think about what we're trying to do?
So here's the thing that makes me nervous. I'm nervous about disinformation, and I'm, it's one of those things where it's like everyone else is more likely to be subjected to disinformation than you, right? Like, I know I'm canny. But what scares me is actually the first response to this. So you've got a disruptive set of technologies. Some of it's new, right? Like the scale of bots, probably new. Micro-targeting, probably new on a historical time frame, right? There are other things like that that feel new. Different kinds of anonymity, new. But in my book, disinformation is about selling ideas. So I cut it like this. There's a kind of disinformation that's about gumming up the conversation, a lot of automated stuff that makes it hard for voices to come out. So there's that. And that, to me, feels like a much more understandable problem. It's like a spammy problem. But then there's another half of it, which I like to look at like this. So disinformation is marketing. The product is feelings, and the profit is behavior. Ultimately, we're working in an environment where much of our behavior is happening on big, essentially marketing platforms designed to deliver behavior to advertisers to buy product. And my big concern is that as long as we're sort of inhabiting those platforms, the imagination of people who are going to want to manipulate us through those platforms is always going to be moving faster than the companies that are providing those platforms.
So that raises all sorts of difficult questions about how we deal with this, right? It seems like the questions of what constitutes disinformation, for example, get very murky when you get into marketing, when you start talking about what are you trying to do, what are you trying to accomplish. So as you think about solutions, as you think about things that we can do, what are they? I mean, how do you get ahead of something that's essentially a marketing campaign designed to play on your feelings?
Well, it is new, probably in the extent of well, the dissemination, the possibilities of dissemination. But I mean, propaganda is not something new. We're human beings, and we've been here. We've been the same for pretty quite a long time. So it's what we think is that it's very important to be, as I was saying, to pay attention to certain signals, to remember that history repeats itself, unfortunately, that there are certain well, when there is innovation, there are obviously risks, and that we need to be aware of this and not think only about, you know, how disruptive we are and reacting whenever there is a problem. No, reacting costs more. It makes us waste a lot of time. Instead, it's important to be proactive, to understand that, well, there are threats, and that human being, when faced with innovation, they tend to react quite, I mean, historically, almost the same way. So being proactive is quite an interesting, I mean, I think when I say being proactive, I'm talking here to product makers who are located here, for instance, in the Silicon Valley. This morning, somebody was saying that in the Silicon Valley, people live in a bubble. It's probably time to break the bubble and understand that the globality of the tools and the effects they can have. And yes, anticipating a bit more, why not conduct human rights impact assessments? For instance, we're talking about that in the environment sector. It would be important to talk about that in the tech sector as well. Whenever you're about to launch a product, or whenever think about the impact that this can have from a human rights perspective, from a human perspective, a social perspective. These are some of the ideas that are flowing in conversations. I don't know if...
Yeah, the challenge there, it seems to me, is that when you start talking about human rights assessments, or impact assessments on products, particularly information products, the benefits of the information products are also tangible. So you end up in a world where how do you assess the negative impacts while also weighing it against the potential positive impacts of dissemination of information, which can be an incredibly powerful tool. So the internet as a tool is an important piece of what we're seeing.
It is, and it's now a reality. Talking about solutions for a second, I think there's been a big push in the US to have a conversation about fake news. And to me, this is a dangerous oversimplification of the problem set. The idea that the real problem is that people are saying false things. There are a lot of wrong things being said, and what we need is to somehow telegraph to people that there are credibility problems with the sources of that, and that maybe the things are fake. To me, this is like the easiest possible solutionism, and it's not going to work. Disinformation is about marketing, and if you want to understand the future of disinformation, you understand the future of advertising, right? What that means is that disinformation, as it existed in the US in 2016, is not what it looks like today, and it's not what it looked like last year. What talking about trying to block the proliferation of false stories does, in my mind, is it brings back a sort of a scary cudgel for the regulation of speech, and that's the idea of defamation. So here's a country that had an issue with disinformation. Cambodia has a disinformation law. It's new. In 2007, they got rid of their defamation law under pressure from the opposition. And the reason they got rid of it is because it was a cudgel being used by the state to try to limit people who were investigating corruption. It's back now, and of course the first use was against a person investigating corruption. So my concern is that states are moving very quickly to talk about trying to block the state of fake news. Over 30 governments have some kind of a regulatory thing in play, or a law that they're working to pass or have already passed about fake news. But to me, this is ultimately extremely dangerous. And when we talk about that with respect to technology too, we have risk. So more and more of what is called disinformation now is happening in darker places, like on secure chat platforms. And my concern, if the stated concern is about blocking the proliferation of fake stories, we're going to erode encryption. And we're going to erode a lot of flexibility that users have right now, and probably do it in a way that's fighting a war that's already old.
And on this very important remark is there is another step that more and more governments are taking, which is to censor the access to internet itself on the basis of justifying it by the fact that disinformation is causing havoc in the country and is harming national security. So yes, the stakes are higher. It's really about connectivity being at stake here, and specifically connectivity in zones where we are saying that people are yet to be connected, and it's quite frightening. And on what you just said on, regulating speech itself, it's not only in, more or less repressive countries. Even in democracies, there is a debate on that. I'm thinking specifically, I live in France, and some of you may have followed this summer, there was a big scandal because one of the bodyguards of the president was accused of molesting protesters. And there was a study that was published which alleged that it was initially a campaign that was put out in the French public debate by foreign states or actors sponsored by foreign government, and specifically the Russian government. So, but the thing is here, it was a way to introduce the idea that it may have, although the story was true, but the way it was put out may have been used to destabilize the government and the institution, whereas no, it was actually a very important public debate which triggered an investigation, national investigation, and which makes the democracy and the French democracy healthier. So yes, on that idea that, regulating speech can have even democracies doing what repressive countries were more familiar with, and that censorship.
So how do we break it down then? So you have foreign interference that comes in pretty robust ways, and disinformation, which you kind of want people to know about, right? You have the potential for the government itself to try to get involved to manipulate public opinion, which you also probably want your people to know about. And then you just have sort of the things on the margins. They're generating unrest. You're riling up different groups for whatever purposes you might have. Are they the same? Do you deal with them the same way? How do we think about solutions?
Well, so one
no hard questions.
Yeah, I don't know. I think one place where we're at right now is we're very, very early, right? We've connected much faster than we could secure, and we've connected a lot faster than our norms and social institutions even know sort of how to regulate behavior. And because a lot of these are actually old problems in new digital clothing, we've made a big mistake, which is we've forgotten how to talk about sociology and stuff like that, and how this actually influences the relationships that people have to technology. Every time I think about this, the first thought that comes to my mind is oh wow, media literacy, man, if we could just teach people how to do media literacy. But then I stop myself, and it's there are a couple problems with this. First of all, media
We've been trying
literacy
for 100 years.
Yeah, but also media literacy is what you teach to other people who you think don't get it, because you think that you actually know what's really going on, right? It's how do we get those people to that? But I'll highlight something interesting that was inspired by reading something by Dana Boyd, who's a lucid critic of society, which is, you know who was marketing the slogan of questioning the media? Russia Today. For a long time, Russia Today's tagline was question everything, right? And I think that the challenge is, if we start talking too much about let's educate individuals, individuals and their sort of thinking should be the last, the line of last resort in a way. And we know from security that when we talk about trying to teach people better security behaviors, right, it doesn't really work, right? These are public health scale problems, and they have to be addressed that way. I don't know if Julie also has a thought. Got lots more, but.
I kind of disagree a bit with you. For the first time. That's the first time we disagree on something.
We're good with that.
Hopefully not the last, yeah.
No, hopefully not the last, of course. But again, we have to think that there are countries, parts of the world where up until very recently, the only source of information was a national state media, which spread propaganda. We're back at it. And that suddenly they're faced with, they're flooded with information. Some of them are flooded with information located only on one platform. That's another debate, but nevertheless, the sources come from almost everywhere in the world. Also, you have to think that these same, citizens also suddenly, we were most here, we're born with the internet basically and evolved with it. And but imagine you're I don't know, a farmer in remote, I don't know where, somewhere in a developing country, and you're suddenly faced with a tool that allows you to speak to anyone we have to be to put ourselves in the place of this individual. So, not saying that we know better. I don't think it's the issue is necessarily that has to be seen that way, but it's rather that it's also a challenge to receive information in the 21st century. So how do we deal with that? Probably education is not the right word, but because obviously we can all educate each other on receiving information, you rightly said, but at least, I don't know, having more conversation on the media themselves, like there are conversations in democracies about the fourth power usually, very often. It should be probably the same in other parts of the world, and I think that's the strength, of and probably the utopia of the internet initially was to enable individuals to have access to information and be able to make the most of the information that they received. So that's probably not the perfect answer, but I'm just saying that it's a global problem, so there shouldn't be only one solution, obviously.
I think Julie's right, actually. And to me, this thing that I said earlier, right? Disinformation is the marketing, the product is the feeling, the profit is behavior. Sounded fun in the shower the other day. But if you think about it, not all disinformation campaigns work. A lot of them don't. In my work, I come across crummy disinformation ops all the time, a lot of them from nation states, and most of them fall flat. And part of the reason is that, if you're thinking about this in the context of a product language, often the market research is really bad and stilted. And an authoritarian's comic book conception of how people might think, especially in a foreign country, is not going to work. That said, the other part of this is that if you're selling a product, you're selling it to a market that's interested. And a lot of the stuff that was sold in 2016 was selling product where there was a market appeal. Racism, class differences, this sort of stuff pre-existed, not only recent Russia, but also the Soviet Union in the US, right? These were bigger problems. And so to me, I feel like the solutions are at societal scale. A lot of them look like they're going to have to come through education and how people are taught. Where they're not going to come from, though, is the next couple years. I think it's sort of a fact of the matter that there will be elements of addressing disinformation, some of them that look technical, some of them that look societal, but there's no reason to expect that this is a solvable problem. In part, remember we were talking about elections at the beginning of this, right? There are going to be elections every couple years, right? And if you look in a lot of the countries where people are rolling disinformation campaigns, who's running it? Who's paying for it? Well, typically it's political parties. Who are they paying? They're paying political consultants and they're paying marketing firms, right? These are not mysterious disinformation operators. What we're actually talking about is the manipulation and shaping of human opinion. Right now, I think a lot of people in the US and North America are exercised about it because it feels foreign and scary. But in fact, the story about the manipulation of public opinion to achieve ends, it's always been happening. It was happening when we were teenagers and when we were kids. A thought on that. How many people have been to a casino? Show of hands. Oh, come on. Everybody's been to a casino, right? So what's the job of the casino operator? To keep you in the casino, right? Cheap food, do whatever you want, just don't walk out the door, right? Where is the door? Social media is exactly the same way, right? The objective of a large company is to get you into the casino and keep you there. And there's a fun fact about addictive and compulsive behavior, which is it loses its hedonics pretty quickly. People are actually not happy for the most part when they're dealing with a behavioral addiction, but they stick around. And I would say diagnostically, everything we know about the behavior of people on social networks is they're not happy when they spend a lot of time there, but they stick around, right? And if you think about who's really got a good bit of market research and a good take on human psyche, it's at the platform level. It's not at the individual marketing firm selling stuff level. And those platforms have much more subtle ways of shaping behavior that are much less available to researchers like me or Julie or others to identify. And yet we know that those feelings and sentiments can shape things like electoral behavior. So my fear is not disinformation, just as we've seen it in the past couple of years, but like the subtle manipulation of affect around election times, right? Like you could easily price out some marginal voters by making people slightly less happy on election day, right? This to me is much scarier because the scale is better than any sort of like, specific sale of a bad fact.
So I was going to try to end my comments on a positive note. I don't think that was it for the record, but I'm still going to take questions. So I want to turn to the audience. Oh, here, why don't we?
Yes, so I'd like you to talk, if you may, about the upcoming social credit system in China and the risk of that being spread around the world to totalitarian regimes.
Julie?
Again, I was going to end on a positive note. I'm just going to point that out.
No, there is hope. There is hope. Yes, that's a very, very important question. So China, as you know, is rolling out, aggressive politics of relationship, of diplomatic, economic, financial relationship with certain countries in the world and a specific continent, which is Africa. And what we have been really worried about is what comes with that cooperation. We know that China is very proud of, is saying to be proud of having been able to build an internet which is controlled, but nevertheless allows big companies to make a lot of money, thinking of some of them. We've talked about some of them this morning. So obviously, it starts, the idea is starting to flow into the discussions between the Chinese government and its counterparts and partners in Africa. We've recently heard of, for instance, we talk a lot about artificial intelligence and China being, of course, one of the leading countries researching on this specific issue. And we've learned that to counter the issue of diversity and bias in the artificial intelligence, what certain Chinese companies are doing is that they're going to African countries to get data sets on populations which are more diverse compared to China and Europe. And on a continent where there is no privacy law, where there is no, almost no regulation when it comes to internet issues, it's very easy to imagine that, it's possible to build such social credit or whatever surveillance state in the like of what's happening in certain parts of China today. So it's a source of worry, and that's why it's even more urgent for companies in the U.S. or in Europe, which are selling products to these countries, to make to talk about this, to anticipate on the threats and anticipate on the issues, because basically we're at a crossroads where certain countries which are yet to be connected are facing a choice. Either they're choosing open and free internet in the way that we've known it in the U.S. or in the Europe, or they're choosing a profitable internet which they can control. And you can imagine for a repressive country which choice they're going to make. So yeah, it's a crossroad.
So we're going to take one more question. We're going to try to keep it super quick.
How would you rate the effectiveness right now of the platforms like Google and Facebook and trying to countering fake news? I think a lot of what they do, they set up like a little widget, and here's like 15 New York Times articles to read, like when there's something that's a little bit controversial. And it seems that, as you were saying, that a lot of this disinformation is spreading to sort of the secure messaging platforms. Like, that's going to pose an even bigger technical challenge for a lot of these companies to sort of counter that. At that point, you're just like passing notes.
Yeah, so real quick, I think that it's probably not going to change much for users to see nags and behavioral nags. In the same way that cigarette advertising has a really awesome Technicolor ad and then a little black and white warning at the bottom in text, right? I'll just sort of share this thought, which is a lot of our conversation right now is shaped around the issue of platforms, right? Oh man, would platforms help? Well, we're sitting here at Cloudflare, thanks for having us, which is supporting a lot of independent websites, right, that are not living on platforms, and that still represent some speech that doesn't fit that mold of like what the platform approves and how it curates it for you. So that's awesome, and thank you folks here for doing that work.
Thank you for, and that end. See, that's the positive end right there. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Hey everyone, we're here, the last discussion of the day. I'm Doug Kramer, I'm Cloudflare's general counsel. This is Lisa Monaco, who, among other things we'll talk about, was President Obama's, an assistant to President Obama for Homeland Security and counterterrorism, which means we're going out with a bang. Come on, you need something like that. We'll have some good war stories.
Painful.
To talk about, okay, that's the pun. So Lisa's here to really talk to us about the cybersecurity threat and how we evaluate that in the present day, what the current state of that is. And I can really think of no one better positioned to do that. Lisa had a very long tenure at the Department of Justice and the FBI before President Obama nominated her and the Senate confirmed her to be Assistant Attorney General for National Security in 2011. And then it was 2013 that she came over to the White House again to be assistant to President Obama. Since the end of the Obama administration, she really has just become a guide to all the smartest people in all the best places thinking about these issues. She's a distinguished senior fellow at NYU Law School, also a fellow at the Belfer Center at Harvard, chairs the Aspen Institute's cybersecurity group, and is a principal at West Exec Advisors. So join me in welcoming Lisa Monaco to the Cloudflare Summit.
Thank you.
So Lisa, I want to do a little bit deeper dive on your day-to-day as Assistant to the President for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism. That meant she was always the person to deliver the bad news, the hard news, be the point of the spear to advise the President when something had gone very, very wrong, and then lead the White House's effort to coordinate a response to that. These are things like the Ebola crisis, things like the Boston Marathon bombing, which I think, as I recall, was your first week on the job, or about your first week?
Third week.
Third week. So you had some time to unpack your office supplies, find the restroom,
Actually, I didn't.
and then do all of that.
Yep.
So on a daily basis, she would look at the best information, the most information about risks, foreign and domestic, in cyber and everything else. And it was her job then to distill that down to how the president would think about these things. So the first thing I want to talk to you about is using those skills, and maybe not access to all the classified information you have, but still quite a bit. what is your take on the threat as we sit here in October of 2018? What's the current state of that, and are we perceiving it the right way?
So thanks very much. Thanks for having me. I'm acutely aware that I'm standing between you and cocktail hour. So thanks for that. I want to thank Matthew and Michelle and Doug and others for having me. It's great to be back out here. So the threat, you rightly describe my role. It also is a role and a job that, in addition to giving me the longest title, I think, in the history of the world, it earned me a nickname, mostly affectionate, I think, from the president, of Dr. Doom, literally, Dr. Doom. So that's a little bit something
when you
to
showed
get
up
over.
off the schedule, it was never.
Yeah, it was never good.
It was never
It
to
was never
celebrate
good.
someone's birthday.
So with respect to the cyber threat, I think you can characterize it as follows. It is more diffuse than it has ever been, with the range of actors, including nation states, non-state actors, basic garden variety criminal actors, and politically motivated hacktivists, with them all displaying more sophisticated and more dangerous and destructive tools and tactics and techniques, and having a more destructive impact than they've ever had before. What I would also say, though, I see today the nation states emerging as front and center and being the most concerning element of that threat, of that diffuse threat, than ever before. And in that category, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea.
Okay, so one of my questions was going to be, and I may still come back to this, what is sort of the face plant you do when you sort of see people all focused on one issue and realize their eye is off the ball over here? I would say a couple of years ago, we were very focused on terrorist organizations and what they might do even in the cyberspace and all of that. You don't see that discussion anymore. It is much more focused on nation state actors, all that. Do you think that is sort of a right sizing and a correct focus of where we should have been all along, or do you think we've sort of lost focus on non-state actors? Where do you think that balance lies right now?
So the person who held the Dr. Doom title is never going to say, I'm not
Right.
worried about terrorists with any means of ability to do us harm. And actually, I just recently got into a bit of a debate with David Petraeus, former head of the CIA, on this. He said recently that his concern is the cyber weapon of mass destruction. And by that, he means a non-state actor, a terrorist actor, using cyber as a means for destruction. He would and did acknowledge, however, that the likelihood of that is actually fairly remote. That was his characterization. I, of course, am worried about that, but I'm actually more worried on a day-to-day basis about the more silent impact. So what do I mean by that? I mean the cyber attack that does not have the visible impact, that does not have the kinetic, what we used to call in the Situation Room, the kinetic effect. I'm worried about the attack that we don't see, but then ultimately shakes our confidence in the information that we need to structure and go about our daily lives. Of course, there's a lot of talk just in the last half hour on information operations, but I mean the millions of financial trades that whiz around the world every day that arrange our financial system. The ability of nation-state cyber actors to manipulate information, to shake the integrity of that information and our confidence in it is something that I'm profoundly worried about.
So if you try to take, so let's, on the different actors involved in the current state of the threat, definitely nation states, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. You know, the terrorism threat is always out there. When it comes to rogue actors, unconnected rogue actors that aren't sort of acting at the behest of a nation state as a third party, do you see a significant threat there? I mean, there is going to be a threat, but compared to putting our focus in the right place, are there rogue actors or sort of other groups we're leaving out here, or have we already discussed most of the focus?
I think a threat that I would highlight in that category, it does not rise for me to the level of the nation-state actor at this point, but I think it is something we should be cognizant of, and we should not lose sight of it. And that is the terrorist actor using cyber means in what many experts have described as the blended threat. So ISIS basically contracting with a criminal actor or hacker to, and this actually really happened, to get information about, for instance, our service members and put that out on the internet and then extol their followers to go take action, violent action against those individuals. So the mixture of non-state actors, doxing, and using basically mercenaries to do that is something that is real.
Okay, so if you had the platform and you have a platform here to stand up and say, gosh darn it, everybody pay attention to this. There's just not enough attention being paid to this. We've got to focus more on this issue. What would that one issue be for you in the current threat?
So the point I just made about the integrity of information, but on a kind of enterprise-wide level, the Internet of Things security or lack thereof, right? Everyone has heard the statistic. By any measure, the conservative estimate is 20 billion Internet of Things devices connected by 2020. That's the low-end estimate, by the way. Half of all new businesses by 2020 will be run by Internet of Things devices. So that is an expanding attack surface for that whole range of malicious actors that we just talked about. And the problem is getting bigger, right? Because we are not building in security at the front end. Yeah. So the challenge that I think folks are not focusing on, and it is a really hard challenge, to drive us to a culture of building in security by design, what are the incentives that we're going to have to do that? There is no, I don't think we're looking at a mandate anytime soon. What are the incentives? What are the standards that we can agree on? That is, I think, a big challenge that we are not tackling right now.
And on the opposite side then, are you in sessions with people who are thoughtful in this area, or even in just conversations about this, and you just are sick of hearing about X, and you're just like, I just wish we would move on from that, because yes, it's important, yes, it's a threat, but it is outsized in the amount of oxygen it takes up in the conversation.
Yeah.
That's a harder one, because if then that comes to fruition tomorrow, we've got you on tape and it looks bad. But
I'm also acutely aware of that. Well, look, I think, and it's not going to be a surprise to this audience, but the focus, the outsized focus on thinking that you, as a company, as an organization, can have some kind of perfect defense, right? There's any number of vendors out there trying to sell you some product that's going to, maybe some of you in the audience, trying to sell you a product that's going to give you the secret key to a perfect defense. The reality is we need to be focusing on risk mitigation and measuring the response time to the problem, the response to the incident. How long have they been in the network? How long does it take you to get them off, right? This is not a question of if, but when.
Okay, I want to shift our focus a little bit and talk about something that we have talked about, which is a little bit, I want to take some time with it because it's a difficult subject, and it revolves generally around this. There are very clearly established norms and laws on the use of force by one nation against another. One example that I was raising before is there's a law about the authorized use of military force that if you send sort of any kinetic element into a foreign country across a border, a helicopter with 2 soldiers aboard to go rescue someone or pick someone up, within very short order, 36 hours or something, you have to make a report to Congress, whatever. And when those things happen, they are clear and they trigger all sorts of a response, and it's viewed as a very significant infringement on a country's sovereignty or their interests or whatever. You can have, however, it seems, very large, coordinated, impactful cyber events that are intentionally aimed at another country and have impacts inside those countries. And we don't seem to know what to think about that. To some extent, it's like, well, that's just spy versus spy, or it's sort of something that happens over there, and we don't take the same sense of umbrage is a woefully, insufficient word here, but it doesn't seem to have the same attachment. And, A, do you agree? Why do you think that is? And are we ever going to get to a place where that starts to be thought about in the same way as a more physical, attack?
So I think you have examples of where folks have tried to apply that same language. So the language you're talking about is really governed by mostly international law, the sense that if I send my army into your country, that is a breach of international of sovereignty, of international norms around the sovereignty of nation states, right? which isn't to say there isn't disagreement about that, but you have a big body of law that and multilateral agreement on that norm and what constitutes a breach of it. We do not have the same set of norms around cyber activity. So there is, I think, a agreed kind of level of cyber activity, including malicious cyber activity, that kind of operates below the line, I would call it, that is espionage, that is spying, right? Then you have all the way up here, the malicious use of cyber activity to have an actual kinetic effect. And there may be, particularly if that is deployed in peacetime against another nation's critical infrastructure, their power grid or what have you, most nations would agree that constitutes an armed attack equivalent to your dropping a bomb in that country. The problem in the cyberspace is this distance, that is a very, very large gap, which we have not decided as an international community or domestically how to treat that space. There is a very kind of robust dialogue about it, but we do not have agreement. We tried in the Obama administration to lead an effort to try and establish a set of international norms around this, not just so you could have some beautiful, nice thing on a piece of parchment, but so that you could try and isolate malicious actors and nation states who operate outside those norms. Yeah. And you could employ and impose costs on them for violating those norms and try and drive a set of behaviors.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's turn that gap into a bit of a role play, right? So you have a carefully crafted meeting in the Situation Room today where you're chairing a principals committee meeting, and it was all laid out, and you had career staff working for months to tee this up. Well, 2 years ago, but we've got to take today's events. So okay. we magically wave a magic wand, as we all wish we could, and put you back in there. And all of a sudden, your agenda is just thrown to heck, right? Because everybody wakes up this morning, you see what's happened in Russia, you hear about reports out of China this morning, and also North Korea. So your agenda is now that, right? Because this is the news of the day, and you've got the principals there, and you're saying, okay, like, how are we as the United States government going to respond to this? And what are we going to recommend to the president that he do in response to these actions? We've got 3 different nation-state events that sort of got uncovered to some extent today. How do you process and go about what the response would be there? Or do you just sort of shrug your shoulders and say, there's just another day's newspaper?
So no shrugging of shoulders. It doesn't have to be hypothetical. Yeah. In 2011, I was the Assistant Attorney General for National Security in the Justice Department, and I got sick of seeing intelligence reports showing that the Chinese and members of the People's Liberation Army deployed on behalf of the nation state were stealing intellectual property from our companies. We began, during my tenure, an investigation that ultimately ended up with, in I believe it was 2014 or 2015, the indictment of 5 members of the PLA for cyber-enabled economic espionage on behalf of the country. And these were guys we had ended up really identifying these guys in their uniforms at the keyboard, stealing from a whole range of US companies, right? And we had lots of meetings and discussions about how we would make that public, what would be our diplomatic message, how we would, because this, roiled a few folks in Beijing and caused some consternation in our own government, although I would say the companies that we worked with were really thankful that finally their government was standing up for them, much like any victim of a crime would feel like, you know what? I'm glad the prosecutor is levying charges on these guys who stole from me. So that was the kind of first in basically a philosophy and an approach and a strategy to say, we're going to identify the actors, we're going to use all of our tools to understand who did this, the intelligence community, et cetera. We're going to make that public, and then we're going to impose costs. You saw that same thing happen with the Sony attack in 2014. We identified that it was North Korea. The FBI worked very closely with Sony Pictures and the executives there and the corporation, and ultimately decided to impose sanctions against North Korea for doing that. Right now, my point being that there's a whole range. Our approach on this was much like we've done against the terrorism threat. Treat this as an intelligence-led, threat-driven approach to this problem, and then put all the tools on the table. Say all elements of national power are going to be at your disposal to choose from a philosophy as we're going to impose costs against the malicious actors. Sometimes it'll be law enforcement, sometimes it'll be diplomacy, sometimes it'll be financial sanctions, sometimes it may be military or intelligence action, but it ought to be, in my view, all of those tools ought to be on the table. You ought to have a policy discussion about what is in the best interest of the United States as to which tool that you choose.
Okay, great. So I'm going to reward those of you who have been here all day. For those of you who heard Jeff Immelt this morning, one of the questions that he got was this question about the China news this morning. For those of you who haven't seen it, Bloomberg's reporting that some Chinese spies had implanted microprocessing chips and microprocessors that then made it into hardware of a lot of significant American tech companies. And the question really was, boy, can you ever have a global supply chain again? Does this mean that we just have to sort of seal off the United States and China, never, at least for a couple decades, to come back together? What's your sort of prognosis for what happens there? What's the best way to manage that situation? Do we just, sort of send each side to their opposite corners and do that, or is there a way forward here?
So I agree with what it sounds like Immelt said, which is it is not foreseeable, not practical, and not advisable to kind of hive us off. That in our globalized world, that doesn't make any sense. That's not in the interest of the United States. I think, and it's not a galloping insight, that there is efforts by nation states and others to try and intrude in our supply chain, right? But the news today was quite sobering, and it is an example of the threat we talked about at the outset, right? Nation states using cyber as a tool of geopolitical statecraft, right? So the Chinese intruding in our supply chain, the Russian indictments today against 7 members of the GRU, that's the Russian military intelligence unit, and then also a news story today about the North Koreans stealing billions from the international financial system, the SWIFT trading system, largely because the sanctions we in the international community have been imposing on them have left them with some destitute coffers, right? They need to generate some cash. So I would argue the approach of imposing costs really does work. So that would be my answer to the question, right? Come together and as an international community to try and isolate those bad actors for violating those norms, and to try and drive a change in behavior.
And very quickly, all 3 of those, same approach, or is North Korea a different special case, a problematic case there, or do you think there's also an opportunity there?
So I personally think we could be doing more in terms of sanctions, and particularly vis-a-vis North Korea, the banks in China that are actually providing them a lifeline, and some of the work that the Chinese are doing or looking the other way on that is providing North Korea still a lifeline for their financial system.
Right, great, great. Well, we have time for a couple of questions. So if you have a question, raise your hand. We have some microphones around, as you know. Do you want to, right here? Okay, great.
Oh, that's amazing of me. Yeah.
So maybe just a quick one. What's the most positive in your worldview right now? What's getting better? What's in terms of their career?
That's
He's helping
really
us end on a high note, which
yeah,
I don't think I
is.
had sort of keyed up the conversation well enough on that point.
So what I would say is we have been, I think, beating the drum, at least when I was in government for a long time, for the private sector and companies to treat cybersecurity as an enterprise threat, right? to say, it's not just an IT problem that you can have your eyes glaze over. You've got to bring it into the boardroom. And I think there are a number of sectors, the financial services sector in particular, has really taken that on board and are really leading the way in many respects on this. And so I think folks are getting that message. I think it's got to cascade down more. Healthcare sector's not where it needs to be. But so the short answer is the appreciation of the threat, I think, has grown markedly in corporate America, but we can't just admire the problem, right? There's a whole set of work to do on what the standards are, what are the best practices.
Great. Any other questions? Got one back there too.
So when acid rain floats from the U.S. over to Canada, Canada complains to us.
Yeah.
When acid IP traffic floats from China to the US, we have no one to go to. We can't say, China, your IP blocks are polluting the network. Fix it. Push down at your ISPs, do whatever you need, and if it doesn't stop, it's government activity. If it stops, they've solved their network cleanliness problem. When are we going to get to the point where we have international treaties governing the cleanliness of the network?
I don't know about cleanliness, but you've got folks, very, I think, thoughtful people on this more broadly, like Brad Smith, who's advocating a kind of digital Geneva Convention, and doing a lot of work, including last week at the UN, when all the world leaders came together in New York to try and generate some focus on a kind of international rules of the road. All of this is in line with what I was talking about earlier, coming up with some set of norms to try and drive behavior in this realm.
We've got one more question back there I think we've got time for.
As you pointed out, cyber warfare and disinformation has become a tool of statecraft, and it seems that the traditional defenses that a nation state would build up to defend against those things are not up to the task and are not the right kinds of capabilities to deal with changes in social cognition, which are essentially aimed at eroding our social and governmental institutions. Is there anything happening right now in government to have a change in our capabilities to more align with this asymmetric threat?
Well, first and foremost, recognizing that the use of cyber tools is really is an asymmetric threat when used by nation states, right? And coming at it that way, which goes back to whether or not in your response as a nation state, you're going to be mindful of the dangers of escalation. That's one of the reasons this space that I talked about is so hard to operate in, right? The danger of miscalculation and misinterpretation when you are dealing with an asymmetric threat for perhaps your cyber response, the target of that could dangerously miscalculate whether or not you're there to spy on that battlefield or try and execute on that battlefield. And that is the quintessential challenge of an asymmetric threat.
Well, good. Well, we talked before, you don't get to talk happy talk too much or good news, but I think the larger point is, I think I've always felt better, and I think folks in the room, knowing that people like you have been in these positions, continue to sort of take on these challenges so that we can all sleep at night, even though you may not get many good night's sleep. So thank you for that, and thank you for being here today to talk about all this.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Matthew, and I really, first of all, wanted to hopefully get a round of applause from everyone. It takes a ton of people to pull an event like this together. So for our entire events team, for our communications team, our marketing team, especially Vanessa, who really put together the entire lineup, the graphics designers that did everything, everyone who's manning the live stream and the Twitter feed. It's incredible that this came together. And so if you wouldn't mind, a real round of applause for everyone. The other thing is, I said last year that we were really proud of the fact the amount of women that participated on panels. This year again, we had 9 of the 21 speakers who were women, and what I would ask is that as you go to other tech events, and they tell you you can't do a cybersecurity panel with women on stage. Our cybersecurity panel, both of the speakers were women on stage, and the one you just saw was women on stage. And so demand from the tech events that you go to that you have representation from people who aren't traditionally represented, because some of the smartest people in this industry aren't always the ones that are being heard on stage, and we're really proud of the fact that we get to show those people to you. And so thank you, and demand that from other events that you go to. So that's a wrap for this. We're now going to celebrate with drinks. We've got drinks on the back patio out there and also up on the roof. If we're lucky, the Blue Angels might fly over. It's actually a beautiful day outside, so hopefully you can have a great time. Thank you so much for coming for the Internet Summit, and we'll see you back here again next year. Thanks.